familiar with him. Getting to see somebody who's never seen Tyson fight, watch his highlights,
it's amazing at that.
It's jaw-dropping to me. When somebody's never seen Tyson fight, look at this guy beat the shit out of people. In a way that humanity has never even seen before. Now, he's also had this transition into becoming this extremely thoughtful, like I would consider him philosophical. Like he reflects and he thinks, and he's just sincere and authentic at all times. And I think
that comes out.
That's what Brendan resents about, because Brendan hates Mike Tyson.
He hates insight.
He hates, because also, remember when he used to do that show? Mike Tyson used to do this show in Vegas, like a one-man show.
Yeah.
It was basically comedy. Like, that's what Brendan should have done. I was always like, why don't you talk about the UFC? He was like, no, I don't want to. I'm like, major mistake. Blind spot? I get it, It's like, people do this thing with like, oh, I don't want to talk about the obvious. I'm like, that is actually your best bet. To at least make one special where you involve it. But Mike Tyson, the show was funny as fuck.
Oh, did you go to it, or was
I
that
saw clips of it. I was like, oh, he's good. It's well written. It's like a presentation, but was very successful.
Great entertainer for sure.
That's hilarious, DPT.
I think part of Brendan's resentment is that, and the fact that he's like, at all times, for better and for worse, he's authentic. If he fucks up with something silly, it's like he's just authentic and doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's very fun to watch. What I used to do with my buddies is like we'd be hungover in college and we'd watch Tyson highlights of him just 30 seconds.
Oh,
same with Fedor. We did the same.
Oh yeah, and I recently got because remember somebody told me, I was like, who's your favorite? Right when I got into fighting, and I kind of only Conor McGregor got me back into fighting in 2015, watching pay-per-views. And I asked somebody, who's your favorite fighter? And they're like, Fedor. I'm like, who's that? Because he wasn't in the UFC. Then you start watching his fights, you're like, holy shit, this guy's great.
Yeah, he was the best. Somebody sent me a clip of Fedor interview with Lou Thomas. Have you ever seen that? It's hilarious because it's like, Lou's like, what's your favorite book? And Fedor says something in Russian, and his translator's like, he only reads Russian books. And he's like, what's your favorite movie? He's like, he only reads Russian movies. You wouldn't get it.
Good luck,
It's just like, give it nuts. You would not understand.
That's funny. Who hated first? Schaub or Tyson?
Yeah, who hated him first?
I think Tyson's really open-minded. I don't think Tyson hates anybody.
Yeah.
I swear to God, because like that's part of his journey. Like you can just tell I don't think he holds animosity towards anybody. I think he's completely evolved as a human being.
My favorite fighter is Cooties White. Fuck you, Mark.
DPT had a great comment. He said,
he was like, if he thought he'd fuck up Mike Tyson, I think Mike Tyson today could knock out Schaub easily.
Oh, yeah. Without question.
I'm not gonna let Mark sound like he's having a stroke. Yeah, so what if I am, bitch? So the fuck?
Oh,
acting like you haven't had a stroke before.
Do a few honk noises.
Yeah.
We were talking about, one thing we constantly talk about on the pod, because we have to address it, is the violence in my DNA.
I'll check back when this segment is over. Holy shit, it's boring.
Hey, what are you doing right now, dude? What are you doing? You're fucking...
Watch porn.
I don't know which one that was. You're doing a little bit reading of comments. That's a duck noise for you.
Well, I wanted to date.
Just kidding. What do we got here?
Schaub disrespected Tyson. He did. Schaub disrespected him for no reason. And just kind of acted like he was an idiot. He was like, said he was on a no-carb diet. They were bad potatoes. Oh, who gives a fuck? Mark, how has Chin not had a mental breakdown? I do believe that I think about Chin a lot. First of all, he's so much stupider than I ever imagined. Like, he doesn't know that Australia isn't in Europe. He couldn't name it European countries, and he goes, Australia? He thought that Australia was in Europe.
It's a hilarious first guess.
It's a second grade, that's insulting to second graders. That's a preschool level answer, right? Schaub has a bunch. issues with Shin revolving what he doesn't do.
Oh.
He works like 3 days a week and doesn't really offer anything creatively. He doesn't think outside the box. However, in Korean culture, what?
This is a good one. I don't know if you know the bit, but there's this bit, and it's not really a bit because it's just true. Everything that Gerardo owns is kind of small. It started off with the fridge.
Yeah.
Because he had a guy deliver the fridge laughing to himself, and Gerardo's like, hey, what do you think's funny? And he goes, I used to have a small fridge.
Oh, fuck, so it is small.
But then he kept having other things that were a little small.
Right?
Like,
So if I'm like,
A single guy living by yourself, dude. What the fuck?
it was fine, and we would never have known about it had Gerardo not made a big deal about how mad he was at this guy.
yeah,
Like, Gerardo was mad that this guy said that he has a small fridge, and it is small. So we're trying to deal with his anger.
Here's the thing, Mark. He came to do one thing and one thing only, okay? See that botched paint job in the corner up there?
Trust me.
Thank you, dude. He had to go paint that up there, right? And then, well, I'm like, do you need me to clear? So, like, I'm over here. I'm like, do you need me to clear anything out? And I turned to him, and he's staring at my fridge, and he goes, and with the, puto cabrón accent type shit.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you got the small fridge,
You got a
huh?
small fridge.
Yeah, you got a
You see
small
this?
fridge.
This is Gerardo's deodorant. This is too small for the
Fridge
deodorant. Okay?
syndrome.
What are you supposed to put this
I got
in?
small armpits, dude.
Mark could eat Gerardo's fridge. Yes, I did. Don't touch the fridge.
Here, Muto! What a fucking idiot. Brendan.
Mark, pick up the back of Gelato's fridge so that he can't drop it away.
I don't need one right now, but we also have Diet Cokes. And then if you do want food, I mean, you can also at any time.
Yeah, Diet Coke make you nuts, dude.
Yeah, I will drink a Diet Coke soon.
The only thing I'm
but
going to
not
do is just
yet.
try to throw up later so I don't have to eat big of me.
Is this your coffee drink? I wanted to know. Because I got you an Americano, because that's what we drink. But do you drink Americano?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't mean like literally, but is that what you drink?
Come on, Mexicano. Come on.
Oh my God.
Come on, bro. Baby bear.
I love them, dude. That's one. I share that with Leah. Our love of ice cream.
Imagine being like, I'm a white guy, and I'm just going to make a special about how Mexican people suck.
It's a crazy movie. It's like, it's a very funny.
Yo, what up? The great Matt, how are you, big dog? What's good up? What's up, dog?
Not much. I just wanted to check in and see how you're doing.
Kicking names, baby. Every day's a holiday and it's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son?
My neck of the woods are going all right.
Excellent.
We're
2 weeks.
we're experiencing a little bit of a schnook.
What's a schnook?
It is when the winter time gets really, really warm. So we're up to about 45 degrees. So
All right. You've got 2 weeks, right?
Yep.
Excellent. How many social media accounts?
yeah,
How many social media accounts have you made thus far?
about 10.
That's
I'm gonna lie.
That's phenomenal, dude. Excellent. That's really good.
Yeah,
Good job, man.
yeah, keeping up with all this is quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, and the key is that you have all the notifications sent to your email so you don't have to be checking 30 different social media platforms at once, if that makes sense. Well, excellent. You are well on your way.
But yeah, I got a little bit of time here, and I figured I'd just check in, see how you're doing, and see if you're doing all right.
Absolutely. I have to adjust my computers, and then I've got to make my bed, and then I'm going to have my coffee and start my day because I slept all effing day.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. So what happens is, like, these guys are in, like, Nigeria when they're having a lot of these spaces, and I'll be up all night and then into the early morning, and then there's sometimes a lull. And if there's a lull, I'll be like, oh, I'll just rest my eyes, and then I awake, and it's like the late evening, and I'm like, oh, boy, I did it again. But that's okay.
I gotcha.
That's okay. Like, space is 24/7, so pardon me.
What's your What's your app on Twitch?
You know, I don't even fucking know. One moment, I'll find it. Actually, I should be able to find it on my phone. So I have a big one. I have a big one, which is at Rabbi, which is there's like 50,000 people on it. But since I don't want to get banned, I don't stream on that one. Let me find it.
Gotcha.
Rabbi Rothschild 007.
Rabbi Rothschild 007.
Word dog. And if you're like, that one's really hard to see out of, I know it's my worst camera, but I've been doing Twitch for like 4 years. Like basically no one talks to me in it, so I don't really bother with it too much.
Gotcha. But alrighty, yeah, I could check in with you, see how you're doing, and make sure you're still above ground. That's always a good thing. Every day above it is always a good day.
100%. Excellent. Well, I appreciate it. We'll do a countdown. Check you to launch your coin. Keep me updated, okay? Or not the launch of your coin, but the launch of your project.
Alrighty, I can do that.
Till funds are released. Excellent. All right, very well. And continue to do well. And get in those Twitter spaces a little bit if you can. Tell people, hey, I'm looking for some hungry, motivated traders. If you're interested, send me a message on Twitter. I'd love to find out more about you.
Definitely. That sounds like a good strategy. I appreciate the help that you had because social media is a completely different beast for me. Like when it comes to trading, I can trade. I know how to trade. I'm good at it. But when it comes to social media, I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, as you know, having the accounts is half the battle. If you don't have the accounts, nobody's going to know about you. So once you create the accounts, then it's about at least putting some quality content on it. No one says that you're going to be the next Kardashian, but you're going to at least have a presence on all the different platforms, which will allow you to dominate AI models. It'll allow you to dominate search engines and social media models.
Yeah, we're getting a AI completely, what's I guess you would say, AI agent to not only help us with the trading aspect, but to actually do signals and whatnot. We'll have a nice fleshed out AI model that's local, all the good stuff, and is just useful.
That's great. When is that going to be delivered?
Oh, that's going to be with the funds. So once those are released, we'll be ready to go.
Okay, so do you think in the month of December?
Yep.
Okay, that's great. Excellent. Then is the plan to make that available to those 4 traders who you hire?
Oh, for sure. It'll be available. We'll have a free version, a premium version, and then an extra premium version. If you know, catch my drift. And we'll be able to offer it. A free version will be quite well and quite good. And then, of course, for the 4 of us, that'll be the top tier. And I might offer it, but probably not.
Okay, and how did you get into that?
That I just did a search on. All right, I need an AI agent that can do signals, strategy, everything involved, and yeah, I'm working through a couple of different companies. that I'll be able to use and pay for an agent. It won't be a full, like, it won't be something like Rock per se. It won't be like my total, it's on my own CPU, all that good stuff. No, it'll be using like ChatGPT or Grok, and that'll be the main hardware of the AI, but the actual agent part of it, that I will have totally privatized, totally done, and it's all mine 100%. Well, all the businesses, and it'll be part of the business entity.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
Okay, what happens if
Very interesting stuff.
most certainly, what happens if somebody, you have a disagreement with someone and how do you cut off their access to the model?
Oh, as long as they're trading for me, then I don't foresee any issues with cutting off access and whatnot.
Yeah, but you've got to be realistic. People will just choose to bounce on you. People might be malicious. You need to have a way to get that off of their device, or at least remove their access to it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it'll all be through a website.
Oh,
And
okay.
through Telegram and everything.
Okay. So then that's good. That will give you the opportunity to manage who's logging in and what they're doing, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. And have you tried it before? Do you know this is a winner?
I have yet to try, but I am familiar with AI because I've been using it for quite some time. So the jump won't be all that too big of a deal. I'll be able to iron some stuff out, get some information to the relevant parties, and yeah.
Okay. And how are you gonna I know that's overhead. So let's just talk
Yes,
on
sir.
average month. You're making $125,000 total, and each one of you guys is gonna get $5,000. Where does that cost come out of? From your clients? From
clients, yeah. It'll be part of overhead and everything. I'll put it into the bundle. I'll already price it in and all that, so that they don't have to worry about, you're charging me more than I was expecting. And it'll be already priced in once they purchase the package, and it'll be at a monthly rate and what. And yeah.
Okay. So the clients are not going to be given exactly $100,000 back. How much is overhead in total?
Oh, overhead in total is about $100 a month.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, dude, I've been looking at it and that's it.
Okay.
Now overhead. Yeah.
So basically, if I understand you correctly, you will be able to run this AI agent for like $100.
Yep.
Okay. Well, then that's nothing. Okay, that's good. And that includes that includes all the logins you need and everything.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, that's great.
So,
Now, what about
and I'm budgeting in about $1,000 total overhead costs, which that'll come out of the price package and whatnot. So, that's fluctuating though. It is going down. It's still right now. I'm only at roughly $500 a month. Sorry, yearly. It's a yearly thing. Roughly $726 roughly a year.
Okay.
So my operating costs aren't that high.
Right. Okay. Now, what about your internet and such? That's going to come out of your portion?
Yes, that'll come out of my portion, and I'll expect everyone. Eventually, we will get it to the point that I'll be able to do that into the business expenses, but not right at start, unfortunately.
Okay, so you'll just rely on people to use their own internet?
For the most part, yes.
All right, that's not unexpected. All right, so pretend you're in a space and you're trying to recruit a potential trader. Let's hear what you have to say. All right, we have the great Matt coming up next in the space. Thank you everybody for being here. Please follow, retweet, do all of the necessary. Matt, go ahead. The stage is yours.
Alrighty. If you are interested, please contact me and DM anything. And let's see. We are targeting high net worth individuals to get a portion of their portfolio to trade capital, hypothetically, what is it? January 1st-ish. And let's see. I can offer a AI agent that will provide signals and that will provide strategy. And if you are interested, please let me know. Thank you very much. And that's all I need to work on that. I just realized that.
That's why we did this.
That's something that I need to work on.
That's why we did this. All right, you ready for feedback?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay, you don't want to start with the words "all right" and then Firstly, that's fine. I understand you've got to get a staff, but you never said I'm looking for traders. You said I'm looking for high net worth individuals, or said we're looking for high net worth individuals, which is not what you're doing. You're looking for traders to target high net worth individuals. So you have to tell people, I need people with trading experience. Also, you can tell them what you're going to be. How many hours a week is a trader going to be working?
Oh, that's quite a bit. Probably looking at least 20, high end of 40, dude. Like, there's going to be a lot of work that goes into this. So, you're looking at a regular 40-hour work week. And, yeah.
Okay. But that's not unexpected. And you can say, what I'm doing is I'm building a trading team. We're going to start small and we're going to expand. I have the ability to essentially start the hiring process around December 15th. We'll be looking at anywhere from 20 to 40 plus hours. We're looking in your first year of making about $60,000 without any commissions or bonuses. So the opportunity to earn relies on your ability to produce. But there's real opportunity for people with trading experience. You can have Forex trading, crypto trading experience. If you have trading experience, send me a DM. I want to connect with you. I want to see if you're a good fit for our team. I'm looking for about 4 hungry, motivated individuals who want to make a lot of money and have the opportunity to be able to work remotely and be amongst a really motivated group of people who want to succeed together. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. Like, I'm not saying that's the best pitch, but what I'm saying is you're telling people that you need traders. They're going to be part of a team. You're telling them how much they're going to make. So it's not just one of these, like, we're launching cryptocurrency, nobody knows what we're going to make. No, you're going to make 60,000 USD. You're going to work between 20 and 40 hours. So that's not even necessarily a full-time role, but maybe more. So you're giving them the idea, though, that it could be more than that. And how to contact you. Like, but the key is you need to say, I'm looking for traders. When you come in and say, we're going to be targeting high net worth individuals, it makes it sound like you're looking for high net worth individuals in this Twitter space. And there are only so many of those. What you're really doing is targeting traders. Does that make sense?
Definitely, yes, sir.
Excellent. All right. Okay, so give it to me again. Let's hear your pitch again.
All right, so here we are. We're looking for traders, and I need people that are willing to work a 40-plus hour work week, and we're looking at making a possibility of $60,000+ a year, and we're looking for traders that can trade. Primarily, we will be trading cryptocurrencies, but this will open up to stocks, bonds, options, futures, forex, and indices. So if you have the relevant experience and are looking for more information, please contact me via DM, and I will get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you.
That's great. Now that is really good. That works. You could say that in 100 different spaces, probably get 500 DMs. So that's the winner. You hit on all the major points. What you're looking for, what you're going to be able to compensate. Basically, that that you're looking for people to contact you via DM. And all right, so that's good. Approximately how many Twitter Spaces do you think you're going to be able to recruit in per day from now until the 15th?
Oh, per day? Let's see, I've got 2 that I'm regularly attending and constantly going in and out of, but that will increase as time goes on. Unfortunately, my time is slightly limited because I have to constantly be in contact with the client because I am under contract for this position. But yeah, it's going to be a hassle.
All right, well, give me a number.
Not something that is above me.
All right, well, give me a number.
What was that?
Give me a number. How many Twitter Spaces do you think you can be in a day from now till the 15th?
Oh, probably about 700.
No way. Not even close. Guess again. Dream on. No way. There aren't that many.
Oh, really?
No, I mean, they're not like unlimited, and people won't let you just come in there and chill position for no reason. So you're looking maybe 10 a day, like on a good day.
10 day, okay.
No, 10 a day. I said 10 a day. Because they don't just let you come up.
Okay.
They won't let you just come up and speak either. Sometimes you have to wait like an hour to be able to speak in some of these bigger spaces. So,
Okay.
just a heads up there. So you're looking at maybe 150 or so until total, but that's still good. You'll probably after each one of those get 2 to 3 direct messages after that. Gives you maybe 300 to 450 candidates or so, which all you're looking for is 4, so
Okay.
it's not crazy. Do you know who the big steppers are? BIGSTEPPAS.
I don't.
Okay, so they are the people. They have a Discord, and I recommend you join. I'm live in that Discord right now as well, on camera. What you want to do is get into their spaces. They will let you up, especially because you have something tangible, and their spaces are very large. What they usually do, which is smart, and I don't know this for sure, but this is what I have surmised. Basically, they start a space, they get a core group of people in there, then they bot the space with like 400 or 500 people, 400 or 500 bots, and then the space ends up getting like 700, 800, 900 people with like 400 or 500 bots, so maybe 400 real people, and that gives you a huge platform from which to be able to promote yourself. And they run these things 2 or 3 times a day. So if you can get into their spaces, that's ideal. So the Discord is discord.gg forward BIGSTEPPA at they have over 8,000 people in their Discord. They do have a self-promotion channel if you wanted to go in there and put a little write-up on what you're looking. But like basically whenever they have a space, if you can get into that space, it's the biggest space for shilling basically, that you're gonna find. There's also another one. My friends does it. His name is Island, and he bots his, but he'll get like 1,200 people in there with like maybe, I don't know, a few hundred bots or something like that. The reason why the people bot these things is, it's great to have like 50 people in your space. That's wonderful, and it's an accomplishment. But people aren't going to run to it. It's not necessarily going to get ranked highly in the Twitter space rank until it has hundreds of people. So once you make it look like you have hundreds of people in there, then everybody runs to it. And if you can get into one of these spaces and you are able to tell people a figure, you're going to be making $60,000 a year. For some Americans and people from the UK, that's okay. That's probably about average what they're making, what they could be making in the real world to some extent. But to some people, even if they're in the UK or United States or Europe or wherever, it's going to be really good money. And then you might get some diamond in the rough who's just some trader in Nigeria who knows absolutely everything, has quality internet. I know I've met people with that, and they're amazing. And all they've been doing is forex trading for the last 5 years and crypto trading for the last 7 years or whatever it is. And you may say, I'm going to take a flyer on this guy because he's just out of this world knowledgeable and very motivated. And I have been able to connect with him every day for the last 2 weeks, and I've never had communication issues with him. He knows how to speak into a microphone. He knows how to promote himself in a professional manner. This guy's great, and like that's going to be to that person. That's like $600,000. I mean, it's perhaps even more than that. So, like you're gonna get some really hungry people for this too. But if you go into those spaces, those big, go ahead.
Can you send me in direct message a link to these different Discord spaces?
Yeah. I won't send you the. I'll send you the Discord servers. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
So there's really.
Yeah, because I apologize.
You're good. I'll send it to you right now. If you were, I misinterpreted when you said spaces. If you were talking Twitter spaces, I was going to say, well, a lot of them, and they're not always. Sometimes they start them, and then they might end them for whatever reason. And I don't want it. And if you don't join right away, you may not get the message. But if you go to the link that I just sent you, make sure it works if you would. So what you do is you copy that link that I just sent you and put it in plus in the bottom of Discord. When you add a new Discord server, it should let you in.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
yeah,
That's exactly what I was looking for.
excellent. And so what you want to do in that one is keep an eye on the general chat. Whenever one of the hosts does a Twitter space, they'll put it in there. And you'll also see
Okay.
what you can do is whenever they have a space, you just look at who the hosts and co-hosts are and just keep an eye on those people. Even turn on their notifications because you'll see that they're the regular host. A really good system. So what they've done is they've partnered with some bigger projects like some trading platforms, and what they do is basically maybe for the first hour of the space they'll talk about the trading platform that is sponsoring them, that's actually paying them, and then they open it up to anybody who wants to shield their project. So that's when I say, like, sometimes you have to wait an hour for these things. You do, but what I generally do is I I join the space and get ready to talk, or wherever it's like my I've sent my request, and then I'll just watch a podcast or a TV show or something, or do whatever, and just keep an eye on my device. And then when they have allowed me to talk, I mute everything. I go in, I do my spiel, and then if anybody has any questions, I answer them, and then I move on to the next one. And that's really what my day is, to promote myself as much as possible. I can tell you, if you do this, I've been doing this for almost exactly 1 month, and I have 2,000 followers. Now I can't guarantee next month I'll get 2,000 followers because I've already absorbed a lot of the people who would normally follow me. But if you dedicate yourself to this, at least until the 15th, you probably get at least 1,000 followers from doing it. So you're looking at that kind of connection. Is that a game-changing amount of followers? No, but the people who will follow you, I have some people who, like, I've got a UFC fighter who follows me. He's got like 500,000 followers. Some really big traders, 200,000. So it's just like you're gonna connect with some whales by doing this as well, especially because you're gonna be offering cold hard cash, and not everybody's gonna be doing that.
Right.
Did you get the?
But yeah, I'm also.
I see that you joined, so that's great. You may have to do a verify. Do you see that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So make sure.
No, I don't.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. So do you see that I'm in the lounge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. I'm actually gonna send you one more that I just thought of. It's discord.gg/SoulOnChain. I'm live in that Discord as well. It's a little bit smaller, but that community is pretty high net worth individuals, and they are all over the world. So it give you uh, a good group of people, and they regularly host spaces. That's what I'm doing. These aren't just like Discords that I'm saying you should join. These are people who will regularly host spaces where they let you talk about your project, and they're very nice to me. I literally live in their Discords. I never asked. It's one of those things. It's kind of what is the phrase? Um, like ask for what it. Let's see here. The phrase is something like do it and ask for permission or something like that. Well, I have found that if I ask for permission before I start doing it, a lot of times they'll talk amongst their moderators and they'll be like, yeah, we don't know if we want somebody streaming in here 24/7 for the end till the end of time. But if I just do it and then they just already know that I'm doing it, and then they might question me on it. Hey, so you just stream your life in there? Yeah. And then if I'm already going, then nobody really bats an eye to it. That's what happened with Soul. That's what happened with the Big Steppas. And actually get people who request that I stream in their Discord, which is quite an interesting, like way to network. Like one guy came in and he's like, is this a loop? A lot of times people think I'm on loop because I generally am just like talking and you don't know if it's just like a live broadcast. And I'm like, no, it's live. And they're like, how do I get this in my server? And I'm like, you mean just by me live streaming in there? Another reason why they think it's on loop is because I'm muted. So they can't hear what I'm saying. So it's just literally me on camera, not necessarily with them understanding. So one guy earlier this week or late last week was like, will you like what's it gonna take for you to stream in my Discord? And I know I could have named a price, but I didn't want to. I'm just not financially motivated like that necessarily. I more do it for just promotion. And so I was just like, well, I'll do it for a week, and if your community likes it and I like it and it's hunky dory basically, then I'll just continue to do it. So it's been so far so good in there. But these other
right on.
Absolutely. These other Discords, they're really nice, they're really welcoming. And once they hear you're different than just some reply guy or somebody who's launching a token, like, what do we call your project? What is it?
I'm not entirely sure.
Right.
At the moment, the name is up to change and also leak it.
Okay, that's fair.
Yet.
That's fair.
But you can call it just a financial service.
Perfect. Okay, that's excellent, Matt. That's what you want to call it. Because when you're promoting this, people are going to say, okay, well, what is it? Are you just hiring people, or are you just like, is there a coin? Is there an NFT? No, there's none of that. It's a financial service organization.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That works perfect.
Yeah. So I would even.
Oh yeah. Also, are you Jewish?
I am.
I am as well.
Excellent. Very well. Do you practice?
No, I'm not practicing.
Okay. Well, never too late.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Absolutely. Well, that's great. In terms of your pitch, you should say that you almost want to open with that. Hi, everyone. My name is Matt. I am the leader of a financial service organization looking to recruit 4 traders within the next month or so to high net worth individuals in primarily crypto trading. We are looking for highly motivated, energetic people with trading experience to join our team. You'll be making approximately starting base salary of $60,000 with the opportunity at commissions and bonuses. You should know that if we're successful in this first year, the opportunity to grow with us is going to be there in substance. And if you are interested in what we're doing in this financial service organization, send me a DM with your trading experience. And if we think that you're a good fit, I'll follow up with you and we can start getting you prepared to potentially start working on our team. When you say it's a financial service organization, that to me tells you what it is. So it's not like it creates more of a concrete understanding of what it is people are DMing you about. Like, yeah, I've got maybe forex trading experience or crypto trading experience, but what am I joining? That's the other part of it that we didn't really have. So saying that it's a financial service organization basically gives people a great idea of what they're going to be have the opportunity to join. So if you say what it is, how much people are making, what kind of experience they need, and how to contact you, you could do a bunch of those pitches. And then you're going to get people who ask questions. So then let's go through the questions you're going to get asked. Are there any benefits?
Ooh, yeah. One of the main benefits is, first of all, this company is starting out with this amount. This is starting amount. So if we grow the firm beyond $10 million, think about how much you will be making. You could be making as much as $500 to $1 million a year if you won't have to worry about the growth process. That'll be another department. And the benefits at the start are going to be bonuses. First of all, like let's say we're just starting out at a annual or a monthly income of $125,000. That is flexible. We could make as much as $250,000, $500,000 a month, because speculative markets perform a little bit better than traditional finance. So we could be looking at growing these accounts and growing. I will be looking to grow the total assets under management. So we could be looking at a sizable increase. And your pay does increase as you or as the company increases. So this is we're only starting with a handful of people. So that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to grow past 50 employed traders. That means that we are going to grow accounts and we are going to use that to our own net worth.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Aquarius.
But
I'll be with you in just a second, Mr. Aquarius. All right, Matt, you're going to get the question. So there are no medical, no dental, no retirement at this time, right?
at this time, unfortunately,
Excellent. All right. And are these people going to be employees or contractors?
contractors.
Excellent. So you may want to say that in your opening pitch, that we're looking for
Okay.
trading contractors, or just you don't necessarily have to say that. It gives some clarity that the organization is going to give people that.
Yeah, because I want to be as possible and get the relevant information across. But I see you have another listener, so I will go ahead and bid you adieu.
Absolutely.
I do have other things that
You take
are
care, Matt.
pressing that I should get back to.
Absolutely. Keep me updated tomorrow, okay?
But yes, sir, I do appreciate your space and everything, and I wish you all the best of days.
Take care, my friend.
All right, take care.
All right, Mr. Aquarius, you ready for me?
Give me a minute. You get this microwave. You do this in just a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Aquarius. Hey, Randy. What's up? Nothing much. How are you? Good. Just practice basketball. I see. You excited about that too? It's hard to open. Oh God, Mom. Can you open this? This thing hard to open.
Pardon me.
That. You do it like that, thank you. All right, thank you, Silly. Hey. Yeah. Girl, my job coughing. I told her, look here, that's why she didn't come Wednesday, last Wednesday, because she said she had a call. I said, look here, I cover your mouth, but I ain't trying to have it. You don't know that. If you open your mouth, that's germs. Is it coming? This new.
Yeah, it's like white.
What are you talking about?
The
Lemon juice. What are you talking about? I don't even see what you're talking about right now. I'm over here.
Play-Doh app, they changed it to like a winter theme.
Yeah. Duh. You ain't seen that?
Yeah, I didn't know if you were looking for it.
Oh, this thing ain't open. This will get on my nerves, man. Got some more damn lemon juice, because I'm not trying to be done. What's this? This another thing of lemon juice? Lime juice, I use that. This junk is not acting right. What is this in the back? I'm not going to open this. This thing, like, it don't want to squirt. Oh, this is the real one. I use this one. I don't know what this is. I ain't going to do it. Okay, I can do this one. What's this one? This. Fruit 520. Okay, this is good. I use this. Real lime juice. I can do lime juice, right? I can do lime juice. I'm trying to do this. I don't know that like it on my skirt. All right. That you do, cause I'm buying some lemon juice. Have to do. Buy some lemon juice. All right. And then we can play. Okay, where is my... I gotta find my phone. You didn't know what I did with it. I done misplaced my damn phone. There you go, right here. Okay. Where is my phone? Okay, sit there for a minute. Who had all these tips, but whatever. Okay, let's get ready to rumble. Okay. To the Play-Doh app.
That's a 7 p.m. 735,000.
Okay. There we go. Let's go. All right. And okay, let me go back.
look, if we lost it all, it would be an interesting story. Yeah. I would too. Okay, these kids are going to eat steak. Yeah. Filet mignon on the side. I was saying before you got here, to show Bruno that this is amazing. Charity become part of the community to get so much momentum through the years, and to just it really, for you, it has to be a remarkable thing. Honestly, a lot of social media right now, can find, music behind. We are family on the point of system. Sure. That is what the film can find. It's nothing like the story to feel like there's a family when I see all the people there, people call and donated, all the posters, all the producers behind, is a family. And it's beautiful to see the love and the gift. Oh my God, let me tell you a story. 2 months ago, I was in Italy. I went to see the family for a few weeks ago.
That was great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I was having a cocktail outside before dinner with my key brother. We talked and during the conversation, I said, I think the beach. And it was a nice couple, not too far away.
That about me some more flavor tea back.
The gentleman said, are you from California?
What's an elderberry? It's an elderberry is good.
Well, we are from Newport Beach. I said, it's the only house far away. That is the mountains. And obviously, I stepped up to introduce myself. I say, well, my name is Bruno. That's it, right? I mean, Bruno is the overlap. The wife jump off the chair. She said, Bruno, can you find? Can you find Bruno? Can you find? I ain't ready. All over and up and go to me. My brother looked at me and said, no. It was very easy. I love to finish for dinner. Wow. That's unbelievable. Game 5. Yeah. And then you're in the same part of the Alps in Italy. Yeah. Wow. Are the Olympics going to be there soon? Yeah, but oh, I don't know. It's all. A lot of Conway stories start with, I'm sitting with my brothers in the Dolomites.
Hey, let's go. Good job. You win, I win.
I win, you win, Mr. Aquarius. You win, I win.
Who put me in the mini golf? You put me in mini golf?
Yeah, accidentally. My finger slipped. Just reject it.
This is shit.
Everything is $50. That is true. $50, bowls $50, chapstick $50.
I played the other one. You had the something with a pong.
As a waiter, as a busboy, my legs, my rope of my life. Said the last thing I want to do is to break my legs to ski. And I was still away from that just piece of my legs. Yeah. I didn't even have that as an excuse. I'm sitting for a living. I still hate it. I can't stand it. When you ski, you're either sweating your ass off or you're freezing your ass off. I was freezing. That's it. Those are the only two ways you can, ski. But you ski, right? Yeah, I love skiing, actually. It's pretentious. Yeah, well, that's another reason I love it. You do look down, or does snowboarders look down on skiers? Still, there's two different. You're right, though. They have to coexist. And I remember when snowboarding was first coming in, and it was just like, because they just come, sliding past you, and it's insane, right? It's like drag racers coming past a 40 commute coming in. And they go, yeah, where's my drag racer over there? But the reality is that they now, I think, reached a kind of relationship. Surviving it, all right, so Bruno,
Get it. Oh, you hit it.
$735,480 in cash. And 92,406 pounds of pasta and sauce. How many kids are fed with one pound?
Get in there, Rabbi.
5 with 1 pound of pasta? Wow. I gotta get you over to the house. My way up, only up, yeah. I mean, and then for every $1
Yeah, that is right.
Because of the expense behind it, $1 per kid. Okay, so it costs me.
Do you have anybody? I know you have a big garage, big
Come
shed
on.
where you keep all the songs.
Have two just to have storage up here for people that you like today. They you have one like a few miles away from here, which is big storage. This week alone, there was the chicken that you have 15 pounds.
Nah. You got it, Rabbi. You got it, Rabbi.
Is it air conditioned?
It's cool enough that there's air conditioning.
But when you have that much pasta, is there somebody looking for expiration dates on the song?
You do, but honestly, you do. As you know, I talked to Bahila, the chicken company, right? When you have an expiration pasta at your house,
Good job. You win that one.
I win, you win, Mr. Aquarius. And I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Friendship. Yeah? Alrighty. I will talk to you later. I'll be back through when I get through.
God
Get in
willing.
the bed, okay?
Excellent, Mr. Aquarius.
Okay. God's willing. See you tomorrow.
God willing. See you tomorrow.
What do you eat? What is your favorite?
Right now, I'm big on fish for wellness, the pasta. And, ginger. Right now, I love codfish on my menu.
Okay.
I have a white fish with spinach on top. Codfish has a little soy sauce on top, which is extra. But I can eat everything. Like 2 weeks ago, I had an elk. We have an elk special. Yeah, not too many people does, and we've been doing this. And great success. Yeah, people come for help. But don't overthink this stuff.
They have vegan options here. You have vegan elk?
They have vegan options, and it's very cool. A couple of people said they're already putting it in there. But if you look at the cholesterol and everything out, number one, better than any meat on the planet. Yeah. There you go. Just like that.
But elk only eat vegetables and grass.
Maybe that's the reason you look at.
So they're vegetarian.
All I do is eliminate the middleman. I was surprised that they looked at something. I don't know why we follow cholesterol. When you look at the elk, it's like, wow, venison too high level. Elk, I think, is bigger than venison.
Do you serve elk here?
Yeah, we do special the last month, almost once a week.
Excellent. All right, Bruno, everybody, thank you. Okay, 5 minutes. Game 5, we love you. Thank you. We are going to come back with a special guest that you will all know. And you're all going to be excited to meet this person, maybe for the first time. But you will all know his name when we come back. Very special guest here on The Conway Show. We're live on KFI AM 640 at the White House. More news now with Mark Roth.
Here's the latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The FBI is investigating an attempted firebomb in the federal building in downtown LA. They detained someone who allegedly used a Molotov cocktail type thing in the front of the building that didn't go off. Pope Leo is urging President Trump not to attempt to overthrow Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro with military action. And today's Giving Tuesday, a charitable follow-up to Black Friday and Cyber Monday for supporting worthy causes such as AMI's Plastiphon. From the Odoo.com Weather Center, Odoo will be the business software you need. Mostly clear skies tonight, lows around 50, low 40s in the AP. Mostly sunny, cloudy tomorrow, highs in most places now 70 and 60 in the AP, mid-60s in the beaches. This report brought to you by OPOLaw.com, and we got a crash on the 605 news.
That's heading northbound just before the 60. The 2 right lanes will be closed off until further notice due to this crash, so that's adding to the heavy ride on 105. And if you're off the 110 northbound in downtown LA, just before 8th Street, a crash has the 2 little lanes blocked, and you'll see some slowing back up to about exposition. The 15 northbound as you make your way into the Governor Pass, running very slow as you approach the 215. Things start to clear up as you approach the 138. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Business owners, if you've heard about the Big Beautiful Bill, you know it's packed with new compliance rules hitting payroll in a big way. Wage and hour rules, sick leave accruals, pay stub details. Miss one and you're staring at penalties. That's why I want you to hear from the team at Guardian Payroll.
Thanks, John. I'm Matt Taylor, CEO of Guardian Payroll. After years of working with California businesses, I've seen how payroll mistakes turn into lawsuits overnight. The BBB is raising the stakes. With Guardian Payroll, you get precise calculations, real-time compliance updates, and expert guidance, so you never have to worry about whether your paychecks meet the new standards.
Let's be honest, running a business is hard enough. You shouldn't be up at night wondering if your payroll system is exposing you to lawsuits.
Exactly. With Guardian Payroll, you get payroll done right, on time, every time. Backed by compliance, expertise, and personal service you won't find with the big box providers.
Go to payrollforla.com today and schedule your demo. Don't let the Big Beautiful Bill become a big ugly
For
lawsuit.
nearly 50 years, Oakhill Law has changed lives, restored futures, and delivered justice. When your world turns upside down after an accident, reputation and success matter. We're real people who fight for real people. OakHillLaw.com.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hey, it's Kyle from Blindster.com. There's never been a better time to buy blinds. Save up to 50% site-wide during our Cyber Week sale going on now. Our blinds are custom-made and guaranteed to fit. Skip the big box stores and order online for less. This sale ends soon, so go to Blindster.com today.
More than 12% of the U.S. population relies upon food stamps, and 1 in 3 households in LA County specifically. Here in Canada, the federal minimum wage is at $7.25 an hour. It hasn't changed in 16 years. The cost of a dozen eggs has gone up 125% since 2009.
Tomorrow morning at 9 on KFI AM 640.
It's like streaming services. We keep paying all the hikes, and we're not even paying attention.
More stimulating talk.
This is CEOs You Should Know.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jeff Thomas, Executive Vice President of iHeartMedia, and I am here with Michael Goldfarb, who is the CEO of Guardian HR. Welcome, Michael.
Hey, thank you, Jeff. It's great to be here.
Let's talk about HR for a minute, your journey, because this has really been your life's work, right?
Yeah, my dad always instilled one really key concept as a business person, which is your people are your best asset. Then once I became a lawyer, I said, well, this is what I want to do. I really want to help employers understand the value people bring to the business and the whole way that melds with HR. Those of them that respect and inform and communicate well with their staff are the ones that are apt to succeed. Our role is to inform, advise, and give employers not just the compliance factor, but how to communicate that.
Listen to CEOs You Should Know on the iHeartRadio app.
And now, HELOC versus AGI. A Splatero AGI gives you cash for a share of your home's future value. No monthly payments. A HELOC is a traditional loan with monthly payments and strict requirements. Splatero for the win. Visit Splatero.com today and access your home's equity.
Wishing the holidays could come early? If you own or manage your business, they can. With help from iHeartRadio. People are already shopping for their loved ones and hunting for deals wherever they can find them, including right here. They're listening to the radio. They're listening to podcasts. They could be listening to you. Don't wait for everyone else to kick off the holidays. Get your best season of the year up and running today. Call 844-844-IHEART or visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
Tis the season to be jolly with Coast 103.5, celebrating 25 years as your home for the holidays. Listen to Coast 103.5 on the iHeartRadio app because holiday music is playing right now.
This is Leah B., host of Our American Stories. We're sharing the story of an American cultural invention, telling the tale of the superhero. You won't want to miss the next episode. Our American Stories.
Keep the holiday soundtrack on everywhere. Open the free iHeartRadio app and listen to Coast 103.5, your official holiday music station on the go. Tap the holiday banner or just search holiday, and you'll see customized stations like iHeart Christmas Classic, iHeart Country Christmas, and tons of playlists to set the mood. You've got enough to do. Let us handle the music. Open the free iHeartRadio app now and start listening. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
have a special guest for you.
I've been looking forward to this. I don't know who it is.
This is a celebrity that you probably will know, maybe by name, maybe more his nickname. But he's been in the news for the last, I don't know, 6 months or so. He through a crazy divorce. He went bankrupt. He sold money. You know, he's been on the lam for a while. And he's going to reintroduce himself to society.
Write this in production, I don't think.
He did not know. And he owes us all money. We thought we'd bring him out. Ladies and gentlemen, come on out. It's Steph Ouch!
They'll bring up Ken's health and laugh about how messed up he is, followed by Brendan's fake bravado about taking personal responsibility and getting addicted to the gym. But Bert takes it to a whole new level. The guy is the definition of tone deaf. Just watch how he asks a terrible question in this next and then decides to just answer it himself, going on this long-ass rant about how much he loves drinking.
And that Manjaro shot. Oh yeah, I saw your post. Dude, it does this. Everything. It just goes like this.
Nothing's fun.
Yeah, it takes your spark away.
It does. I can't do moderation. Not starting. I just have a problem stopping.
So the last time you wanted to drink, you were like, I do the sober October every year, and I just finished it. And getting back off the wagon is really difficult for me. Having that first drink is really difficult. It's been almost like a Cooper type of thing. I had a cruise. It was the first time of the cruise, and they're like, you have to drink on the cruise. And then I was with my daughter Georgia. We were at Parents' Weekend. She was like, yo, you'll have a beer with me, right? And I was like, absolutely. But then the second I start, it's like, all right, we're back in the game. So at 8:30, if I hadn't had a drink by 8:30, I go, oh yeah, it's not worth it. If I can get to 8:30, I call it the witching hours when the sun sets and it looks beautiful outside and everything seems perfect and you feel like you earned it. Because there's gonna be times where you're like, Joe, man, I'm one of the hardest working motherfuckers out there.
Bert's idea of working hard is recording 2 podcasts on the same day with the same and then releasing them within a week of each other. That's 2 hours of hard work right there, sitting in an air-conditioned room and talking about yourself into a microphone while a dozen of your staff are running around tending to your every need. This is the kind of shit that turned everybody against these guys over the last few years. In fact, there was a conversation between Tom Segura and Joe Rogan on JRE a while ago that actually inspired me to this channel. It was the conversation where Tom was explaining to Joe how doing ice baths helped him to get through a tough period over a couple of weeks when he had to record a bunch of make episodes before he went on tour. He was saying how cold plunging every morning helped him get through recording at the studio from 10:30 in the morning until school pickup, which is like 4 or 5 fucking hours. That was the point where I was like, okay, I can't take this anymore, and decided it was time to call these guys out. And since then, I've heard some pretty brain-dead takes from Bert, but this next one takes the cake.
Can you microdose mushrooms? Yeah, absolutely. So okay, then if you can microdose mushrooms, how come we can't microdose everything?
That's a good question.
I would love to microdose alcohol.
I think it's an interesting conversation to be had.
There needs to be a certain amount of alcohol to get me to that. All I want to feel is the spark. Yeah, that's all I want to see is that, and then I'll go away, and then just get there. They should do like
I do feel like mushrooms kind of do that.
That's what they say. I've never microdosed mushrooms, but I also only use mushrooms to trip my balls. And so here's my problem with Xanax. I love Xanax. I think Xanax is one of the greatest drugs in the world. I've been taking it probably 3 years. I was explaining my lifestyle to my cardiologist, and he was like this. I was like, yeah, I like to get after it on the weekends, and then then on Monday I take at 4 p.m. I don't want to drink, and then I sleep, and then I don't drink Tuesday, I don't drink Wednesday, I head on the road Thursday, and I'll drink Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Xanax on, and he was like, stop with Xanax. He's like, it melts your brain.
It's like, really good. Never take Xanax again. I'll never let you take Xanax again. So I'm taking Xanax. I like the taking of it. I like the drinking. I like the actual. I like measuring it. I like the being the scientist that's working this thing. You know? Yeah. It's like with cocaine. I would love to be the guy that does one law. What the fun of cocaine is having it in your pocket. It is fun. My dad told me when I was like 17. He said, "Never try cocaine because you love it." And I did, boy. And it delivers. It does. Scorpion milk moment where he thinks he's onto the next best thing, but ends up sounding like a massive dumbass. Microdosing mushrooms and alcohol are two completely different things. Like, holy shit, someone really needs to sit Bert down and explain to him that all the stuff he loves taking fries your brain. It doesn't sharpen your brain. That's seriously one of the dumbest things I've ever heard on this podcast. The whole point of microdosing psilocybin is that it doesn't impair you. You stay completely functional. You're not slurring your words or muting your emotions. A proper microdose isn't meant to make you sparkle. That's the entire point. It's used to stabilize you, not intoxicate you. There is no small amount of alcohol that makes you more focused and mentally capable. Alcohol is literally a depressant, kicks in immediately. You can't fucking microdose it. Jesus. And this guy spent 7 years in college. Listening to Bert talk about microdosing alcohol is like watching a toddler try to explain quantum physics. He hears the word microdose and thinks it means you just keep drinking throughout the day instead of binge drinking at night. Dude, that's called being an alcoholic. Microdosing mushrooms is about enhancing cognition without being intoxicated. And he's pitching this idea to a recovering alcoholic. And don't even get me started on Bert's Xanax fixation. He's basically a drugged up suburban housewife trapped in a 300-pound middle-aged man's body. And don't forget he got this shit. This isn't some honesty set holds himself accountable and tries to improve himself. He flex because, comedian. As always, though, things only got worse from here. And I could to make myself feel like people love me. So I put all my eggs in that basket. I play it all the time because that's how I've experienced love. You're so loved. You're actually in the group when I think of it, of the most lovable people. There's somebody. I should check the comments on this episode. It shocked me people hate me in that, and that really for a period of time that really affected me. My only goal was to get approval. That's why I got to stand up. Is if they liked it. If they didn't like it, I tried something different to get them to like it. The only currency in my business is approval. They didn't like me. It made me so confused. I was like, I'm trying everything to get you like me. And then they just be like, yeah, fuck you, you're corny, or whatever. And you'd be like, I would love for someone to explain why hate is fun. I would love, those people that put out mean videos or I would love for them to really break it down and go, this is what I get out of it. Because when they do it about my friends, I can't watch them. I have friends who send me clips about me and do you see this? This is terrible. I'm like, oh no. This is where Bert pretends he has no idea why people make hate videos about him, while simultaneously baiting us by saying the most outrageous shit that he knows will get everyone's attention. He starts talking about how all the online criticism used to get under his skin, how he would obsess over every comment, how it would ruin his whole day, and then with a straight face, wonders out loud what kind of person would spend their time making videos about him in the first place. Bro, you're the only man alive who Googles his own name more than Brendan Shaw. The idea that Bert Kreischer, a man who openly admits he can't handle reading negative comments anymore, wants someone who makes commentary content to explain what they get out of it is hilarious. What do we get out of it? The same thing your audience gets when you embarrass yourself every week on camera, buddy. Entertainment. It's funny. Remember comedy? You literally hand us material on a silver platter. You overshare, you interrupt everyone, you talk about drinking like it's your entire personality, squeeze in a Shane Gillis name drop, and then you act shocked that the internet notices. Sometimes I honestly wonder if Bert's actually trolling or if he's really just that fucking stupid. comments that live in your head. I have like, there's like one comment that one guy wrote when I was still doing clubs, and by the way, I wasn't selling tickets at clubs. And I think about that comment so often. This guy sucks. All he does is take his shirt off, get drunk as fuck, and tell one story. And I was like, yeah, technically, what's wrong with that? Yeah, but it's like, but yeah, clearly I do more than that. But like, when that's all you see, I think of that comment, and there's another comment. A 50-year-old guy who smokes weed. And I was like, oh, what the fuck? What's wrong? I can't even just go in here. Get you sometimes, and then it's just hurtful. You're like, oh, these things we've been talking about because it gets, that what they want is the attention, but, I wish we could just make the world a better place. I've never left a negative comment.
When Bert says he just wants the world to be a better place, what he really means is, why can't everyone just love me unconditionally? This reminds me of when Joe Rogan blames the audience whenever one of his buddy bombs, like recently when William Montgomery bombed at the Austin Comedy Festival, and the main narrative was that it was the audience's fault. At no point did any of you consider that maybe, just maybe, William is an overrated shock and awe comedian who has one gear that he can't get out of. Sure, it works on Kill Tony, but once you leave the comedy mothership bubble, you actually have to be funny. You can't just rely on Tony Hinchcliffe's horse-faced laugh to get the crowd going. And there was also the time Tony himself bombed at that Trump MSG rally. But we've heard the exact same narrative from Brendan Shaw. Seriously, the parallels in this episode are crazy. Just last week, Brendan was complaining about this very channel, saying that I should try and earn a living by putting my talents into something other than shitting on him and his buddies. It's the same sort of code we're seeing from right now. It's that realization that videos about you are more popular than your own content.
This is what I want to hear. I was on Instagram, and I think sometimes my fingers get fast and I get ahead of myself. And you get ahead of things. And I think the guy's a friend of mine now, and I can't really remember everything. I see one of the guys on this podcast. He's a comedian. He goes, Bert Kreischer. And the guy goes, Bert fucking Kreischer. And I went, oh, nice. Let's get a little love. So real quick, follow his friend, follow their podcast, and this video. Now, what did I say about Bert Kreischer? And they're like, fucking Bert Kreischer is the most annoying person alive. I am done with him and his laugh. It's like, he's never been funny. Joe Rogan made it famous, and I'm like, so I just texted them, and I was like, guys, I'm really sorry I followed you. I didn't know you hated me. I'm really sorry I liked the video about you hating me. And then the one guy wrote back, holy fuck, I never thought you'd see this. And I was like, you tagged Bert Kreischer. Why wouldn't you think it would come across my page? He was like, we were just talking shit, man. And you're like, okay. So then I went half of it off to just talking shit.
Hang on, that doesn't make sense. So he's watching a podcast that mentions his name, causes it to go and follow them on Instagram and subscribe to their channel, then comes back and keeps watching until he realizes they hate him. And then when he realizes they're shitting on him, he ends them to say sorry for following and subscribing. The guy is completely obsessed with himself and anything about him. Why would you apologize to them? He was clearly fishing for an apology. Bert's the kind of guy who sends his Lily a Christmas card. But like I said in the intro, Bert pulled out one of his Shane Gillis stories yet again, and these are basically a meme at this point. He's done this so many times now that this shit is formulaic. Watch the clip and then I'll explain exactly what I mean. Just for context though, they were talking about authentic artists and how they're rare, and so Bert brought up his buddy Shane as an example of someone who's the same on camera as he is behind closed doors.
Shane Gillis is the realist. He's super real. Man, there's things people don't know about him that I would never share because I don't think it's what he never want people to know about him. And then they're not bad. Just soft boy stuff. Soft boy stuff. I love him. Makes me love him so much. He's the fucking epitome of a comic for me. Like the day I met him, and I made him do, this must have been like 15 years ago, and I made him do fireball shots at like 9 in the morning. And he was like, oh, you're doing? And then the next day, he emailed me. I don't have this email. I get the email. He emailed me. It's so funny. I thought me and you got along really well yesterday. You're looking for someone to take on the road with you. So earnest. Yeah, he's like the epitome of one of the real ones, in my opinion. And then there's people that aren't. You know, they change their act based on what they feel like the temperature of the community is. You're like,
this is the equivalent of Brendan Schaub talking about Theo Von. Straight after he says Shane Gillis is the realist, he immediately goes into how there's all this stuff people don't know about him that he can't say on the podcast. Then he goes straight into a story about how he knew Shane before he was famous and how he was basically responsible for discovering him. Shane thought Bert was the cool go on the road together. He couldn't just say Shane's the real one. I've known him for years and he's never changed. Instead, we get this convoluted story where Bert's the hero and Shane's his disciple. And that's the thing with Bert. Every story somehow circles back to him. He can't just compliment someone without rewriting history to make himself the main character. Shane Gillis could cure fucking cancer tomorrow and Bert would still find a way to insert himself into the story like, well, actually, back in 2014, Shane told me that I inspired him to believe in himself or some shit. It's the same insecurity loop every single time. He is so desperate to be viewed as the wise, beloved godfather of comedy that changed the game and helped discover some of the biggest names in history. The guy even wrote his own eulogy.
do you want me to eulogize you or you want me to eulogize me? I think you'd be good at eulogizing yourself. We should do my own eulogy. That's my funeral. I would like to thank everyone who came and curse everyone who didn't. Bert Kreischer, myself, was a great man. He was better than you think. But this is not going to go well. I'm already like, dude, I'm fucking angry that people didn't show up at my wedding or my funeral. I want to know who I outlived. Look to your left, look to your right. All you need to know about Bert Kreischer is he tried so hard to make you happy. That's all you need to know. He's gonna miss this life so much. God, I'm gonna miss life so much. I'm so bummed. I don't think that hadn't happened yet, you know? But like, I told Tom this one time. I was like, if I had a button that could end the whole world, I'd press it as I died and be like, please live, Tim. I was like, I won't mind to die with me. I want everyone to die with me. I don't want anyone to get to live. I don't get to live. I got to get it.
Where do I even begin? Bert eulogizing himself is the most narcissistic thing I've ever seen him do. And I seriously mean that. If FOMO was a it would be Bert. Every single person around him exists to entertain him. Imagine wishing your family would die when you die just so you don't miss out on living. That's the equivalent of, if I can't have you, then no one else can. Oh no, wait, Bert did actually say that about his wife when Bobby Lee asked him what he'd do if they got divorced. Bert has managed to collect every single toxic trait known to mankind. If it wasn't for his fame and fortune, he'd either be in prison or living on the streets. Every clip from this episode is like watching him tick every box on the checklist of why his audience turned on him. The narcissism, the delusion, the oversharing, the name-dropping, the fake humility, the compulsive need to make everything about himself. He is spiraling in real time, but somehow still convinced that he's the heart and soul of the entire comedy world. Meanwhile, Bert's the only one who hasn't noticed that no one's watching anymore. The world moved on, but Bert stayed the same. Still drinking, still interrupting, still telling everyone how real he is, while becoming the most artificial and toxic version of himself. And if this episode proved anything, it's that the only thing Bert's truly committed to is his own delusions. He's not a villain, he's not a victim, he's just a sad old man speaking into the void.
Minnesota, focusing on immigrants unlawfully in the U.S. Following President Trump's remarks, he doesn't want some immigrants in the U.S. because they contribute nothing. And Full House star Dave Coulier has revealed a new cancer diagnosis.
Thanks for coming. All right. I got a really late start to the stage. I fucked up. How you feeling? No? Was that a good amount of time? All right. I felt a lot of pressure to get up here. I guess guess you guys didn't feel that. He said my name. I was at the bar. I was tending bar. I have a day job because nobody bought tickets. So I'm going to do it a little short. I got to get back there and make the cocktails. Folks.
It's blocking the middle lane as well, so you'll see traffic back there to about 10 and 101 interchange. We saw a red that has the two right lanes blocked off. This is on the 605 northbound on the 60 in the city of Industry. You'll see something back up to Washington Boulevard. It's Southern California's most accurate traffic report. It's from Pedro Moreno.
Just right now, I'm just cooking actually because I'm just trying to integrate MoonPay. So that'll be the next thing we're releasing is MoonPay. So for off-ramp and on-ramp, just as it was, as my coding software was updating the MoonPay integration, I figured I'd come up and say hello and tell you guys about xrpresso.io. And so we just launched a couple weeks ago, and just building, And I was pretty happy that this week. So in the app, it includes a RLUSD swap feature where you can set a trust line for Ripple's stablecoin RLUSD, and you can swap XRP to RLUSD seamlessly back and forth, and then we integrated actually being able to create listings and being able to accept payment for both now. XRP and RLUSD. When we had originally launched 2 weeks ago, it was only that you can make listings with XRP, but now you can also make them in RLUSD. And so, pretty excited about the project. We're looking for sellers willing to give it a try, so you can connect their XRP wallet and access our marketplace.
So on Thursday, he's going to have a space. So there's a reward token that rewards an XRP. UXRP technically.
Yes.
Our players switch for the shield down because we're actually holders of that. So you should show up there because he owns about 6 million XRP. So he's a big player. Yeah, I would say, right? I think he's a big whale, right? So, have you ever heard of what's the term that they talk about a lot?
Fuzzy and XRP, and then Fuzzy with XRP is the big one.
Are these like NFTs or meme coins on the
Fuzzy is on the XRP network,
yes, it's a meme coin. It's like 22 million. It was. And the flip switch is a tax token that was launched off of RevShare.
Solana tokens, but yeah, definitely show up on one of those. You should find them because you would be perfect for their spaces because they love XRP. They fucking love XRP. They try to shill us XRP with Solana people, and they're just like.
And I'm really good friends with like Crypto Psycho, who's a big XRP guy.
They're great people, but it's funny argument. I'm searching all the answers to XRP.
integrates Solana payments. Like, so okay, you understand the use case of just selling, right? Like, we're not NFTs, we're actually more real goods, right? So I was thinking maybe the next thing I should, since you guys love Solana, I like Solana, maybe I should integrate Solana.
I'd say that that's probably another good one for sure. Just the way, especially with the buying and selling market and whatnot on the Solana side of things. But yeah, no, I mean, like I said, the XRP guys that we know come to play and do their gambling on Solana, but they hold their XRP and don't almost like the XRP. Well, we're talking about like he doesn't like to sell XRP to anything. He doesn't want to even buy any XRP memes because he doesn't want to let go of the single XRP token. But when it comes to he'll throw 7 Sol at something because Solana is not a big deal for him. So I think that's actually probably a really good idea.
Follow him. Show up on their space on Thursday. Like reduction of
you a DM for them.
Your Thursday and I guarantee. Yeah, anything XRP does.
Yeah, educate me a little bit about Solana. Like, how big is it? How many users? Like, if I worked, XRP has, I think it's like over 7.5 million wallets in the world. Right? So you can see where I'm trying to go with our market. Integrate Solana. How big is the market for like how many wallets exist?
Probably 30.
Yeah, 2 million wallets on Solana. Yeah, I would say it's like over $326 million in volume last 24 hours. 2 million wallets on Solana. I think XRP has 7.5 million wallets. But just it's good to understand the size, right?
I think it's more than $1 million. You got that.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. At least not the scraps. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, no, it's got to have 100 million probably. And then the rabbi shows up. He's always a baby Jesus. We're not going to have the rabbi blessing, we're going to have rabbi blessing Santa. There you go. It's so fucking beautiful. I love this. I need it's great, Rabbi.
So, well, listen, guys, thanks for letting me come up. I don't want to. I'll go down now, but thanks for listening to my
You're continuing. Sorry, guys. We were not trying to cut you off. I apologize. That was not how that was, Matt.
Oh, if you want to go down there. So, do you have a token? I mean, I've been trying to search for
He's a gambling addict, so if you have a token, he will buy it.
I was looking on your website. I was looking through your ad section. We don't have a token, and maybe I should have a token. I'll tell you.
So you run as a real business, and if you don't have a token, so that's actually smart.
Exactly. We were trying to build trust, and I just thought that launching a new token might not help us build trust so much at first. And maybe later, but what I would really like maybe perhaps do with NFTs is, let's say at a marketplace, right? So let's say you sell, I don't know, 2, 3 items. Let's say 3 items. You sell 3 items, you get an NFT, something like that, right? That would be kind of a future integration. Right now, I'm trying to just get people that are willing to try it, and willing to. I really need sellers right now, actually. I think people that are willing to actually create listings and try and sell stuff peer-to-peer. Trying to get it off the ground.
But it's not. It's nearly $1 million.
And they get paid with XRP. That's what it is.
Or yes. Or now you could also get paid in stablecoin, US dollar stablecoin. And that's the part actually you mentioned that your buddy there, he won't get rid of his XRP, and that's probably. Not probably. That's what made me think actually to now, because I just got it working with RLUSD stablecoin to allow that for the transactions as well. Because I thought, maybe people don't actually want to. Because then it's like, it ends up being. You remember the famous Bitcoin pizza story? Right? It ends up being that, and that's in people's minds who own XRP, and of course I own XRP. Yes, they wanted to buy it, right? So the hard to actually pay for it. But when I developed the app and thought of it initially, I was like, okay, we all have this currency, we need to spend it eventually, right? So that's why I thought marketing was a good idea. But now it's got both, so I think that's okay. And maybe one day we'll bring Solana. I think so. I kind of have it on the back of my mind. Right now I'm just sort of, focused on building out other features, like I mentioned, and stuff like that. But, we'll see. I'm on your website, and I'm looking at your marketplace. Is a majority of the marketplace locked until you create a wallet, or can the general public see all of the listings in your marketplace, then decide whether to create a wallet and buy through there?
there's the way to browse the marketplace, but to actually like chat with the seller, you have to connect with both.
Okay, so when I go on your website and I look at your marketplace, I only see 3 listings. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we just launched. Yeah, okay, just launched. So just growing still. I've been working on so, and you know what? I'm okay with that actually. Like, I'm not expecting us to take over overnight, but it's almost like a bit of a beta launch, right? So that's why I mentioned that I'm looking for some people that want to give it a try and test it, see, tell me about their experience and stuff like that. And in the meantime, I'm continuing to develop, other features like you said, I got some other ideas as well. So, kind of want to round out the app. I've been watching, but let's see, right, with the transactionality and everything, for it to actually provide value if people wanted to use it, right?
Yeah, but I would definitely, from the XRP people of all of the token people that I've dealt with, they're the ones that like to hold on to their XRP of anything more than just about anybody else, whereas all the Solana people I know are degenerates that will throw a soul at anything and don't care what happens to it, where I know too many people that have XRP and treat it like it's God's gift and don't want to spend it. So I think definitely branching out is definitely the smart move for that, especially with the stables and USD and stuff like that. But I think Solana is definitely a good transition for that, since people with soul are much more likely to spend it. So,
yeah, thank you for that advice. I'm not close to the idea, for sure.
But yeah, that's just from the big XRP whales that I know of.
Those 3 listings, there's one guy in Washington, he's selling a piece of artwork and he's selling a crystal. And I think for artwork, because in telling about this app, some feedback I got was that so far there's been a lot of interest actually from the physical artwork and collectible community. So I think we might see growth in that market. Yeah, we've launched in 14 languages too. I've probably launched in countries that actually, like for example, South Korea has a lot of XRPs, Japan has a lot of XRP wallets. So Apple is natively in South Korean and Japanese, and 14 other languages. 14 just total 4.
Nice, that's cool. That's smart. So yeah, no, you're definitely ahead of the game, and have spent the time on the back end of building, which I think is as important as anything before just running to launch anything and whatnot. So I think you're doing everything the right way, correct?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for listening, guys. I'm always excited to cultivate because now I'm entering this marketing phase, which is a whole other world.
Yes, you can hide behind a computer, but getting up in front of and then talking to people is a whole other challenge for sure.
It's not only that. I mean, like just it's a big idea, but like a lot of eyes need to be on it, right? So to get it out, how do you cast a wide net? It's very difficult to do that without spending a lot of money. And I don't have money because we're pre-revenue, and I'm trying to bootstrap all this, right? So
yeah, that's the way to do it. You got to be willing to take criticisms and listen to different things as you go along too, which some people can't do either.
Yeah, no, for sure. Actually, it was in some of these spaces where I was talking to people, and people have actually given me some ideas on how to, like for example, that gentleman asked, can you place publicly, right? When I launched 2 weeks ago, I didn't have that. And then somebody was saying to me, oh, you should let users, the public, see the listings before they actually, get it out. I'm like, yes, for sure, 100%, that makes total sense. So now they can do that.
Cool. That's good for sure. So,
thanks for listening, guys.
Yeah, no, of course. Thanks for stopping by and tell us about it. Mr. Larry, Nodies.
Where's Rabbi? What's up with Rabbi?
Y'all just been quiet tonight.
No. Well, it's a lot of. I wanted to have a space today, So yeah, I know. But Robert, what's up? How you been, Robert? You still streaming 24/7?
Absolutely. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. May I please share my project with everyone? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than ever, which is making me a very influential individual. I'm going, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these streams, the link to my YouTube is in my profile. Additionally, it's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people in the community and grow larger every day. I want you all to know, in addition to making you wealthy and wanting to ensure I promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers and diversions for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely need to share.
Amazing as usual. I have to say that was a pretty epic introduction. No, I have not. Amazing. World got that shit on lock. I'll check out your YouTube. You'll see him. The last time he was here, he showed up and he was sitting there and working away. He does have a coin, by the way. He'll tell you he won't let you buy it, but he does have one. Larry did buy some, by the way, called Wolf.
That's it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. You don't want it. You don't want it. You want to buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. The ticker is Bitcoin. That's the one you want to buy. That's the one I promote. I have a coin so that I can live stream on Pump Fund. And so don't buy my coin. You don't want it. You want Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10.
And the one thing you will learn about Claw Wolf, you tell him no.
But here's the thing: those type of tokens will do well, hopefully, right? It's just you never know. That could just blow off, so that's kind of cool. Wiz actually bought. I know Wiz bought it because he bought his token too. So you never know.
No, I bought a little bit. I just put it away. It's one of those things. You never know. Gabby, you can speak. I don't know how you didn't go back to bed, but
no, I'm here. I just waited my turn. So if you guys have a second to talk about outline, that'd be all right.
You've been waiting here this long?
Yeah.
I told you to speak earlier. I told you to go back to bed.
that made donations and listened in on the Pasta-thon. Closing in on $1 million is incredible. It is incredible. With many people expressing jitters about the economy, it's still opening up here on Giving Tuesday. Just amazing. So thank you to everyone. And don't forget, man, we're not even done yet. Go to KFIBM640.com/Pasta-thon. And remember, 100% of your donations to Katarina's Club. And still going to any of the Spartan Finals. Donate any amount at the checkout. Go to the Wendy's restaurants. And in Southern California, donate $5 for you. Get a coupon book. And then, of course, we've got the auction items. And I saw an addendum to the auction items. You guys see the addendum here? It goes on to say, I thought this was really good. One of the auction items is a private backyard barbecue with Bill and Lindsay Hay. And Neil Savage's going to be there too to make sure that Bill doesn't stab him. However, they added other descriptions like, really, it will be fun. You'll get, and I'm not joking, you'll get a non-eventful ride in Abel's home elevator, a tour room broadcast studio, and a photo op of Bill's undepressed silver chair. Sounds like a time. An elevator. Just let me. Then it says if stars align, you get a belly rub from me. So that's pretty great. Okay, that's a negatory on the belly rub, but the rest sounds. You get a year's supply of Zelda's Mickey Mouse. And this is actually really nice. 12-piece professional knife suit saves the value $2,000. God, I'd give $2,000 knife suit. Woo, baby. But if that's up there. So if you wanted to pay, take it for a ride. And random radio guy, there it is. Very good. Foosh was at the event. Yeah, got it. That was really nice that Foosh was able to show up. And I'm looking forward to Foosh to be back this week. I saw the video. He looks amazing. And you heard Conway talking about how a lot of people thought, that was a fatality car accident that he was in. And for him to be there and sort of showing off how he's, his physical therapy is giving him some strength. He's got an arm back. He's just incredible. I was talking to Ollie, though. I thought it was a little odd. So Ollie's been working as a detective right now. While Foosh is out, of course, there's been a number of people that have stepped up and done a great job. And Ollie never worked with Foosh, right?
I never. Can't wait to meet him.
Yeah, that's nice what you're saying on the air. Because off the air, it's like, I'm really mad that Foosh is coming back, so I'm cutting my hours. I thought that was rude.
Hey,
I thought that was wrong. I don't think you should have been saying it.
It was in private, Chris.
Everybody's excited about that. It's just he's a working good dude. Is that fair to say? Like,
yes.
That's right. Working good dude. He is a lovable oddball, and he's part of his family here, and it was really kind of an emotional moment. Yeah. He's a lovable.
He always liked my kids, and that's all I need.
Yeah. I love this age. I love him. He's a very good sweet. He is. Lovable oddball. Kind of what we strive for. Is that fair to say? I mean, I'm sort of referred to as the radio station island of misfit toys. Like, we're just a bunch of oddballs all come together. We're the weird kids in the school cafeteria. Nobody can really put a beat up. Guaranteed human. Yeah. So on to the amazing program that I have planned. But here's what I got. If you haven't done your holiday shopping, I'm still going shopping too. Listen to Holly complain about Foosh recovery and really odd. Like, I was trying to do some shopping. I'm not done shopping, and I got a few people I don't know what to get. Like my brother, I don't know what to get. We're not really all that close, and I don't want to spend that much on it. But he's also got 3 kids, a wife. I have to get them all presents. No, get them nothing. So that's why he always gets me. But that also gives me the chance to be the better brother. Do you need that? Just give him nothing. No, I
You need to pull my trick and just play the Jew card.
Here we go.
We don't sell.
Ollie, you got your hand on that dumb right, buddy?
I didn't say anything.
Like Reddit.
I don't like this.
All right, Roger, Taylor Green, what kind of space laser should I get?
I don't like Christmas gifts. Celebrate Christmas.
Oh, I see. So I have to get it like Hanukkah thing?
No, we don't really do that either. That's a lie. So we never felt out of at the wrong end of the schoolyard as kids.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. I don't know what to get some people who are they're close enough that I'd probably help them move, but not close enough that I'd let them hang out at my place after dinner. Like Ron. And so I turned to AI. So a number of people are turning to AI this year to find the perfect date. I don't know if I'm perfect. You're supposed to simply type in some details about the individual and then ask AI, ChatGPT, to help you figure out what it is. In fact, so much so that Walmart is partnered with OpenAI. And Target is launching their new app experience within ChatGPT, which is OpenAI. And this is all to try to help people find gifts. So, Mark, you tell me if I got this right. Here's what I typed in. Right? What can I give my what gift can I give my coworker? So, radio news anchor who loves classic cinema, does freelance writing, is a bit of a vampire, sleeps during the day, and a whole was any of that can happen. We'll just go forward with this without my quibbling. But could you make a gift more meaningless and impersonal than by consulting AI? No. Well, I don't know. I mean, half the crap that I buy from you is I mean, why don't you just address it to occupant? Okay. Well, I mean, if I just send it by moves, well, yeah, I don't have a problem with it. But that's totally so it says I should give you a restored classic film Blu-ray of what? Say that, sure. But this is Boulevard touching the third man. I'm pretty sure I have all those movie fans. It's like a, with the reader or a comic book fan or something. They already have. They have no idea what they don't have. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And there's no sly way to find out. It's like asking a girl what her ring size is. You know what's coming. Yeah. And I'm not telling you my ring size either.
You could ask him for 10 films that he doesn't have that he wants, and then pick one, and then it's a half surprise.
It still knows. A cinema-themed desk lamp or marquee light. I'll tell you, I saw a desk lamp in the shape of an alien xenomorph, and I think the light was coming out of its mouth. That was a festive holiday gift that I would enjoy receiving. That's a problem. Yeah, a high-quality notebook for freelance writing. What looks like paper? Is it to write it by hand? Does writers secretly judge each other's station? No, we don't.
Doesn't anyone just want things that they need anymore, like socks and underwear?
I think I'm kind of covered. No, this is why nobody's buying Christmas presents. It's not the Jew thing. It's the nobody gifts are a terrible idea.
I'd be really happy if somebody bought me socks and undies.
Yeah, well, they're not.
You just said snooze fest about a notepad, and then you mentioned socks and underwear.
Tell people we always wear socks and undies, so we need them. You free?
I wear socks. How about a night creature survival book? What is that? So, gourmet coffee, cold brew house, blue light blocking glasses, a small blackout sleep mask, and I do not disturb nor hate. Does it come with a mask and a knife? But a trade collection mask. Okay. Well, I mean, sure, in a pinch, but isn't the main reason to give gifts apart from the perfunctory holiday aspect showing somebody who you know been thoughtful and picked out something you want them to have? What about right? Like, for instance, I told you that we're close enough I would help you, but not close enough I'd stick around after. Right? That's where I'll take that. Yeah. And I always feel like if you're going to help somebody, that's a good one. So, I consider us. But I would never ask you to help me. And I consider that the fact that you never know you got it. I appreciate the spirited aspect. That is a gift. Meanwhile, a number of people didn't find the right gifts. I was surprised to see that Black Friday sales went up. We've been hearing about how bad things are. We were getting predictions for the last few months about how a lot of retailers were worried about spending being down. But as far as the holiday season, well, yeah, online's up over 10%. in-store sales 1.7%. So that gives us a total of retail sales, excluding car. Throw that in, it is. Went up 4.1%. So that is actually stronger than last week.
If you'll excuse me for interrupting, isn't the second half of that sentence? Research showed that people actually bought fewer things, and the reason they spent more was because of inflation.
Yes. Yes. That is exactly right. So, but, I had to explain to a friend of mine, I was telling her about the story, and he was like, what? Wait a minute. Does that mean that they got more stuff? And I went, no, God, the same amount of stuff, they could have 4% more.
They spent more, they got less.
I mean, that explains it. If inflation is up 3 or 4% year over year, and we spend 3 or 4% more year over year, then basically we bought the same amount of crap. Roughly, right? And I know your contention is we actually bought less. Perhaps we do. But I also wonder if we're at because we have a tighter window this year, just like last year that wasn't Thanksgiving at 26th last year, if I'm not mistaken. So we have a slightly smaller window, slightly fewer days of Christmas, which means you have to pack in a little bit more after Black Friday. I thought Black Friday sales sucked.
You got nothing? You bought not a single thing?
Of course I did, yeah.
Okay. Well, the thing is that bookmark things that you're interested in so that you can see how you're not really getting a good deal on Black Friday, especially on Amazon.
One of the things I'd love to do is Amazon now has a feature where we say price trackers. So it will show you. Just grab something. Oh, look at Amazon bookmark right here. It's up fast and it's out here. Is this the one? Well, maybe it's an app I have on it that says track the price. No, it's on Amazon. It's prices. So it tells me what the price is. And then I've got other apps on there that will tell me that is the lowest price in 30 days. That's good. No, we got one body.
What is it you're circling?
There's the steak knives that match the other stuff.
You're obsessed with knives.
I think they're made with a picture.
I think your obsession with knives is the kind of proof that you shouldn't be around knives.
So what is interesting though is that it's because we're worried about the economy. We're still spending the same amount. We're spending more money. Even if we're getting less, we're spending more money. And if we're so nervous about the economy, why are the holiday sales so far out? Yes, that is Chris Merrill, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere at the iHeart Radio app. Mark Rodder, not on Google, but he's live at the KFI for our newsroom.
Won't drive you to the airport either. Here's the latest. The LA County DA's office says charges will be filed against the 7-Eleven manager accused of beating an employee to death because the manager claimed self-defense and didn't use excessive force. The man accused of shooting 2 National Guard troops near the White House has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder and assault charges from his hospital bed. And the wife of Honduras President Juan Orlando Hernandez, who sentenced to 45 years for aiding drug traffickers, says he's out of prison following a pardon from President Trump. Now we crash from the 60 in Montebello.
That's heading eastbound right at Paramount Boulevard. It has the right lane blocked as added to the stop at the 710. And the southbound side of the 101 in Echo Park just after Benton Way. Stall there that's stuck in the left lane, adding to the slowing from about Normandy. And as you travel on the southbound side of the 5 in Sun Valley just before Hollywood Way, the 2 right lanes are still blocked off due to a crash. You'll see delays back into Penrose. But Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Do you know the difference between a HELOC and an ATI? Spelling? No. A HELOC means monthly payments. A Splatero AGI doesn't. You get cash up front, which you can repurchase when you refinance or sell. A HELOC has strict income and credit requirements, while a Splatero AGI only requires a 500 minimum credit score with no income requirements. Huzzah, Splatero! Huzzah, I'm trying to bring it back. Visit Splatero.com today and access your home's equity. No monthly payments, just cash in hand.
You ever wonder how far you can take one charge? Well, most people drive about 4 miles a day, which means you can do all daily stuff no problem. Go to work, kids at school, get the groceries, and still have enough charge to visit your in-laws in the next county. But they don't need to know that. And the best part, you won't have to buy gas at all. The way forward is electric. Explore EVs that fit your life with electric for all now.
This This report is sponsored by Compassion International. Compassion sponsorship means food, healthcare, education, and most of all, big milk, love, and thousands of kids waiting over a year. In their compassion today, text the word radio to 83393.
There's a 52-ounce cup that you can put tea in. It's on here at 52 ounce. Better keep that cup.
Gary and Janet tomorrow morning at 9 on KFI AM 640.
What kind of tea did you have? It was tea. I'm not a big tea guy. I'm not even going to search it out. They didn't have a lot of sugar. They did have unsweetened versions, which also have pineapple. Not for me.
I'll give you more of that brown water. More stimulating talk.
Bad breath is a compliment. You have the best outfit, the sharpest resume, even the funniest jokes. But if your breath smells like the food you just ate, that's all people remember. It's not your fault. Bad breath often comes from your gut. And most regular gums and mints, they just cover it up. It's like spraying perfume on dirty laundry. It doesn't solve the problem. That's where Zellman's Minty Now comes in. Zellman's is not just another mint. Zellman's tiny dual-action capsules are coated with powerful, delicious mint, but they're also filled with parsley seed oil, clinically tested to fight the toughest offenders. Garlic, onions, coffee, even smoker's breath, all in. With Zellman's, you get the confidence of fresh, clean breath, and it lasts for hours, backed by a love-it money-back guarantee. Zellman's is only available online, so go to Zellmans.com. That's Zellmins.com. Use the code RADIO. 15% order. That's Zellmans.com. Code RADIO.
Your one-stop for 844-844-IHEART. iHeartRadio eligible December 5th. Into a dome. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
This is CEOs You Should Know with Division President of iHeartMedia, Paul Corvino.
Today I'm joined by Dan Taylor, CEO of Guardian Payroll Service. It's a company that helps businesses combine easy-to-use technology to make payroll, taxes, and compliance simple and accurate. Well, welcome, Matt.
Thanks, Paul. Excited to be here. I feel our sweet spot is owner-operator. You know, we want people who look to us and say, these are my folks, I trust and they do a great job. When I call, they answer, they show up, they get it done.
What's the value proposition that you offer?
I think the biggest value proposition we offer in the market right now is really service. We're people first. And when someone calls me, it's guaranteed response times. So important in today's world. There's no offshore call centers. It's direct within. It's direct support. Because in our industry, nothing's wrong until it is. And when it goes wrong, it needs to get fixed fast.
How would a potential customer get contacted?
GuardianPayrollServices.com is our website. They can go there.
Listen to CEOs You Should Know on the iHeartRadio app. Join the Mental Health Coalition in creating a culture where vulnerability is strength, empathy is intuitive, and stigma is a thing of the past. Everyone has mental health. It's time to hashtag take it personally. Create spaces where everyone feels welcome. Spread good vibes through random acts of kindness. And share mental health resources like you share memes. Tag @Mental Health Coalition in a video, or leave a comment with a tip about how you hashtag take it personally. For more information, visit thementalhealthcoalition.org.
On this week's episode of Next Chapter, I sit down with Denzel Washington, a two-time Academy Award-winning actor and cultural icon.
I don't take any credit for it. I just didn't put me first. I just put God first. And he's carried me.
On the new iHeartRadio app, search Next Chapter, TV Jakes. That's NXT Chapter. And listen now.
KMI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Hi there, it's Chris Merrill. KMI AM 640. More stimulating talk. Thanks to everybody that participated in the Pastathon. It continues. Just go to KM640.com/Pastathon. And it looks like we may hit our goal over $1 million this year. Really incredible. And the work that you're doing. But all of the kids that are fed by Jeff Bruno's charity, just the famous one. More than 25,000 meals every week go to kids in Southern California. And I know mathematics, but I think that's like 1.2 so it's like 1.5 million dollars that they provide. That is really cool. So thank you to everybody that helped make that happen. This holiday season is what you get is God. Thanks to inflation. But we did see that on Black Friday, it went up. Retail data showing that retail sales, excluding autos, went up by over 4% year over year, which beats out last year, 3.5%. Although it was interesting, it all depends on who you're listening to. So I went looking for audio for this story, and I ran across a story from WFTX, Naples, Florida, and others. I just grabbed this one because the first one that I found. And here's what they were talking about. They said, oh, we're spending less.
A new survey from Coupon Follow shows nearly 1 in 3 people plan to spend less this holiday season compared to last year. 40% are cutting back on gift giving due to inflation. The study surveyed more than 1,000 U.S. adults about their holiday spending plans. Nearly 2 in 5 Americans say they feel financially insecure about affording the holidays this year.
So, it's entirely possible that this is consistent with what we saw. Throughout the year, there have been a number of stories about how the economy is being propped up by the haves, and the have-nots continue to suffer more and more. So it's totally possible that the people with money spend more money this year to make up for what didn't have as much money. In the same way, you may have heard about how the economy is largely the enticing nature of the prospect of AI. So NVIDIA doing really well, whereas some of the other companies not doing quite as well. But now let me turn to another story out of ABC in Boston. And again, first one I found. KBUB out of Boston. And don't read anything into, well, Fox is talking bad things. ABC's saying good things. There's nothing. I'm just finding it from all the different networks. There's nothing good. This was in Boston. And they say, oh no, we're all going to spend more.
And it was Black Friday saw an increase in shoppers. Consumer spending about $11.8 billion online. That's a 9.1% increase compared to last year. But the amount of people shopping in person decreased this year. Retailers say the biggest challenge is a change. And with the last penny vintage.
Wait, say that again? What?
Retailers say the biggest challenge is a lack of change. And with the last penny vintage just 3 weeks ago, stores are having to round down to avoid disputes.
The biggest challenge is a lack of change. I'm skeptical. Yeah. It's not often you and I agree, but we are on this one. No, it's boring. No, I'm not buying it. With the penny. You're not telling me, oh, our sales are way up because we had to round down. No. Not buying penny. No. In fact, I'm in camp, get rid of change altogether. Let's just do that. No, I'm definitely the minority in this. I know. But I say just, you know what, nickels, dimes, all of them, just get them out of here. You might let you get away with quarters, but for the most part, no, just get rid of them. We don't need it. So why are people spending so much money then if we're hearing about how broke they are? And I think, Mark, we hit a big one on the name when you said this perfunctory gift buying. Did you use the big word?
That does sound like something that says.
And I just think that is so true. We got it. Well, I got it. I have to. It's Christmas. We always do. Well, I have to. And go. And the relatives are going to think that I'm poor. I don't want that. Go. And then my kids go tell them they didn't give as much stuff. I don't want anybody to give them money. Oh, I don't want to. Well, I have to make sure. I got to keep up with the Joneses. Have a simple habit. Ready for this? Tell people you're broke. Yeah, sure. I get it. You're like, oh yeah, but my ego can't handle that. I don't want people to think I'm. But I just want you to think about the money you would save if people thought you didn't have any to spend on.
And in 70% of the cases, you wouldn't be lying.
Yeah, but I'm actually okay with the lying too. But yeah, you're right. You're right. In many cases. But also, there's nothing wrong with lying. I'm totally okay with it. All right, you keep saying that you're being careful with money, but your credit cards are working overtime. There's a trick to making sure that you only regret this holiday season. It involves drinking too much and telling your uncle what to think about his politics. Credit card hacks are next. Chris Mayer, AFI, AM 640 live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. Mark Ryder live with the AFI our producer.
The LAPD says a man's in custody in connection with an assault of a woman who was attacked while walking her dog in downtown LA. A woman who identifies herself as Tara says she was accosted while walking alone with her dog. The
outside a high-rise building near the LA Convention Center last month. Surveillance video shows the man who appears to be homeless approaching, then grabbing the woman and pushing her against the building's front glass wall. The race for Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi's seat's heating up.
The candidate with the best name recognition is State Senator Scott Wiener from San Francisco. But the so-called wild card in the race is Psychiatrist Rabbi Rothschild, who's previously worked as the chief of staff for AOC and is said to be held in high regard in some circles around Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. With the success of Democratic socialists like Mamdani in New York, some political strategists are now saying Marjorie is a threat to the other candidates in Cambodia. KFI News.
And the family behind Dell Computers has agreed to donate about $6 billion directly to 25 billion American children. ABC's Mary Bruce says they're adding to the government-funded savings accounts for children who live in areas where the median household income is less than $150,000 a year.
The Dell donation will build on what's being called the Trump accounts, which will give $1,000 in federal money to every baby born between January 1st, 2025 and the end of 2028.
Money will be invested until the child can access it when they turn 18. Southline weather from KFI: cloudy and get a bit cool tonight. Lows in the upper 40s, low 40s in the evening. Clearing up and sunny by afternoon tomorrow with highs in the upper 60s most places, mid 50s in the evening, mid 60s. Not much change from that the rest of this week. Right now it is 58 in Irvine, 54 in Santa Clarita, and cars on fire with 5 in Buena Park.
That's heading southbound just before the 91. Looks like the right lane is blocked off as fire put it out, so you'll see a heavy ride from Julia Boulevard. And if you're on the southbound side of the 101 in Echo Park, just after Benson Way, just look at a crash there. That is the left lane blocked off. You'll see traffic from about Vermont Avenue. And a bit of slowing if you're on the 10 down in Mid-City. As you go to Western, there's a slow ride heading into downtown. Things clear up just after 110. But Southern California's most reports, Pedro.
Business owners, if you've heard about the Big Beautiful Bill, you know it's packed with new compliance rules hitting payroll in a big way. Wage and hour rules, sick leave accruals, pay stub details, miss one, and area benefits. That's why I want you to hear from the team at Guardian Payroll.
Thanks, John. I'm Matt Taylor, CEO of Guardian Payroll. After years of working with California businesses, I've seen how payroll mistakes turn into lawsuits overnight. The BBB is raising the stakes.
1985.
You get precise
Woot woot.
calculations, real-time compliance updates, and expert guidance, so you never have to worry about whether your paychecks meet the new standards.
Let's be honest, running a business is hard enough. You shouldn't be up at night wondering if your system is exposing you to lawsuits.
Exactly. With Guardian Payroll, you get payroll done right, on time, every time. Backed by compliance, expertise, and personal service you won't find with the big box providers.
Go to payroll4la.com today and schedule your demo.
We're taking out to see if it works. Does the show work? Did you hear it? It's snap crazy. Wait, is it working? We're on that, I think. There's no, it's not working. It's definitely not working. Robot is the best or worst. Oh, man. This sucks.
If you have planned to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late.
That's from the lovers.
All because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to 30 or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 310-299-9960. That's 310-299-9960.
They say love is the greatest gift of all, but straight up cash works too. Now your top reasons to visit Orlando.
Our Gifted Day giveaway has begun. Earn 5 and get that day's gift. Weekdays through the 19th.
Number 2.
Get your sugar cookie lattes and almond love and pink coffee.
And the number one reason.
Jackpot-palooza. We're giving away $25,000 on the 13th at 7 p.m.
Morongo, good times.
Southern California Edison's Wildfire Recovery Compensation Program is now available. If you were impacted by the Eaton fire, you may qualify for direct compensation. File your claim directly with no legal fees, no litigation, and receive payments, not years. Designed with guidance from the experts behind the 9/11 Victim Compensation Fund, this effort puts you first. We're helping communities be
Why not T-Fat K? Sucks.
To file and learn more, visit scb.com/direct claims.
Meet Lisa, a mom who starts the holidays full of cheer until the to-do list is over. Obtaining lights, prepping for the class party, wrapping gifts. She was running out of time and energy. Then Lisa discovered AirTasker. She posted her tasks, set her budget, and local taskers help with everything. Lights, strung, cupcakes, baked, gifts, wrapped. Even a cardboard sleigh for the school play. Suddenly, her holiday spirit was now she spends less time scrambling and more time making memories. Download the AirTasker app or go to airtasker.com. AirTasker, get anything done.
Trophy Kia of Carson. Home Pagos Easy Credit on KiaofCarson.com.
They watch Washington Swap, so you don't have to. Swap Watch with Gary and Shannon, weekdays at 11 on KFI.
Hey, good evening, I'm Chris Fair from KFI. A 640 more stimulating car and anytime on the iHeartRadio app that participated with the 50th annual KFI Pasta Bunch, that first charity Federico's Club, providing more than 25,000 meals every week. The kids in need in Southern California, generosity with these several. You're pretty great. So donate anytime, KFI20.com/pasta-fun, and remember 100% of your donation goes to the Fitness Club. All the details, KFI20.com/pasta-fun. You can also bid on the KFI exclusive auction items that are there, including hanging out with either John Cole, you could almost an hour with him, or you can do a Dodgers game with Dean and Tina Sharp, or you can choose. Good stuff. The Vegas package, cultivated 3 days, 2 nights, 2 adults, and $150 including beverage credit. Resorts World Las Vegas. Gonna be over 20. So, yeah, good stuff on the auction. Very good. I did happen to see too on the KFI Instagram. I hadn't seen it the first time I ran across it. The legal addendum to the broadcast. The legal addendum is the requirement that there be no fewer than 300, but no more than 550 bagels delivered to any and all Lost and Gone live broadcasts. Not only is it a legal addendum, he signed it. It's also been signed by corporate lawyers. It's really fun. Look at it. And you get a chance to look at KFI history. There you go, my friend. See. Somebody was saying, oh yeah. What's this? Yeah, somebody from the talk back talking about Nikki wanting to do socks and undies for Christmas.
I agree with her. I think that socks and undies are a perfect gift. And I would love to get those for her if she would try them on.
I mean, I am single. Guys.
Most people would be freaked out by that. You're like, what?
I mean, I'm Australian but filthy.
I don't. Crunching back on that.
It's true.
I don't think it's Australian.
It's an Australian wedding.
It's a youth thing.
Might be a Commonwealth thing. Ask Ugly.
We were a Commonwealth.
Like we
We were never penal, but yeah. Credit cards are where everybody's going this holiday season. We're packing it up on the credit cards, according to.
You don't think that he can return as artificial intelligence? Oh my God. Artificial intelligence could absolutely return as artificial intelligence.
not just return Jesus, but return Jesus with all the powers of Jesus combined. Right, Tesla's Optimus robot.
Currency accounts, things like that. They're seeing all of their investments go up the way that it is. Now that's on paper, because unless you cash that out, you don't have the money yet, right? So because they see
Huge career moment, right? So embarrassing to brag about any like huge career moment, right? So self-serving. But something huge is happening for me this weekend. I get to perform at the same exact venue where my favorite comedy specialist brought me so much joy, so much genuine confidence and confusion has gotten me into legitimately multiple fights with multiple ex-girlfriends. Like, you know the cliche of like, oh, my boyfriend's always playing video games. I have been watching this at 3 a.m. and like, why are you doing this?
So, oh my God, my life would be so much easier if I was just did shit.
And I'm in Dallas this weekend at the Addison Improv. I know it's super corny, but I just want to thank everyone that got me here. A bit of advice: maybe don't sit in the front row if you be Mr. Whole Foods.
How about that, Mr. Whole Foods?
Someone who's been to Whole Foods, or you be Mexican.
And a Mexican. And a Mexican.
Home Depot, right?
The other thing you should know about Dana Mexican, let me tell you this. There's me flaming hot Cheetos all over your house.
Sorry, that's where people are outside coming back at those days of work and they get abducted by a masked ICE member and taken away from their family. You got Cheetos all over my ICE car. So I can't wait to see you in Dallas. And just to let you know, Dallas,
different. There's some ladies in the crowd today.
Lost their mortgage, got a home bought for $500, went up to $900, now it's only worth $250. So that didn't work out because your net worth, you thought you were worth $500,000, and you are in the negatives. It's not great money management. It's not using very good on your own impulse. So you gotta plan ahead. You gotta track your spending. You gotta do all the boring things that our parents told us. You gotta do all the boring things that our high school econ teacher told us to do. You gotta shop around. You have to try to avoid going to debt using credit cards in the first place. And it's a bit hypocritical because I do use my credit card for about everything and pay it off every month. And I'm not exactly a shining example of great fiscal responsibility, but I made enough mistakes to learn things. And in fact, I was just sending a photo to my buddy who didn't really, we had lost touch and reconnected here recently, and he's, how are things going? I said, well, I lived in an RV for 2 years while my wife and I paid off that. You can believe it. I sent a picture to him. I said, yeah, look, we lived in this wheel trailer for 2 years while we paid off our debt. I was fortunate to stay at my family has a few acres. We were able to basically build ourselves a pad with their under pay a monthly fee, which is very helpful.
But the scripture, this is more out of
300 square foot, 2 years my wife and I, because we made all those mistakes. So the other one you got to be careful is buy now pay later. It's catching a lot. And they're putting the goofiest things on there too. When you're putting burritos and buy now pay later, that is not a great thing. Just if you're using Klarna to buy your takeout, not a good indication that things are going well for you.
Is that a Gen Z thing exclusively?
I don't think it's exclusive, but I think they're maybe more familiar with using Klarna back in our day. Oh man, they weren't playing where you could. I never really considered playing what you needed other than making your real estate buy it. But basically, if you're unfamiliar, you found something you wanted at Kmart, took it back to the Playway because they put it on a shelf in the back, made payments on it once it was paid off. But it's yours. Which is actually way more responsible than using credit cards because I think they charge you a layaway fee. You remember, Mark? They charge a layaway fee, right?
I'm sure some places did, but I don't think it's a Gen X thing so much as it is a crappy economy thing because
just having to put groceries on their credit cards to make it.
And I hear that, right? Like, but there's a difference between I have to have groceries and I'm putting it on my credit card versus I can use buy now, pay later to order my Chinese takeout. You know, Chinese takeout is not necessary. So I don't know about Gen Z's using it more than others. If they are, I think it's probably has more to do with familiarity and maybe impulse control. Because every generation had things groceries on my credit card. And I pay them off. I'm the person that makes everything so expensive because I want my airline.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. I do the same thing as you. I pay off my credit card at the end of every single month. To the shock and surprise of the teller at the credit union, because yeah, exactly. They'll tell me what the minimum payment is, and when I say, well, just tell me the balance and I'll pay that, they like I've just presented them with plutonium. And so that's always good, but it's also good to watch. It's good for your credit to do that as well.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I use it instead of cash. Although studies show that when you do, they end up spending more money. You think maybe having some credit cards is irresponsible. Mark and I, we talked about getting on airline miles. Some people are hustled like a whole business. They earn thousands by opening and closing plastic accounts. Side hustle is literally their wallets. How they're doing it, whether I want to dip your toe in these waters, snacks. Chris Merrill can't buy it. It's 20 live everywhere. I heard we got Mark Water Live. Can't buy more miserable.
Here's the latest. 13 members of Congress are urging the federal government to investigate former acting U.S. Attorney Bill O'Saley for potential misconduct. Accusations include O'Saley filing criminal charges without probable and using his office to target President Trump's political critics. The Trump administration says it will withhold money for SNAP from 8 most Democratic-controlled states starting next week, unless they provide information about people getting it. And pop singer Sabrina Carpenter and the publisher of Franklin the Turtle disavowing the Trump administration's use of their work. Now we're headed to a match on the 101 in Echo Park.
That's heading southbound just after Benton Way. It looks like it's been moved down to the left lane, so your drive's now recovering from Vermont Avenue. As you travel on 405 southbound at Carson, that's just before Normandy. You'll see a wreck there that's blocking middle lane, causing some stopping traffic on West.
The scripture so embarrassing is we did a deep fried turkey. I wasn't in the smoked turkey. Turkey's turkey, man. Even deep fried. I've never had turkey rub. Let's do this again. More than once a year. It's such a great bird. Over the weekend, my brother was obviously in town for Thanksgiving, and he showed me this thing called pluribus. Have you heard of pluribus? I see it, but I don't know what it's about. It's that one is a little more concerning. Most are in love. I'm tired for that. Yeah, but most are, and we talked about this tattoo before, right?
$5 bill turn into $10,000 cash. Download FlyFix, use the promo code TOPWAY, and you're going to get $50 in free lineup after you play your first $5 lineup. $50 in free lineup after you play your first $5 lineup when you use the promo code TOPWAY. FlyFix, it's good to be right.
This report is sponsored by Think It Up. Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join at thinkitup.org.
You have one guy from Afghanistan, one guy, and the administration shut down all asylums from Afghanistan and is looking at all the visas that will get to Afghanistan. One guy. Tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI. It's morning. He's like defending the police, right? I know. Because there's a bad cop. Yeah, that's exactly right. One bad cop, one rogue cop, and there's no more police department.
Or stimulating talk. Have you heard the refinance with thumb that says you have to drop your rate at least 0.5%?
So do I. It's just today.
7 years of savings.
That is his movie. That's the real. Is the turkey guy? We did a deep fried turkey. I was a smoked turkey. His turkey. We did a Friendsgiving thing on even Wednesday. That was the funnest thing. The kids were there. He made my son Rusty wanted a sword. He was a big sword. Looked like a hey bud, get some else, get a gun. Hey, now make a gun. See what's wrong with this? Get some else. Get some other dude. I'm going out today. What? Yeah. You serious? Yeah. Whatever. It's like 2 hours away from here, I think. You access? You serious? Access theater? Holy crap. Big hunter.
With rates rising alarmingly in recent years. But what if the tools to prevent these tragedies are already in our hands? On December 9th, join the Child Mind Institute's On the Shoulders of Giants scientific symposium to learn how experts are using smartphones, AI, and other digital tools to stop warning signs.
It's for a show. First hunt? No, it's my buddies out here.
Free registration.
We have Friendsgiving thing. Then I came and he keeps saying, yo, hunt. I'm like, yeah, I'm down, man. So I'm doing like, no, seriously. Yeah, on Monday at 3:30. Not on Monday. Yeah, shit. We'll be there. We'll get down there that night. It's not too far away. That's awesome. Now I'm nervous. Please film something. Can you take GoPro or something? Yeah, I'll try some stuff. You know, I don't know what that's my phone. And I said, oh, no, I can get that AR-15. Yeah, you can. Right, stuff. You don't have to bring your I don't have to bring dress. I feel like outfit, you know. That's what's dope about Texas. It's cold too. Yeah, which is nice. But I mean, Texas, you don't really need a license to hunt certain animals. So you just go, yeah, that's so dope about Texas. I was asking, okay, man, this might be the most creative question. My fear. I just wear boots. I don't wear my jeans. I just wear my boots. Some like cargo, khaki pants and pockets, toilet shit in. And then like a warm jacket. In case of rains. Right? Sad. And another thing is scary, you know, taking life of an animal. Dude, I hope you get one. Please share the meat. Yeah. I'm excited for you, man. Yeah, that's awesome. I'll keep you guys busy. Of course, people are like, oh, now you're hunting. Now you're hunting. No, bitch, I'm not hunting. I mean, I might go more in the future. I did. Listen, I'm all set on hobbies, dude. I get that more in my plate. So one thing, maybe I do it once every few months or something. Yeah. You never know. You might love it, man. Yeah, maybe.
Churners open numerous credit card accounts in a short span to collect welcome bonuses like cashback miles or points, and then they cancel or downgrade before the annual fees start to apply. So you may get a credit card offer, for instance, I told you I like to take the airline miles. You may get a credit card offer that says if you spend $3,000 in the first 3 months, then you'll get 100,000 airline miles. And so somebody takes that card, they open the card, they buy their normal everyday stuff on that card, and then their airline miles, but they cancel the card before a year rolls around. They have to pay the annual fee. For some people, they go crazy and they open dozens. Because they say they make a couple grand. And they use card with these different cash back things or miles, whatever it was. So some people they're looking at this almost like those extreme couponers do. You know what I'm talking about? The extreme couponers where they somehow they go to the grocery store and they got $600 worth of groceries and it ends up costing them $8. That's ambitious. I don't know how they have the time to do it. I'm impressed by the organizational skills. I'm impressed by what they do, but they have to buy massive quantities of some of these things. And they have to have entire rooms dedicated to holding all the different supplies. But if they do it right, then they end end up getting their groceries or whatever the food for next to nothing. It'll amaze money. It takes so much time and focus, and I think that's where you're playing with fire. If something slips through, all of a sudden, bam, you are getting slammed with annual fees. You're getting slammed with interest on the money that you spent in order to get your phone. That's why the credit card companies offer it in the first place, is because they think they're going to make more money out of you in the long run. And even if you are paying things off every month, like Mark and I talk about doing, and the world is still amazing, Mark does it. They're still making money on their transactions, so they want to encourage you to use that card. And they make money from the retailer on the transaction. The people that are taking advantage of the system, though, are starting to catch the ire of the credit card companies. And so a number of banks, credit card companies, the banks, the lenders, they're putting forth the 524 rule. So you basically will reject you if you've opened 5 or more credit cards in the last year. Some people say, oh, you don't want to do that because every time you open a card, it's going to do a hard credit check on you. And if it does a hard credit check, then it's going to lower your credit rating. And it's going to decrease your average age. And that would reduce your credit score. The thing is that those are weighted so lightly when it comes to credit score. But something that's weighted very hard is your debt usage. So if you open a bunch of, they're all at $5,000. Say you open 10 credit cards at $5,000. That's $50,000 in available credit that you're not using. So now your credit usage number is so incredibly low, it really offsets largely the hard inquiries and then the average age of your credit. So they're saying, well, it doesn't actually, that doesn't actually hurt me, but I'm making so much in my miles, my bonuses, my free vacations, whatever else. I'm just not willing. I am not willing to take the risk. For some people, they just do it because they like real. Like, I beat the system. Okay, congratulations, you beat the system. Nobody cares. It is absolutely a win in your own mind. If somehow find an app that makes you the all-time credit furniture. You can't quit your day job. It's not paying for your retirement, so to me, it's not worth the effort. Look, if that's what you want to do with your free time, you do whatever you want. We all do things with our free time. Other people, if that's your thing, do your thing. Me, not worth my time. That's not. The Supreme Court heard something today that I think is really fascinating. Largely because it could be the end of the end. I'm not really exaggerating too much. Your internet bill, at the very least, could continue to climb as a result of the Supreme Court heard today, if they rule in a different way. However, if you're an artist, then you really make the sacrifice of other people's bills. What it is, it costs billions, is very drama-loaded. It's next. Chris Reno, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere, iHeartRadio. KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County, for stimulating talk. We just want to see their smiles. I'm Mark Rothschild, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County has given initial approval to banning federal immigration agents from concealing their faces. The new ordinance would apply to all law enforcement, local, state, and federal, but was motivated by immigration enforcement actions. Supervisor Janice Hahn says agents have terrorized people in LA County.
It's a fundamental right of everybody to know who is arresting you, to know detaining you.
She says she expects the federal government to challenge this decision in court. The Board of Supervisors has to vote on the issue a second time next week before it's enacted. Michael Monks, KFI News.
Community leaders in Stockton are planning an unusual confidential forum with gang members after the birthday party shooting over the weekend.
The Youth Peace and Justice Foundation says it's preparing a confidential sit-down with gang leaders in Stockton after Saturday's mass shooting at a child's birthday party. 4 people were killed, including 3 children, and the foundation believes the attack is gang-related. They're calling the upcoming meeting a safe forum aimed at stopping what they described as escalating violence in the city. The group plans to push for an immediate ceasefire from local gangs. Members from their Orange County chapter and resident Half Moon Bay will also take part. Rashida Nexo, KFI News.
The city of San Francisco is suing some of the world's biggest food manufacturers. ABC's Alex Stone says the suit alleges their ultra-processed foods have led to Americans becoming unhealthy, with U.S. cities shouldering the burden.
San Francisco City Attorney David Chu alleging they use chemicals in a bottle designed by the tobacco industry to get Americans.
Chu says some of the products marketed as healthy include strawberry Cheerios, Nutri-Grain bars, Wheat Thins, Hot Pockets, and Kraft Mayo. The Trump administration says the increased military presence in the Caribbean is to combat drug trafficking. U.S. forces have been targeting alleged drug boats, and ABC's Ann Flaherty says the Pentagon's coming under fire. We're allegedly going after survivors during the strike in September.
If the goal is to stop people who are accused of trafficking drugs, there very well could have been a kill order. Now, the Pentagon denies this. They said that they were silent on that matter in that order.
She says the question is why the order was given to launch that second strike. The Trump administration moved to withhold SNAP food aid for recipients in most controlled states starting next week. None was getting the assistance. Agriculture secretary because those states won't provide information the department asked for, names and image status of people getting the aid. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, his son-in-law Jared Kushner, met with Russian President Putin in Moscow on ending the war in Ukraine. The sit-down follows Ukraine and Europe's revisions to the latest peace deal proposal, but retired Lieutenant General Doug Lute says he doesn't see a peace deal being agreed on anytime soon.
Putin has not changed his objective once with this war, and I think he sees this on-again, off-again negotiations, proposals, and so forth as just another means to kick the can down the road.
The meeting comes days after U.S. officials held talks with the Ukrainian team in Florida. And it's still Giving Tuesday, an aid organization for extra help. The International Rescue Committee says government cuts to aid this year leaving people with life-threatening issues. CEO of the IRC, Madeline Sandler, says it's a tough time for their clients, especially people in Gaza and Sudan.
So 13,000 families having their tents swept away in the last couple of days with very cold driving rain in Gaza, for example.
The organization works in more than 40 countries, helping people affected by humanitarian crises. Sunflower weather from KMI, cloudy and somewhat brisk tonight. Lows in the upper 40s, low 40s in the AP. They're up by tomorrow afternoon, and it'll be sunny, highs in the upper 60s. Most places, mid-50s in the AP. 60s at the beaches. Not much change the rest of the week. Right now it's 54 in Orange, 53 in Little Park, 53 in Sherman Oaks, and 57 in Compton. And there's a crash on the 405 in Torrance.
That's heading southbound just after North Median's blocking the middle lane. You'll see some stop-and-go traffic as you come away from Western. And as you travel southbound in Farmdale, looks like a work zone full closure from Avenue N to Palmdale Boulevard. That's scheduled until 4 in the morning. And the northbound 5 in Cascade from Lakeview Road to Vistabelle Live. And right lane is coned up from work. That's scheduled until 6 a.m. And the southbound side of the 5 in Wyndham Park, just before the 91, looks like a car fire is going to be extinguished, but the crews still have the right lane blocked off. Traffic's backed up to about Beach Boulevard. And the 91 eastbound in Anaheim Hills, right at Weird Cave, a crash blocking the second lane left. That's slowing you down from about Imperial Highway. If you're traffic on the 215 southbound in Riverside from 3rd Street to Central, we have a work zone that has the 2 right lanes off limits. That's scheduled until 5 a.m. It's Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Pedro Moreno.
Not knowing the difference between a HELOC and an HEI could cost you.
I don't know the difference.
Oh, I got you. A HELOC is a loan with interest, payments, and strict income and credit requirements. A Splatero HEI cash for a share of your home's future value. No monthly payment and no income requirements. And you can qualify with 500 minimum credit score. Well, that's better. Visit Splatero.com today and access your home's equity. No monthly payments, just cash in hand. Splatero.
The busiest time of the year, it's here. You've got parties to go to, work to wrap up, and a house to decorate. Who has the time? With AirTasker, finding help is easy. Post your task, set your budget, and let local taskers handle the rest. Party planning? Done. Lights? On. Stress? Reduced. You can even get someone to build a gingerbread house that doesn't collapse this time. Download the AirTasker app or go to airtasker.com for a season with less stress, less mess, and a lot more fun. AirTasker. Get anything done.
This holiday season, unwrap a gift for yourself. Beautiful legs. Stop hiding varicose or spider veins. West Medical's minimally invasive treatments are quick, effective, and require little downtime. With most PPO insurance plans covering these treatments. Call 1-800-WEST-MED today for your free vein screening. That's 1-800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com.
guaranteed human.
Please and welcome back soon. I'm Chris Merrill, KFIA. Listen anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The Pastathon today went off like gangbusters. You really stepped up. We are getting close to our $1 million goal. So donate anytime. KFIAM620.com/Pastathon, and 100% of your donation goes to the Catawampus Club. You can still go to any smart final, donate any amount of checkout, go to any way, donate $5 more. You can when you do that, and you can still bid on those exclusive auction items at KFIAM620.com/Pastathon. Mark, nothing in here on the auction of the review. See, Angel Martinez got her custom sandal. That's pretty. Oh yeah, she has a little business on the sandals. What are they called? Naughty? It's Naughty. Yeah. Nauti. Naughty sandals. I feel like there's something you could have done. I can't imagine what. Could you have made somebody your personalized graphic novel? Let's take a bit of work. I don't know. Do you think we just put those out with an AI? What do you think happened? That's what I'm personally. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could have had a signed copy of books or something. But let me ask you. I'm not key personnel around here. I'm Bill Handel, okay? But yeah, I mean, you go out so fast you can't find them in the bookstores. So yeah, I gotta get you. Maybe next year. We could have done something. For instance, there's the go to Vegas package. That sounds fun. I don't you think that they could have asked you and I to go with people to Vegas? That I guess that I would have paid for a trip. That really might cut down the bidding, don't you think? You know what? How about this? Okay. Put it through. And remember, you still bid on this KFI exclusive auction items. You find the KFI.com/pasta. You can also get, for instance, one-on-one coaching on a Zoom meeting with Dr. Whitney. Or you could go to a Dodgers game with Gary and Shannon. Also, there's a chance for you to bid on a trip to Vegas. It's the Let's Go to Vegas package. 3 days, 2 nights stay for 2 adults plus $150 for members credit and Resorts World Las Vegas. And if you pay now, you guarantee Mark and Chris will not come with you. That's a bonus. There you go. We just added another couple $100 to that. That's all this is. Also, it's Pastathon. It's not Pastor-thon. You won't be surrounded by youth pastors. It's a win-win for everybody. All right. Pasta. Like pasta. Pasta.
Pasta.
Pasta. Pasta. Pasta. Pasta. Pasta. This is busy today. Trying to, they still want you to have the internet from ABC News.
Every day, billions of people illegally stream or download copyrighted music, movies, or TV shows. The key question before the Supreme Court is, are internet companies complicit in those copyright infringements simply by giving pirates access to the web? Major record label Sony Music Entertainment says the answer is yes, that internet providers contribute to billions of dollars of losses every year by failing to cut off access to people who illegally download and stream content. They're seeking $1 billion from Cox Communications, one of the largest broadband internet companies in the United States. Now, Cox says,
yes. What does Cox say?
The real here are the individual users, and they say that suing internet companies over legal doubts could drive them out of business and lead to quote, mass evictions from the internet in some communities.
So this gets getting fast, real fast. So the argument here, and this feels very much like the Section 230 argument, where they were saying, for instance, or X or whomever you name social media could be held liable for things that are done on those platforms. And I'm very hesitant to do that. In the same way that I'm hesitant to say that it is AT&T's fault for 9/11 because they operated the phone lines that the terrorists used to try to get the attacks. Now that concerns me. Now we're going to go privacy. I know they're going to say, well, yeah, but internet service providers, examples of ones being sued, they've money, by the way, in other lower court rulings. It's $1 billion judgment. And so imagine if all of a sudden your ISP is tasked with making sure they know what you're downloading. That's all. Making sure they know what you're uploading. That's all. And if they're liable for anything that you do. So I see this as highly problematic. And I don't know how the courts have ruled against them thus far. It feels very odd to me to withhold them accountable. I certainly understand why the music industry is trying to find somebody to hold responsible for piracy. I get it. I get it. Just don't know that you can hold the highway responsible for the cars that are speeding. I don't know that you can hold the toll booth operator responsible for somebody stealing a car and then driving on a plane. Right? That's where I have issues. Now, here's what Cox does right now. They do actually know if you are pirating. I don't think they're following exactly what it is that you download. I don't think they're going that way, but they can see, the internet service providers can see if you are downloading quantities of information above and beyond what a normal person streaming. For instance, I think my stream limit is something like a gig a month or something, right? And if I go over 100 gig a month, then they can throttle me or I can be charged for both. This has happened before, and it happened years ago when I was doing some crypto mining and a bunch of downloading books. Nothing illegal. So they can kind of tell that somebody's got something going on. They're downloading a bunch, they're uploading a bunch, whatever. Above and beyond normal usage. And normal usage does include you and the rest of the family screaming every night for X amount of hours. They know that bunch of bandwidth. But beyond watching your Netflix, you're like, oh, Stranger Things, can't wait to see these 40-year-olds pretending they're still teenagers. And all of a sudden you've got 3 people streaming Stranger Things all at once. It still looks like a lot of downloads, but it's a whole lot different than somebody who's downloading 20 movies a day using a big phone. It takes us back to match to things, basically. Instead, Cox is saying the people who are breaking the law should be the ones held responsible. It's akin to blaming the liquor company because you're an alcoholic. And it's, Mark's not like this. It's when you say, oh, well, Remington should be responsible for gun damage because they made the gun.
Well, the other thing is that the people who are tech savvy are always going to be a step ahead, whether it's buying a VPN or something else that is beyond my comprehension. And you have to look at the reasons people do things. I know that's unpopular, and if you just want to obey the law, that's fine. But when things are out of reach for one reason or another, that's why they get taken. If a movie is unavailable to buy, people will find a way to acquire it online. If something's just gouging people, being too expensive, they're going to take it.
Or if I don't have any money, or there are also people who like to try to beat the system. We talked about that in the last thing. There's some sort of power in the world where they device with power. They're going to try to do this. I'm concerned about the repercussions. So you mentioned the VPN, and that's a great point. And one of the things we hear NordVPN runs apps, and if I have NordVPN when I need to, I'll turn on my NordVPN. I have a few programs I use that don't like it, so I don't have it on a lot, but I'll use NordVPN. NordVPN blocks your ISP from service provider from knowing where you're surfing. They can probably still see that you've got a bunch of information that's coming in, but they can't see where you're going what it is. So that's that you can block it. You can also make it appear that you're coming from a different place. People in Texas are still getting their coordinate. Because remember, Texas said you have to do ID. You have a lot of those things that are requiring identification. So now, if people are going, use my VPN, that's exactly what they're doing to make it look like they're coming from somewhere else. So my concern here also is this. That I'm going to get busted for doing this stuff at home, or if I'm worried that I'm going to hit certain thresholds when I'm home. Why don't I just take my laptop and work? Can you imagine if somebody catches on to Tim Conway Jr. downloading a bunch of movies on the iHeart internet, and all of a sudden we lose our internet because the internet service provider goes, oh, somebody's pirating things from the radio station. Can you imagine? Because they're only going to know that it came from our our user address. That's it. They're going to know that it came from our IP. And as a result, they're going to, wow, we can risk another $1 billion lawsuit. Shut them off. And it's not just us. We would still go on. What if it's the hospital? What if it's your power company? What if it's somebody else who has to have that internet? What if you've got, and I know this is going to blow your mind, what if you've got a cop who's doing these things and then takes his laptop into the precinct in order to try to download the stuff surreptitiously so as to not get caught at home? Something like that would never happen, sure. Firefighting. And all of a sudden they lose their internet. We're going to need that map. Why internet down? Well, Dave was downloading a bunch of Christmas movies again. Yeah. This is where I worry about the consequences, repercussions. But not exactly somebody who goes, well, you ought to be able to break the law if the consequences are too bad. That brings us back to the big fail argument from years back. Oh, they broke the law, they were doing things wrong. Yeah, but it's a big fail. We have to let them do it. It drives me nuts when PG&E gets away with crap because, well, they're too big. We have to do it. But the truth is, I don't know how you can hold the road responsible for the drunk driving driver. That's right. Right, there's a place where you can stay and put on a show, safe background noise. This company's dropping. Sure, you jerked up. And it might make them the biggest dog in the block. It's next. We're live. 640, we're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app, our Twitter live. Here's the latest in Dr. Completed guilty for his role in Matthew Perry's accidental overdose death in 2023. Faces sentencing tomorrow and could get up to 40 years. Costco has joined other companies going to court to demand refunds on President Trump's tariffs they paid. And a rare Fabergé egg crafted from Russia's ruling family before the revolution is sold for more than $30 million. That's still following egg prices. Now it crashes out of the way on the 91 and Anaheim Hills.
That's heading eastbound just after Weir came clear out of the second lane from the Blackshear Drive is recovering as you come away from Imperial Highway. And we have a work zone. This is on the 60 westbound to Pomona from Phillips Ranch Road to the 57. The carpool and two left lanes are off limits there until 4 in the morning. And the 405 southbound in Torrance just after Normandy crash there. Looks like that's been cleared out of the middle range with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Pedro Moreno.
Radio LA June Ball. Just added EJ, Audrey Nuna, and Ray Ami, the singing voices of hundreds from hip-hop A&Rs. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
This is what they call the hard sell. Sunday Yard Care Black Friday sale. Limited time. Act now.
Yelling about grass feels strange. Let's try that again. Sunday Yard plans give you a thick, healthy yard without pesticides or weekend projects. We analyze your soil and climate, send a simple plan, and you spray it off. No trouble.
But there's more.
No, there isn't. For Black Friday, your Sunday plan is 30%. Lock in your spring subscription today. Sunday, smarter lawn care for less. KidSunday.com.
This report is sponsored by Yablabon Resort and Casino in San Manuel. Yablabon Casino in San Manuel is giving away a 2026 Toyota Super Final Edition December 18th, played out for chance to drive off. It's time for Home Sports Car. Yablabon Casino. You win.
More than 12% of the U.S. population relies upon food stamps, and 1 in 3 households in LA County specifically.
Gary and Shannon.
The federal minimum wage is at $7.25 an hour. It hasn't changed in 16 years. The cost of a dozen eggs has gone up 125% since 2009.
Tomorrow morning at 9 on KMI and AM 640.
It's like streaming services. We keep paying all the hikes, and we're not even paying attention.
Or stimulating talk. That breakfast and pumpkins killer. You can have the best outfit, the sharpest resume, the funniest jokes. If the breath smells like your food you just ate, that's all people work. Bad breath often comes from your gut. And most regular guns and it's just coming up. It's like spraying perfume on dirty laundry. It just doesn't solve the problem. This is where Zellman's Minty Mouth comes in. Zellman's is not just another mint. Zellman's tiny dual-action capsules are coated in a powerful, delicious mint filled with parsley seed oil, clinically tested to fight the toughest offenders, garlic, onions, coffee, even smoker's breath. With Zellman's, get the confidence of
fresh, clean breath that lasts for hours. Because your breath should smell as fresh as your food.
And now through December 2nd, Zelman's is donating a portion of every sale to the Pastathon Cavaliers Club to help feed the kids. So go to Zelmans.com and help feed the kids. Zelmins. Zelmans.com. That's Zelmans.com.
You know what your customers are doing right this second? The exact same thing you are, listening to me. Which, let's be honest, is kind of flattering. But my point is, ads on iHeartRadio actually get heard. In the car, at the gym, on the couch, while people are walking their dogs. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? You're a good boy, yes, sir. You're a good boy. So why not make the next ad about you? Get started.
Yo, who's my favorite K-pop band? Those bitches from Star or whatever. Really? Oh, those bitches are so hot. What is this, and how can I make my entire life about it? Pardon me. Sister. Little booth thing. Sister.
You'll see customized stations like iHeart Christmas Classics, iHeart Country Christmas.
Dog. That was my favorite fucking episode. One of my favorite episodes. Sister, Family Guy. What is this? How can I make my entire life about it? Touch my body. That's it. I love it. I love it. That shit is so fucking funny. They summarized K-pop. Oh, I rip the rod. I rip.
This is the way the dialogue splits. You trying to get some of this hot fire. You can either make the song or not make the song. You're too close, man. Here we go.
Yo, somebody like my shit? Have you watched my video yet? I haven't even watched it. Like, psych, I've watched it like 1,000 times. Sister, Family Guy. Damn, my fucking thing is, I mean, like, do I have a type? Hot chick? Yeah. Sister, Family Guy. Touch my body. What is this?
Korean pop videos. Korean pop videos. Meantime, feel free to watch Korean pop videos.
What is this? And how can I make my life? What a funny line. What is this? And how can I make my life about it? Not Sister, why we get me off of this? It's called Sister, Family Guy. And if you don't know that, well, I don't want to have to teach it to you. It should be 30 different of these. Dog, it's Sister, Not Sister Wives, dog. No one knows what that is, and it sucks. Weird. Not Sister... Dude, why do they... Dude, it's Sistar, K-pop, Koosh Crabs, Family Guy. Touch my body. There's no direct relation with Star in the show. Oh, I beg to differ. Dude, Zuckerberg, your shit sucks, man. What is this, and how do I make my life about it? Dog, remix. You reposted. No, not what I meant to do. Dog. How do I... Dog. What is this? Watch Korean pop videos. What is this? And how do I make my life about it? Sister, what is this song called? Touch my body. No, it's the music video, dog. Who's this bitch? Who's this?
Baby, if you wanted to touch my body, you should have voted for it.
Oh, really, baby? Really, baby? Well, luckily, no one wants to touch your body, you Jewish-looking freaking bitch.
Baby, if you wanted to touch my body...
Yeesh. That's my thing, though. So, who is this racist bitch?
Baby, if you wanted to touch my body...
What's up with everybody with these wood panels in the back?
You should have voted for it.
She doesn't even look Jewish.
Really, baby? Luckily, no one wants to touch your body, Jewish-looking freaking bitch.
That's not even funny. That's really mean. And she doesn't even look Jewish. What kind of Jews are you looking at, girl? We don't look like that. That was mean. That was mean as fuck. All right, dog. How don't they have this? What happened to Nick Paleochini? That's what I want to know. Family Guy. Touch my body. What is this? And how do I make my entire life about it?
Feel free to watch Korean pop videos.
Dog, how do you remix this shit? Oh, there it is.
If you're so pro-life, let me ask you this. We'll go down to the orphanage and pull an unwanted baby and take care of it?
No, Lois, I'm here to save the unborn. Once they get out of the vagina, they can go themselves. I want to watch all of these movies non-stop. Man, what do you think they... Man,
Meantime, feel free to watch Korean pop videos.
What is this? And how do I make mine up about it? Dude, I'm gonna have to do this old school.
Whoa, wait, you're in no condition to drive. I'm fine to drive. I'm so fine. I can do all the tests. See, I can touch my nose. I can...
Yo, dog, how are you? Excellent. I scored. Yeah, I know, but you haven't been back since. Everybody misses you. I know, it took you like 10 years. Okay, why are you having sex with trees? Alright, baby. That's tight. Have you been drinking tonight? Alright, baby. What is this? Candy Quahog Marshmallow.
What is this, and how can I make the rest of my life about it?
There we go. That's what we want. Yo, dog, I'm currently doing something, my friend. All's good in the hood, son. Thank you. What is this? How do I make the rest of my life about it? Fuck. Edit. Stop this. What is this? And how do I make the rest of my life about it? What is this? And how do I make the rest of my life about it? Close. Wow, calm down. What is this? And how do I make the rest of my life about it? That was so sick. Sistar. Maybe the best band ever. Oh, are you fucking serious? What is this? And how do I make the rest of my life about it? What is this? And how do I make the rest of my life about it? make the rest of my life about it.
Radio's here now more than ever, and iHeart's leading the way. Think radio can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, listing, and radio, where the reach is real. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's
What is this, and how do I make the rest of my life about it?
$250 off and 250 free hair grabs by calling 844-3-HAIR or
What up, baby? I love you too, my man. How much have you had to drink tonight? 6 what? Oh, that's tight. How's O'Doul's? Have you been drinking O'Doul's? Have you been drinking Schlitzke? Have you been drinking Schlitzke? Have you been drinking Schlitzke? It's the gay beer from the 1990s SNL skit starring Chris Farley and Adam Sandler. Where the fuck have you been? All right, well then you should know what Schlitzke is, dog. And you should know when they're like this, then they like this. Oh, I don't think you know Schlitzke, dog. Schmitzke. Dog, I'm gonna watch it with you just because you're such a bitch. What is this garbage? Yo, here we go, baby. This is for you, you little slut. This is the beer you drink. That's Adam Sandler, you slut. This is your beer. There's Chris Farley. And this is the beer you drink. This is your beer. This is your beer. You had 6 of these tonight. You had 6 of these. You have a big thirst and you're potentially gay. Hey, man, that's what I like to hear. Excellent, man. Absolutely. They should make that. I don't know why they don't make gay beer. I mean, then you're basically like, I don't know. It. Oh, you're still completely gay if you want to stick your dick in him. But you have a great sense of humor as a homosexual. Word, dog. Word. Dog. Schmitzke.
This is the great house sitting deal that you found. This place is a dump. Just wait till you see the pool. No water? You've got a big thirst and you're gay. Reach for a cold, tall vodka. Schmidt's gay.
Would you drink? Would you drink a beer that is marketed to gay men? It tastes like Bud Light. There you go. That's the answer. There you go. How fucked up do you want to get? That's absolutely right. Right. There are two kinds of beers: free beer and cold beer. Oh, I could go for a Schmitz a Schmitz gay. Maybe at a pool party. I didn't say it was a gay pool party. I was just saying that if I want to get fucked up, the more and more I get to know you, the more and more I think that you like Ben. No, you're good. You're good. No, I know. I know. Um, so if there were a chewing gum marketed to gay men, would you chew it? It's an excellent, excellent question. They have different shaped versions of them. So for those who prefer the penis shape, you have that option. But then there's a standard stick version like juicy fruit. In fact, that's what they could call it, juicy fruit. Dog, juicy fruit is missing out. If they made their gum in the shape of a penis, a lot more people in the gay community might chew it. That's incredibly brilliant. We are marketing executives, my friend. The people at Wrigley's need to word, dog. 100%. Absolutely. I'm slinging dick like it's going out of style, son. How about you? Yeah, that's what I do. I'm one of the best sleepers in the entire world. There are people in comas who are envious about how well I sleep. Dog, I'm good at it. It's one of the things I'm best at in the world. Slanging dick, eating pussy, and snoozing till there's no tomorrow. 1000%. What's on your agenda for tonight? What's on your agenda for tonight? Why don't you get her a vibrator? Are you going to be in any Twitter spaces aside from mine? Word, baby. Dog, have you ever had the drink, the grasshopper? No, dog, it's a drink. It's an alcoholic drink. It's like a frozen ice cream alcoholic drink, and it's amazing. It's called a grasshopper. Dog, it's amazing. It's basic. It's like the best alcoholic drink ever. It's like mint chocolate chip, creme de menthe, ice. It's like mint chocolate chip ice cream and creme de menthe. Unbelievable. Dog, phenomenal. It gets you drunk slowly and then puts you in a perfect place. There you go. If you have an erection for longer than 4 hours, call your doctor. Yeah, but you need more than 20 minutes. Give it at least like 45 minutes. All right, here's my next question for you. If you were a Beanie Baby, what Beanie Baby would you be? Go. All right. I'll be with you in a second. What up, Zoot? How you living, slut? Zoot.
Can you hear me, Rabbi?
Yes, sir.
You want to know what Grok said?
Oh, yeah. I want to know exactly what Grok said. Hit me with it, baby.
Grok said that if you're still streaming in 23 years, you have a 1 in 5 chance that you'll go viral. For what you're doing, if you're streaming non-stop for the next 23 years, you have a 1 in 5 chance. And he said if you make it 50 years, that it's pretty much guaranteed if you stream for the next 50 years that you'll go viral.
Oh, that's tight. Okay, well, I'm on my way, baby.
How many have you been so far?
4.
All right, we got another 21 years for the 1 in 5, and we get another 25 years after that.
Dog, I think I'm
How old will you be in 50 years?
in 50 years. I'll be 90 years old.
Yeah, you probably go viral by then.
Yeah, dog. Well, thank you for the positivity. Zoot, are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was still take you another decade to go viral.
Okay, well, I think, Zoot, I think you're full of shit. Dog, if I keep promoting myself in these Twitter spaces, 6 months tops, baby.
It's going to take a while.
No, it won't. Take a lot of Zoot. You my invitation to play mini golf. Have you accepted my invitation yet, Zoot? Or are you still jerking yourself off raw? Zoot, I've sent you an invitation.
Connected.
Zoot.
I disconnected.
Okay, well, Zoot,
As of now, though, Twitter's a very niche part of the internet.
No, it has enough power to make somebody go viral. People's tweets still go viral. Zoot, are you going to fucking... Zoot, I'm going to give you 20 seconds. Are you going to accept my invitation?
Yeah, but the people who are popular on Twitter are already popular on other platforms right now. There's no one that's going, oh, I can't name a single person out there who just like, they're famous because of Twitter. I can't name a single person in history.
I can name like 1,000 of them. I can name like 1,000.
It's from Jack Dorsey because he created the fucking platform.
There you go. That's one.
Then, most people don't.
Jack Dorsey's one. Leocarino is two.
I don't know who that is.
She's a former CEO. Oh, Zoot.
I just think Twitter's a very niche platform.
Well, it's a good thing that I'm not just on Twitter, baby. I'm on everything.
Who knows what the major social media platforms will be in 25 years?
TikTok, baby.
No. TikTok won't be a thing in 25 years.
Okay, did you hear that Vine's coming back?
Yeah.
Are you on Vine?
Yeah.
You're not on Vine. You're full of shit, dog.
No, I'm not. Do you think the social media platforms that we have now will still be popular in 25 years?
25 years is a long time. So you're asking, will YouTube still be a thing in 25 years? It's an excellent question.
Definitely will.
Not definitely. There's no definites in the world.
Well, there's a high chance it will because YouTube is integrated. YouTube is one of the platforms that I think will survive because it's integrated into every fucking smart TV. So you can't really kill it.
Oh, there are ways to kill it. They could start charging people for uploading videos or charging people for storage. If they did that, that would kill it. Also, the amount of what a shot, Zoot. Zoot, that was the best shot I think I've ever seen on this hole.
In 9 days, a week from Australia, you need to be 16 to have a YouTube account.
I told you that was happening, and you said I was full of shit that wouldn't go through.
I didn't say that was that.
Yeah, you did like a year ago.
I said it's going to be impossible to implement, prove that the person's under the age of 16 in most cases.
Already now, if you join my server from England, it requires you to show your face. Discord does. So you fucked me.
Yeah, there's a ways around age verification.
Of course.
I can get a mask.
Yeah, but what if they say, give me your ID?
There's multiple ways you can fake digital identity as well.
Okay. Zoot, you had an excellent shot. Are you proud of it?
I could code a fake ID. I could go on Grok right now, or an AI platform. And, an AI platform will create the best fake ID the internet's ever seen and keep on using that if I wanted to.
Okay,
There are multiple ways.
Zoot, do you recognize that my shot may be one of the best shots ever? What do you think about this European Union chat police that they're doing? Have you heard about this?
I think I want to leave the West and go to. I think I want to leave all the Western countries behind. I fucking hate the West.
Yeah, you're gonna be in trouble, Zoot. You say a lot of mean things via typing, even though you don't mean. You're gonna be like on your ass about this shit.
I do.
What a shot. Maybe one of the best shots we've ever had the opportunity to see. Yeah, baby. You've never beaten me on this hole. This is my hole. I haven't played this hole in months.
I was gonna do this when I had money, but fucking gambled a lot away because I'm a fucking degenerate, fucking idiot, and I don't want to talk about it. But I was gonna move to Cape Verde. I feel like that's a good place to move to. I feel like that's gonna be one of the biggest places in Africa when people work out the Western civilization is too surveillance to make it a good place to live. I don't think a lot of people want to bring their children.
They just don't want to have children. Zoot, you went from up.
Well,
you went up.
Well, no one can. Here's what's going to happen. No one can afford to have children. The housing crisis and the rental crisis in the Western countries is getting too out of control. People are going to start moving abroad. Take out online remote jobs, get paid from them, and then start families in these developing countries. And these developing countries will become civilized third world countries in the next 20, 30 years, maybe even less. And I think the people who see that have the opportunity to get extremely rich.
Zoot, what did you think about my pure domination right now of darts? Zoot, I've beaten you one game in a row. If I choose, I bet 10 games in a row in darts if we play a certain way, not this way.
I mean, why would I pay $2 million for a house when I can pay $300,000 for like $2 million for like a 2-bedroom house in fucking, in a Western country when I can go to a developing country and make an investment for like $300,000 for a 4 or 5-bedroom house that's just going to keep, and the economy is going to keep on growing when the economy here is just going to, people are going to start leaving because no one can afford shit.
Zoot, all I know is that I'm about to dominate you. Oh, that was absolute garbage. Zoot, 1. Zoot got 2. Zoot got 20. Zoot, watch this move.
Brother,
yeah, baby.
When you go viral, where are you making investments? Like, what country do you invest in real estate?
It's known as Harry Potter, Obama Sonic, Tenedu, baby.
Metaverse?
The metaverse.
The metaverse?
Word, dog.
Have you been to the metaverse?
Baby, I live in the metaverse.
What the fuck is the metaverse?
It's where I live. It's like this digital world of remote existence.
Is mod uploading technology going to be metaverse as well?
Word, dog. Zoo. We both have 421. It's wild, son.
Yeah, it'd be funny if we had 420.
I agree. Zoot.
All right, well,
Zoot.
ready to say the best?
Zoot. Now's your chance. Now's your chance. Don't do eyes closed. Zoot, you're beating me by a lot.
Should I go?
Baby, you're up. Zoot, all I know is that you're up. Do you know what Europe is? It is a fucking continent. And you're up.
There we go.
Zoot, you're losing.
Did I tell you how many people went to stand up? Open mic. Monday night?
Yeah, there were 10 people who did stand up.
Oh yeah, and then there was only about 7 people.
What are your thoughts on K-pop Demon Hunters?
Yeah.
Zoot, what are your thoughts on K-pop Demon Hunters? Zoot, what are your thoughts on the K-pop band Sistar?
I've never seen it.
Dude, they were in an episode of Family Guy and they look hot as fuck.
Okay, that's the weirdest statement I've ever said.
I know. There's an episode of Family Guy where Quagmire goes back to this ex-girlfriend that he had who was Korean, and Peter and Joe and Cleveland go to visit with him, and there's this Quagmire's ex-girlfriend or whatever is they're like, well, we're gonna eat dinner soon, but you guys can watch television in the meantime. And they turn on this music video of this Korean band known as Sistar, and there are 5 hot chicks. And at the end, Peter goes, "What is this? And how can I make my entire life about it?" And it's very funny. Zoot, you lost. Zoot, you used to dominate me in this game. Zoot, you used to dominate me in this game. And here I am getting 105 points like a pimp. Like a pimp. Oh, Zoot, get this. Okay, that was pretty good. Zoot, I would say when we're playing these 501 games, oh, that was good. That if you can average 60, that's the best. That's a good average. If you get less than 60, it's not good.
But you only just need to hit one thing to get a 60.
Yeah, but it's difficult.
Rabbi.
What up, baby?
There's flashing on my screen like you could have won that.
There's what? Wow, Zoot. Zoot takes the lead.
You know how it flashes like that one shot where you could win?
Yeah.
My screen was flashing that green you should have shot before.
Okay, how could I have won?
I don't know, I think it just glitched out.
Okay. Zoot, we both have 216. We both have 216.
We're tied. Fuck, you're playing game with me now.
Well, I just had 100 points. That's pretty good. Zoot, it's Coast to Coast AM.
What's that mean?
It's the radio show that I listen to every fucking night. Oh, dude, I busted. Zoot, I busted.
That's good for me. You're still in front. Well done. Can you talk?
And now.
This is bad. This is bad. Right, you need a double 20. You can win in this next. Can I win in the next show?
Yes. Well, the next round. The next round.
I'm gonna eat your shot.
No, you don't. I can win with one shot. And I just checked out, baby. Zoot, there's a lot of pressure on you. Oh, you're done. Oh, you could get 313, the 13 one. Triple 13, and you could win. Or you could tie for the win. Triple 13. It's flashing.
Alright, but if I miss, I'll be fucked.
Oh, yeah.
Now I'm fucked.
Yeah, now you're fucked.
Fuck that.
Dog, Zoot, you did better. All right, come on. You're going to get me. You did really well there. You were within one shot of winning. Dog, how didn't any of those hit the 3, the triple? That's a 5. That's a 20. Get a triple here. Oh, that was close. Zoot, that was a giant miss. I'm at 420. Zoot, that was giant. That was a giant make. That was a giant make. That was not a good miss. Zoot, what did you think of that? What up, baby?
Are the best comedians generally mentally ill?
No.
Who's a good comedian that's not mentally ill?
George Carlin was.
He wasn't mentally ill?
No. He was like a philosopher. Shane Gillis. Dave Chappelle. Shane Gillis, Dave Chappelle. They don't have mental issues.
I feel like Dave Chappelle is a little bit mentally unstable.
Dog. They like took his show away from him. I don't know if he's any more unstable than any other person on earth. Name one comedian who you think is not mentally stable.
Robbie Williams wasn't mentally.
Dude, he's not a comedian. He's not a comedian. He's like some British guy who no one in the United States knows, and he's not a comedian. He's a pop star.
I said Robin Williams.
Oh, Robin Williams. I thought you said Robbie Williams. Okay.
I did at first.
Oh, so then you fucking changed it.
No, I fucking realized I pronounced his name wrong because they have similar names.
Yes, they do. I'll give you that.
Yeah, Robin Williams was mentally stable.
I don't know. I don't know how much people. I know what they say happened to him, but I never saw a body. I don't know what happened.
He didn't kill himself?
If I don't see a body, I never know. Zoot, that's 3 wins. Zoot, that's 3 wins. Zoot, you've just gotten your ass kicked 3 straight times. And I'm going to do it to you again. You can't beat me. On the 501, you can't beat me. I'm unstoppable, baby.
Do you think Epstein killed himself?
I wasn't there, but there's a lot of evidence that that motherfucker's still alive.
No, he's not alive.
Okay.
He did die. He was murdered.
I mean, if you want to believe that, that's cool, and that's a story that you can tell yourself. That's great.
Too much evidence to say that. First of all, why wasn't he protective custody under suicide watch? Second of all, why was he put in the same cell with a convicted murderer? Third of all, why were the cameras off?
Baby, I don't know the answers to any of these questions. You're asking the wrong guy. All I know is that you're playing pretty well right now. Dude, if you get a triple 20, you're going to start dominating.
Besides from the moon landing, what's a conspiracy theory that you can prove is real?
The I'll think of it in a second. The Tuskegee experiment.
Hey, Rabbi, do you think time travel is real?
It could be, baby.
How do you make a wormhole?
You need a lot of energy and be able to bend space-time.
Do you think we'll ever create a wormhole?
Yep. Zoot, you need a triple. You needed that triple 20. Zoot, I'm about to put you away right here. Oh, Zoot, what a major bust. Zoot, what a major bust. Here's your chance. Zoot, with the chance for the greatest comeback in his career. All right, Zoot, what are you going to do? You've got to get 30. Oh, you know, it's over, baby. That's like, that's 6.
If a wormhole appeared in your room and like it looked like it was like You could see through the wormhole, and it was like looked like a fucking place of paradise. But you could walk through it, but you couldn't come back. Would you walk through it?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, you're streaming viral because everyone be like, this guy just walked through a wormhole and he went somewhere.
Exactly. And then where would I go? Where did I go?
Like, what the fuck? Everyone be like, where did this guy go? What happened? This is not.
Oh, Zoot, that was big time. 105 points, baby. 105 points. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Zoot, you just got 25 points. Zoot, this used to be... Zoot, this used to be your game. You used to dominate me at it. You used to take me to the woodshed. And here I am, just undefeated against you today.
Right. If you had to go to a time, if you had to go through a time machine, so if you could go back in time, but you had to die in this, everyone thinks you're dead in this current point in time, would you die?
Wait, what do I have to do?
You can time travel. You die in this universe. Would you die?
Can I time travel to the future?
I mean, yes, but it's a different universe.
Well, what the fuck kind of universe is it?
It's one where you change things from your past.
I don't really get your premise. I would go to a place in the future where mind uploading technology has been discovered, and then I would just utilize that. Oh, fuck. Zoot.
Can we change that happened in our lives when we, like, different memories when body technology happens?
Yes.
So we can delete memories?
Yes, it's known as memory erasure.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
I think it's a good thing for people who've had traumatic events, post-traumatic stress disorder.
How far away do you think we are from mind uploading?
Perhaps it's already being done. Zoot, did you see this dominance? Zoot, you used to dominate me in this game. And now here I am, dominating you. Zoot, I'm going to play you in Mancala. And I'm going to wipe the floor with you. And you're going to love it. And you're going to think it's the greatest thing you've ever seen. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, you have 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. There he is. There's my Zoot. Are you going to go? Or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
Dick. Have you ever had a small dick?
When it's cold, I'm a grower and a shower, baby.
Steps.
Zoot. Oh, fuck you, dude. That was a great play. That might have been one of the greatest plays in the history of humankind.
He's a doctor that deals with mental situations too, and he thinks it's great for the brain.
Your brain enjoys more fascinating. Our brain is 60% or so fat. See, the wrong kind of fat can help have inflammatory effects on the brain and lead to cognitive decline
I'm going to go to bed after this.
Okay, we'll just finish this game, son. Oh, that was good.
No, I lost.
Oh, yeah, you definitely lost. There's no doubt about that.
You might fuck up. You made a bad move.
Zoot, you might win. Zoot.
He finally says that I came back. I was wrong.
You're up, baby.
I don't think I can lose. No, I said I don't think I can lose.
Yeah.
I might have fucked up.
You can lose, dog. You're up.
This is not good.
Baby, you're done, son. Baby, you're done. It's over for Zoot. It's over for Zoot. You better go. Baby. Zoot. It's over. It's over. Zoot, you're done, big dog. Zoot, you're done, big dog. Zoot, you are done, big dog. You resign? What a bitch move. Zoot, what a bitch move. Zoot, why would you do such a thing?
Well, I'm going to go to bed.
All right, well,
sorry, I'm going to feed my dog.
All right, well, I don't know what the fuck excuse you're going to give me for your shitty play. All I know is I beat you in every single game we played. And that was amazing.
That's right.
He's jerking himself off.
Why is he doing that? Can't he just be in first?
Because he's trying to compete with you.
Who has more content? Yeah, me or Raza?
You do.
How often is Raza on the show?
When Riser comes, he's here for like 8 hours. But he doesn't come as often as you do. When you come, you're here for like 1 or 2 hours.
But I'm here every day.
Word, Doug. He's here like once every 2 weeks for 8 hours.
He stay here how long? 2 days a week for 8 hours?
No. He's here like once every 2 weeks for 8 hours.
He probably has more content than me.
No.
Who has the most content? About you?
Brandon.
Right?
Brandon.
Brandon. Who's Brandon?
He's in here with 2 different accounts.
Who
Here, if you went to Here, I'll give you the rundown. Just one moment. I'll give you how many hours you've been in here and everything.
I'm probably in the top 10, right?
Yes, you are, with maybe multiple accounts.
To account. Miss Aquarius is more human.
Yeah, she has. Okay, so here it is. I'm number 1. I'm number 2. Brandon's number 3. Brandon's number 4. Miss Aquarius is number 5. Brandon is number 6. Caspian C is number 7. Number 8, I don't know this person. I love my cat, Juju, 2002. Number 9 is Audie. Number 10, my horse is Richard. Number 11 is Rise. Number 12 is I Show Speed. Where are you? Number 13 is Audie. You're number 14 and you're number 15. So if we combined your accounts, let's see. If we combined your accounts, you've been in here with both your accounts, one for 227 hours, one for 87 hours. So that's like 314. If we combine that, you would be number you'd be like you would be close to Riser.
How satisfying is it for you, Ben, to know that you're healthy?
I think you've actually had 3 accounts in here. Maybe just 2. But I think you've had 3. Anyway. Brandon has by far the most of any person aside from myself. He dominates. He's the man. Nobody's touching my Brandon. All right, so go feed your dog. Peace.
The Coast site is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider and want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Plumbing and burner service.
Or stimulating talk. I'm Mark Bronner, the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA County Board of Supervisors has given preliminary approval to an ordinance to ban law enforcement officers from covering or disguising their identities while on duty in unincorporated areas. It's a response to federal immigration agents who generally wear masks while doing their jobs. If the board gives the measure final approval next week, it would likely face a legal challenge from the Trump administration. Russian President Vladimir Putin is accusing Ukraine's European allies of sabotaging U.S.-led efforts to end the war in Ukraine. He says they don't have a peace agenda and they're on the side of the war. He's accused Europe of amending peace proposals with demands that are absolutely unacceptable to Russia and blocking the entire entire peace process in blaming Moscow for it. Southland weather from KFI, cloudy and chilly tonight, lows in the upper 40s, low 40s in the AP. Clearing up with sun by tomorrow afternoon and highs in the upper 60s most places, mid-50s in the AB, mid-60s at the beaches, and no major changes the rest of this week. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Rohner.
You're spinning around the spirit. You're lost in dramas of our identity. The solution that worked for me? Advanced Hair's simple, quick, one-day treatment. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow. Schedule your free consultation. AdvancedHair.com. AdvancedHair.com.
One-stop for advertising. Call 844-844-IHEART. iHeartRadio LA Jingle Ball December 5th. Into a double tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
This is CEOs You Should Know with Division President of iHeartMedia, Paul Corvino.
Today I'm joined by Matt Taylor, CEO of Guardian Payroll Service. It's a company that helps businesses combine easy-to-use technology to make payroll, taxes, and compliance simple and accurate. Well, welcome, Matt. Thanks, Paul. Delighted to be here. I think our sweet spot is owner-operator. You know, we want people who look to us and say, these are my folks, I trust that they do a great job. When I call, they answer, they show up, they get it done. What's the value proposition they do offer? I think the biggest value right now is really service, look first. And when someone calls, the guaranteed response times, I think those things are so important in today's world. There's no offshore call centers. It's direct it's direct support. Because in our industry, nothing's wrong until it is. And when it goes wrong, it needs to get fixed. And how would a potential customer get contact with? GuardianPayrollServices.com is our website. They can go there.
Listen to CEOs You Should Know on the iHeartRadio app. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among adolescents, with rates rising along in recent years. But what is the tools to prevent these tragedies? On December 9th, join the Child Mind Institute's On the Shoulders of Giants scientific symposium to learn how experts are using smartphones, AI, and other digital tools to spot warning signs, respond more effectively, and scale solutions to save young lives. Free registration at childmind.org/giants. Home to the Rachel Maddow Show, Morning Joe, The Briefing, Jen Psaki, and more voices you know and trust. MS Now is your source for news, opinion, and the world. Our name is new, but you'll find the same commitment to justice, progress, and the truth that you've relied on for decades. We'll continue to cover the day's news, ask the tough questions, and explain impact is human. And same mission. Learn more at ms.now.
KFI AM 640.
If you're not going to have repercussions for criminal behavior, people are going to keep committing crimes. They're going to get themselves stabbed to death. It's going to create more vigilantes out of just normal citizens. It's a recipe for disaster.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. This is our life. This is our song. We'll fight the wrongs. We just don't think that's the because you know us. You know The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. Send Georgia text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're going to take your calls this half hour and next hour with Forrest's Ben Fuchs from CriticalHealthNews.com. You
Made fun of in my because of a poo I got made fun of in my childhood. Welcome to childhood, bitch. Crazy artist and you fucking know that. I listen to Leopard, then I mix it with that code that. Nigga 9 to 5, rather die before I go back. I am top 5, number 2, I'm not below that. Boys, name one thing white male can't have. Okay? Native Americans are basically human Bitcoin. I will say, the first few weeks, I just thought Me Too was all of us talking about stuff we would also do to be in a movie. Because of a poo.
Stem cells to assist your immune system.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low
I
hormones, stress,
got made fun of.
or your age.
What up, pimp? Dog, what's not to love? Dog. Do you remember those old Budweiser? Do you remember those old Budweiser commercials? Well, you didn't remember Schmidt's gay. All right. Previously, you were at number 6. What number are you at now? When? That is F.
And I just found out that my sister is 4 weeks pregnant. This is how I found out that my sister is the world. Not to mention that I found out at the same time as everyone else. So actually I went into a full-on state of shock again. Did not know what to do with myself because what the hell do you mean? Her due date is literally the day of my wedding. Well, the thing is that when we set my date, we anticipated the summer because that was literally the only day available where we could fit our entire party at this boutique hotel. To verify, I have since reached out to my wedding planner, and there in fact are no other days in 2026. And we already placed the deposit, so it's not like, Sophie, just pick a different venue, pick a different month, change your entire life because your sister decided to get pregnant. And some of you may be thinking, well, it's not her fault. She's not the fucking immaculate conception because she was back in the future. To really add insult to injury, multiple members of my fiance's family have already booked their flights. On my wedding disaster cake. If I didn't move my day, that should I laugh because I already heard about this. The reasoning is that women are on the brink of life and death while giving birth. Mind you, this is my sister's second child, so my mom's second grandchild. Now, I'm pretty much being told that if I don't change my wedding to 2027, it'll create life-altering issues between my relationships with my mom. Thank you. I'm not the one who got pregnant.
And download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
This is the least accurate golfer in the entire world. And today, we'll be playing a hole of alternate shot.
It's not too bad. It's not great. No, it's not too bad. It's okay. You can do this. You can do it. Perfect. Yeah. Let me give you one more chance. Chip it down there. No, I'm attack. Dude, I'm going to go for like full-blown attack. Martin, I said chip it. That was smooth, though. Like, right in the middle. I mean, this is perfect, dude. Oh, yeah, good recovery. On the short stuff, let's go. You got this. Yeah, this is what it's throwing. It's throwing like 25 yards. Let's go. Yeah, I'm flying. Hey, just stick it close and we'll make the putt. Go from there. Let me chip it in.
What would you say in your career criticaloutness.com is the most satisfying thing? You know? Yeah, that's a great question. And I kind of try not to pay too much attention to the kind of the upside nutritional supplementation when I help people. Because I don't want to, it's not just about George. It's really about the human body and what the human body is capable of. But the one thing that really stands out is the kid who had colon cancer, stage 4 colon cancer. This was pretty much when I started working with you in 2015. So it's now about a year, George. And I just put him on.
It's up to you. What is
I think it was probably 2015, 2016. And you know what? Stage 4 colon George. And he completely turned it around.
On chroma chain, go and see what chroma chain is, go and see what they're building, go and see what they're all about, go and see what they're offering, go and see their features, go and see their benefits, go and see why you should join, go and see why it matters. Yes, go and see. I'm around the time for this simple idea. Jesus. My baby boy. Yes, if you don't have a baby, we'll just say burr. Yeah, you know. Welcome into your 200. Oh God, spicy. 223 amazing listeners listening to me right now. It's 852 comments, 149, 304 likes, 7 votes, 48 comments. Let's just run it from plants up to 60. That's 6,828 beautiful people. You send this business really for just hear from Spicy. Spicy Greens, GMGM to you. How are you doing today? What you have to tell us?
All I want is unlimited 5G plus, unlimited data with more speed.
Yes, we can
is in your account. I was thinking, getting this on screen to be, but you know, it's actually giving me the issues that's made me to refuse getting the tick. I'm able to to comment on the post and some other things. Now I got this one. I've seen that a couple of comments on this morning. I did a lot of GM this morning for this space and they're in this space. Right now, I'm able to like, so sorry to comment posts. They are always giving me annoying, but it affects me. So, even my new account, I can't comment. Right now, I'm in trouble. I need help. Anyone who can reach my issue, please reach out to him. Tell him I'm not in trouble. People are in trouble. So you guys should please just follow me. I don't really know. So I don't know.
will help you do it as well.
Every single morning, Jim.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Show. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. This week on Patreon, we watched Jeff Dye, Hate Twitter, also Kill Jody Mess. Oh my God! I had so much fun watching Jeff Dye talk about how he likes women that I forgot that we watched the second episode of Kill Tony. It's the second one, right? On Netflix. Yeah, it was in Madison Square Garden. It was really good. We watched a little bit of it and had to turn it on.
Yes.
But anyways, also, actually, a big announcement we've been talking a lot about this September 20th, we're going to live stream the Gringo Poppy for 24 hours straight. We will have on such guests, hopefully, because they've all said they would. Brian, Mark Harley, potentially Brendan Walsh, Sean McCourt, Alistair Molina, probably, and maybe some other people. It doesn't matter. It's going to be twice of the
George W. Bush.
Yeah,
Michael Earl, Jerry Jones.
And also everyone that's been on TV. But anyways, that's not why you're here today. So mark your calendar.
That'd be funny if the Dallas Cowboys watch this because Poppy shot Dallas.
I'm sure there's at least one Cowboys that thinks about us. I hate the Dallas Cowboys. But anyways, that's not why you're here. 10 minutes of shop. So start the timer. Play the chain clip.
Great question, Jack Donahue. No, we have not listened to shit yet. What if G-Rad could walk in all 8 inches? Okay. Oh shit.
Can you see me? Let me speak.
If you ever jumped Nardo's hair equally between the both of you, then you're still born. That's G.
I mean, that's so bald that if you took both hours, I would still be bald. Probably.
You know what's fucked up here is that you didn't put Jatardo.
Jatardo. Yeah, I put all the ones I can remember.
Yeah, you were busy. You spit facts. All right, let's get to the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. That's what we're here for, Danny. Put it around. Try photoshopping the hair on that thing. Impossible. All right, so here we go. This one's the first one. Obviously, you remember DJ Khaled or who was it that he collabed with for the hair thing?
DJ Khaled was one of the people. Yeah, it has like a bunch of different celebrities on it. Okay. You can see it. It's
yes. This is posted by Wonderful Salary 5432. It's the product that already has reviews. Papa Changing Lives. You want to read that review recipe?
That's Daddy's color. My kids would say when pointing to the color gray, it drove me nuts. I've since switched to using Rewind, and I'm back to being an Adonis. Best brains in the business behind this product. What are we doing here? Order this now! Exclamation point. So that's obviously almost
you missed out on a piece of a hair dye.
Damn, dude, they're everywhere, dude. The cats are everywhere. Jack Donahue said, "Are you guys planning on falling asleep on this trip?" As you did in this earlier. Oh, it's tough. You guys, we joke about how hard we work, but this is a tough gig.
When you're working the fryer, sometimes the oil's not hot enough. You know what I mean?
Podcasters are the last line of defense between the woke being the wall. That requires waking up at 4:34 in the morning, working all night, which is something I'm sure AZ does. I don't know British people, but their time difference is probably 7 days. But yeah, he works just as hard as us.
Hard guys make soft guys come harder than soft guys become hard guys.
That's close, but it's actually the hard guys make podcasts. So,
yeah, and easy for hard times when podcasting is the guy's hard.
Easy times make for audio is king.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
This is real. We saw that one. We watched this on our other live stream, but let's see refresh. I know Cooney has never seen it. No, that's Chris Lee, by the way. I don't know if you know that. Mr. Graves.
Honestly, a clip that I've seen before that I didn't see before. It takes the third time that I've seen it before it registers in my head. Brave little brain.
Brendan's IQ on full display as he crashes out on comedians on a podcast. 8345.
I have a problem with everyone going on podcasts and talking shit about everyone. It sucks.
Chris, no good comments on that. I haven't seen one like legit
today, Junior.
Yeah, he really struggled in one.
If you stutter that much, you shouldn't be allowed to wear a rock like this, dude.
What do you think? Is that a Rolly?
It's golden.
Expensive watch.
AP on my wrist, homie.
I'm gonna talk shit on that one. Right. Like, there are no public.
Well, right. There are a few moments.
Listen, there's a soft cup. I'd be like, bro, come on, man. I like Just on it. Just like it's different than Mark. What's a salty bitch? Just our community. You guys keep saying this community.
Right, but what's
full of
cups?
cups.
Gave him trying and he stepped back. Knocked down the jumper.
No labor fans. This is dad is the latest one.
JJ out on the court. 49 seconds left in the third quarter. It basically belongs to the Suns. Gave him trying and he stepped back. Knocked down the jumper.
Leah talks about comedians talking about other comedians like podcasts. He's like, dude, I was watching this podcast and these two guys were like talking shit about him. They're so fucking lame. Like, who's the thing? And he was doing all that, and in my mind, I know I don't matter, I don't count, but in my mind, I'm thinking exactly.
Imagine them going to Joe Rogan's studio like every single 30 songs. And he shows Joe Rogan on a landslide.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he would do that because Rogan, you don't want to, like Graveyard said, you have to respect the star. Yeah. You don't want to show him things, but I would be less surprised if like one of these guys went on Rogan and took Jamie aside. He's like, and tell Jamie. If you look at his bookmarks, maybe there's a.
What's it called? The next one is shout out to Red Bar. Have you seen the most recent Red Bar?
Some of it hilarious. So
when he talks about Sam Cedar.
Oh no, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, dude. So this one's looks like a screen grab from that podcast, talking about a black version of Clinton.
I saw that. It's crazy how much it looks like.
Posted by Rascals Whack Wager. Yeah. That's wild. Talking about ladies.
It really looks like
it's like a Chappelle and shit out of baby.
If I were Ken, I would want people to send it to me so I could see it.
Yeah.
Show me like this. Like, I look like that guy.
I want to watch me.
Oh, people have done the face too. Like I have my job. My staff made like different versions of me and sent it to me. And they're like, this thing knows what it looked like if you're in our life. This is funny for me too.
All right, looks like comedian time is back here, dude. This one's posted by comedian time. People are like, are you coming back to comedy? People mean Brendan Rooney.
You
People say come back to comedy. I can't. I can't be selfish. I can't. It's not about kids. I can't be bold. I can't. And then be mad like, I've never missed a Tiger's practice. Never missed a practice. Bossy starting out, never missed a practice. You love it so much. That's what I was born to do. I was going to show this to his dad the other day. His son's 7. He's on travel ball. And his dad's like, yeah, it's our first time. And I said, I'll let you know now. It's a lot. It's a lot. Some vacations, those are gone. Like, hands up in the neighborhood, like, oh, we're going to Fiji or Hawaii, Tahiti for vacation weekend. That's it. And now, you might hear that. What? There's nothing. That's what I told Dad. He said, man, vacation, this, like, outside looking in, you're like, oh my God, I'm telling you, it's worth it. You're going to be in some shitty town in Texas, and it's going to be the best. There's going to be snacks, you're going to go out, you're going to be at the hotel, it's the best.
So travel means you gotta go to Texas and stay in Motel 6 or a plan.
I mean, dude, you want to see shitty hotels you go right to across the street.
Yeah, it's pretty rough out
It's the
there.
complete opposite of the neighborhood. It's not getting a circle, but they're doing drugs. Yeah.
Damn, dude, no vacations or nothing? They don't go to places? Okay, so he's podcasting.
Dude, you never told me it's on podcast.
I wonder, anybody in the chat have a kid that does travel ball? Is this real?
Thank you very much.
I will bring you away, join. Bring you away, join. Not just tell you now. Yes, guys. While we're here and doing the needful, I post on the job with one. The host communities post is currently up. I'm seeing 92 likes, guys. Let's run it up. I'm going to bring that post down when it hits 150 likes. So let's go and run it up. Go and like it. Go and like it. Go and touch. We are 198 here, so we can get 150 likes on that post. Go and touch the post. Go and touch it. Touch and waiting no good. Go and touch it. Go and drop a like there. Even if you can't say GN, go and like it. Go and like it. Go and like it. I made a post about those that are complaining their kids because I can't school and keep it for everyone. So if there's kids, the post on the Geometry is for you. Just go there, drop your screenshots. That's if you are engaging. Please drop your screenshot there. The screenshot of your position in the repost section, not the screenshot of the comments you are making under people's posts. So drop it there. From the next set, I'll start bringing up posts from there. That's if you are skipped. Some of you sent me screenshots yesterday. We haven't gotten to your turn. Some people sent me screenshots that they were not even inside. But you send me screenshots of people that I got their posts. So yes, guys, let's do the needful. Don't mistake it. We have Champion Alpha X post on the Jumbotron, the project that quietly pulls you in once you look closer. What does it say? He said the first time I came across Deep Note AI, I was not even searching for anything. Go and see what he was searching for. Project. Go and see Champion Alpha X post and go and see what he was looking for. The next post, let's see what that post is sitting on. Post is currently sitting on 21 likes. Guys, let's roll it up. We are giving 60 likes. Okay, let's roll it up for him. Drop an insightful comment as well. Okay, don't go there and say in position. I'm sat. You know that you're not sitting anywhere. Don't go and start there. Okay, go and drop him a like and comment. Alright, the last post on the Jumbotron is by Treasure. She's saying grab your popcorn, guys. Go and see what you are grabbing popcorn for.
She's
talking about OTI, own the influence. So go and grab a popcorn and sit with her there. Drop her a like and insightful comment or tell her or talk to her about how to job. It's a trend, guys. You know what we'll do to trends. Don't impregnate the trend. What do I mean? The first trend is on 57. Let's also run up every block. I'm seeing 24 on the next, 24 on the other one, and 22. Guys, let's like them accordingly so it doesn't look like bot engagement, okay? Yeah. And the next post on the Jumbotron is by Mickey. Mickey is saying GN. Just go and tell me, he said, GM to you too. Give me some of this cocktail. Let me use it to Dexy my December. He's currently sitting on 24 likes, 2 bookmark. Guys, let's go run it up, okay? Go and run up that. Go and run it up. Go and run it up. Go and run it up. I'm seeing the Jen Chef. The Jen Chef is saying today is day 3 of December also. 11 days left on the XIXR cricket Kaitu leaderboard, and the extension to December 14 just changed everything. Go and sit down there and read what he's talking about and what date it was moved to. It's currently sitting on 22 likes right now, 3 bookmarks, guys. Go and leave him an insightful comments. Don't go and post insightful trade. It's not even a trade, okay? Go and leave him a nice comment and let's one of the likes as well. The next post is by Camly Unique. Camly Unique, we're not seeing the backside today. That's lovely. That's lovely. You have been haunting us with backside for 1 week now. But we thank God for grace. Camly, you say GM seeing you a day that's light, calm, and fully in your favor and as calm as my voice. I don't know how day. You know for the comments, you know for what she posts, but just go there, go and drop by GM. Then I have to give you some of our tacos, even though today is not Taco Tuesday. Go and tell her GM Camly. Alright, the next post is by Through Righteousness. I don't know why you're bringing GM posts. I don't know why this GM post that will fly to heaven. She said, connect with everyone that likes your comment and say GM. Go there and say GM. Go and look at that fine, beautiful face. She's already wearing Christmas cap up and that. She wear her for X, she can't wear her for like. Yes, go and look at her face. Because of the fine face, go and drop like. Go and drop a comment. Go and bookmark. Go and retweet and go under the comment section of that post and also go and grab followers. Okay? Go and grab followers. Muna, are you back? Muna. You are back, right? Yeah. Alright, you can have the mic.
Okay, so anyway, before we move forward here, anyway, we're moving forward. But yes, before we go to whatever again, just like my co-host said, Calmly Unique, thank you as you did not turn your backside with this graphic. Thank you. While I will not get backside. I never on my backside for my prompt before because I know it's not good. There is nothing there. But yes, Family is saying GM, wishing you a day that go and find out if not bad day she did shoot or a good day. So yes, go to the comments and go and drop a GM. She's currently sitting on 65 likes. The Jane Chef is currently sitting on 30 likes. That is low. Guys, go there. Go and do the needful. Mickey is saying GM. Look at that. Is it a cocktail? A mocktail? We don't know from the looks. Is it a cocktail or is it go there, go and see for yourself because it's currently on 31 likes. Go and run it up with 215 on this face. Getting 70 likes should not be difficult. I mean, 70 straight up. So yes, again and again, 218 people running to you guys. How are you guys doing today? We have 905 comments, close to 1,000, but we're not up to 1,000 yet. Go there and go and raise it up to 1,000. 168 reposts from 214 people. It's not bad if some of you go to the repost section and repost as well. 7 quotes, 339 likes, 53 bookmarks. Thank you guys. I love you guys. And we have 8,069 amazing people. They've sent this space this morning. Isn't that good? Isn't that good? But yes. Welcome to the Game 500 House Show and engagement with host. Do shoot the host who happens to be the host to follow. Shoot the co-host to follow. My fellow co-host is Rogan, and that's bad. Shoot the speakers to follow. We have the Jane Chef, we have Rabbi, we have Spicy Creator, Mia Mapema Camly, Paradise, Drex Pluto. How are you doing today? We have Jude, we have lots of people. There's Mama, I see you, Empressy, I see you, Bright, I see you, Mr. Light, I see you, Justice. Well, how are you? How are you doing today? But yes, GM to you guys once again. But while I'm Chris, please do well to, while your head is sweating, you're feeling funky, do well to go to the Jumbotron and go and engage, go and engage on Family Unique because she's a very calm and beautiful girl, light skinned for that matter. Go and engage on Defi Chef. DJ Chef, I started again calling you Defi Chef. Wow, DJ Chef, go there. Go and say GM to meet you. Treasure said, grab your popcorn, guys. Go and see the cinema happening over there. What's for the time? There's a cinema over there. Go and see the cinema for yourself. I'm sure it's a thread. Make sure you're liking from top to bottom, from the beginning to the end, from top to bottom, from the beginning to the end. Thank you. Who's the next person here? Champion Alpha X is saying the project that quietly pulls you in once you look closer. Go and see that project. That project pulls you in. Go and see it for yourself. I want you to tell you about it. Well, hold on. Should I take two spaces for you? Should I take a speaker space for you? Thank you. So yes. There's a post on the Jumbotron by Wealthy Girlie, my fellow co-host, who happens to be a very beautiful young lady. She's saying if you have these kids and you are engaged, drop a screenshot of your position on the retweet here. Go and drop evidence over there. The screenshot of where you've been skipped, where your name is, and then the plot about the world. So yes. Drop the screenshot there. And lastly, we have a post on the job by host to a theory community who is saying GM that post is going to be there for some time because it's currently 106 likes, 2 bookmarks, 3 reposts, 1 quote, and lots of comments. But yes, go there, go and see your GM is going to be there. So pivot back. Thank you. Pivot back to the first post on the Jumbotron. We have a post from what 3 Righteousness, which I'm not going to hype because even if I know hype up that post, GM post number 2, some crazy case views, but yeah. Some crazy views, yes. Anyway, GM, go and say GM to act because what if I get? Let me say GM. GM, the person that slept on the call while we were jumping. Yeah. She don't drop off. I just said she drop off. Anyway, yes. Let's see what we're doing for Family Unique. Let's see. Family Unique is currently sitting on 65 likes. 65. We have 192 on the space. It will not be a big deal if we take her to 80. 12 more people that are amazing, that God will bless this morning, the ceremony when he speaks, that God will abundantly bless, that to be favored. Go to Family Unique's post and go and drop a like and a GM. Thank you very much. Anyway, we have a few hands, just 2 hands on the speaker row, so we're going to hear from these 2 beautiful people. Anyway, one is not beautiful, one is hands up instead. So yes, Rabbi, your hand was up first. Let's hear you speak. GM, get to you.
GM, everyone, thank you for the opportunity to share my project. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on 1 YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these cameras, the link to my YouTube is in my profile. It's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. You'll also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. I invite you to join. We have over 2,500 members in the community and grow stronger every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the life, importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
All right. Thank you very much, Rabbi. Do you know, sometimes I always think that, does this guy grant this thing? Because this is how he usually show himself when it comes to the speaker. But yes, nice to hear from you again, Rabbi. And you guys heard all what he said. And yes, well, to shoot Rabbi the follow and follow back. You know, go to his timeline, you will get something there. But yes, thank you for coming, Rabbi. We have Makema's hand up there. Makema, what do you have to say?
I wanted to talk about the drops this morning. So, because I think that was not the post that came up. So, I don't know if I've seen it. I thought the new contest, $300 countries by Bank Coins. So, Bank Coins. So, they're calling out creatives, meme lords, there's someone that does meme and everything like that, to come and join the contest. So you're creating memes and artworks. It should be a white card, wearing red cape, all of that, something fun and on brand. So basically that's what you're doing. So the details is on my post. The first post I made this morning. No, the second post I made this morning. So I'll retweet it for anyone that wants to check it out on my page. And then also do well to join my Alpha channel. Link is also there. I made the post like a thread. So you just scroll through, you see it, where you can join the Alpha channel for more alphas. I posted this morning. And I might be posting another one later today, maybe a gig or something. Because I also saw a gig that was posted by Gisepola. I already dropped that on the Alpha channel.
Oh, how are you, Web3? Can you hear me, big dog? Yo, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Dude, what a big fucking space. Shout out to them.
try to avoid them. Wean yourself off. Always work with your doctor. I'm not a big believer in prescription drugs. You always want to work with your physician to prescribe prescription drugs. You don't want to stop them by yourself. But this can vary the burden of prescription drugs. Alcohol, the same way. Intoxicants, as little as possible as we age. You don't eat for kids. Reduce your dramatically, and your liver will be happier. So the most important thing you do for the liver is what you don't let the liver do. And then as far as nutrition goes, nutrients, the liver is very, very receptive to fat nutrients, particularly EMAs from longevity. Major liver nutrient, liver supplement. Also, fatty vitamins, vitamin D and vitamin A, and then also, like C is very important for the liver. In fact, the next nutrient gland for the thyroid is more vitamin C in the liver than any other gland. You can also use liver extract. You can also eat liver, which contains iron, are very helpful for the liver. But the most important thing, as I say, is what you don't liver do. Don't make the liver work. Remember, every prescription drug you take, every cigarette you smoke, every shot of alcohol you drink is going to put a burden on the liver, and that's power.
Please provide the contact information of the top 5 Nigerian job recruiting organizations, just their name, their website, and their email. Yo, what up, Hunter? I know you. Hunter, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent, my man. How's your day?
It's doing quite well. Thank you for asking. How's your-
Amazingly. Are you a Web3 jobber?
Yes. I'm confident.
Okay, excellent. I'll help you. Just one moment.
Okay.
Okay, big dog. I just sent you a strategy that is going to work for you. It's going to help you to get jobs. Okay, the first 2 messages that I sent you on Twitter, they are going to allow you to create a link tree. Everything I tell you is free, by the way, and there's no cost, and the strategies are free. So you are going to create a link tree. You're going to connect the top 30 different social media platforms to it. This may seem like a lot, but what this is going to do for you is more places to post, 30 more places to post for your clients, 30 times more communication channels for potential clients. It's going to allow you to dominate social media, search engines, and AI, and it's going to make it difficult to impersonate you. Does this make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Then what we're going to do is we are going to I'm going to look over your information when you're done with your link tree. And once it's good, then we're going to add content to your different social media for free. So we're going to use AI video creators to ensure that you have content. Then I'm going to teach you how to join different communities on X, Telegram, and Discord, Facebook, some other place. Then what I'm going to do is make sure that you know how to clip people's spaces and how to make and market yourself with memes. Then we're going to work on your pitch for different spaces so that you can ensure that you are sounding professional. when you are pitching yourself. Does this make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. Now, check your messages right now as well, because I sent you a list of 5 recruiting companies in Nigeria that can get you a job tomorrow. Apply with them. So make sure that they have your resume, okay?
Okay.
Do you have a resume?
I'll create one. I don't have a resume.
Okay, so you need a resume if you're going to get hired. So use ChatGPT to create a resume. Once you're happy with it, if you want, you can send it to me. But then you're going to want to upload it to these different companies, and you want to get connected with a recruiter there because they'll find the job for you, okay? Okay, but before we do that, I want to make sure that I'm able to send you this message because it said it was not sent. So just one moment. Let me see. Let me see how I can send this to you. Okay, I'm going to try to send this again. And we'll see if it works.
Okay.
Hunter, go check your Twitter messages and make sure the most recent one says top.
No, it doesn't.
It does not. The last one that you have for me is one that says, please secure the same or similar usernames, right?
That's the last one.
Okay. That's okay. Yeah. For some reason, this website, it has trouble sending these. Okay. So just one moment. We'll get it for you. All right, check again.
Okay, just yes, I've seen it.
Okay, so you want to make sure you apply to all those companies, okay? Okay, but you want to do that after you create your resume. So go to ChatGPT, ask ChatGPT to make a resume for you. And then apply on these different websites. and then create your link tree, and I'll help you with anything that you need, okay? You're welcome, my friend. If you have questions, let me know, okay? Absolutely.
All you need to do is let me go and get started on the YouTube.
Absolutely, my friend. I'm here if you have questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Take care.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Stimulating talk. I'm Mark Rothschild, the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA County DA's office will not charge a 7-Eleven manager accused of beating an employee to death in Hollywood. Prosecutors say the manager claimed self-defense and didn't use excessive force, and the 24-year-old Jessica McLaughlin and her manager had a history of disputes that led to the brawl in June. McLaughlin fell and lost consciousness, never woke up, and was taken off life support days later. 2 men have been shot and killed at a wastewater reclamation plant in Atwater Village. LAPD officers found the men this morning on Colorado Boulevard near the freeway. Both were pronounced dead at the scene. And leaders in Stockton have planned a confidential sit-down with gang members after Saturday's mass shooting at a child's birthday party that killed 4 and wounded 11. The Youth Peace and Justice Foundation says it believes it was gang-related and wants an immediate ceasefire to stop violence from escalating. Southland weather from KFI, cloudy and cool tonight. Lows in the upper 40s, low 40s in the AV. Clearing up and sunny by tomorrow afternoon with highs in the upper 60s most places. Mid-50s in the AV, mid-60s at the beaches. And not much change the rest of this week. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Rohner.
Currently, financing rule of thumb says you have to drop your rate at least 0.5% to refi, because it will take several years of savings to recoup the closing costs for a refi. The Loan Exchange says the rule is nonsense. With a Loan Exchange-free closer, you can lower your rate without paying any cost whatsoever. That's right, lower your rate with no cost, and your balance doesn't go up. You start saving on the first day you have the loan, and every day thereafter. If you decide to move next year or rates drop further, you can exchange that loan for another without losing $1 that was tied up in closing costs. Today's 30-year fixed-free closer rate in APR is 5.875%. So if your current mortgage rate is higher than 5.875%, give the Loan Exchange a call at 855-752-9944 or log on to theloanexchange.com. It won't cost you a thing. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. Call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com.
Wishing the holidays can come early? If you own or manage a business, they can. With help from iHeartRadio, people are already shopping for their loved ones and hunting for deals wherever they can find them, including right here. They're listening to the radio. They're listening to podcasts. They could listen to you. Don't wait for everyone else to kick off the holidays. Get your best season of the year up and running today. Call 844-844-IHEART or visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
This holiday season, wrap a gift for yourself. Beautiful legs. Stop hiding varicose or spider veins. West Medical's minimally invasive treatments are quick, effective, and require little downtime. With most PPO insurance plans covering these treatments. Call 1-800-WEST-MED today for your free vein screening. That's 1-800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com.
Join the Mental Health Coalition in creating a culture where vulnerability is strength, empathy is intuitive, and stigma is a thing of the past. Everyone has mental health. It's time to #take it personally. Create spaces where everyone feels welcome. Spread good vibes through random acts of kindness. And share mental health resources like you share memes. Tag @Mental Health Coalition in a video or leave a comment with a tip about how you #take it personally. For more information, visit thementalhealthcoalition.org.
KFI AM 640.
Brad is at Ironman United. We know everyone has a ritual. But what do you do to keep your head in the game? Find mental health resources at georgia.oneyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute, the Orford and Blythe Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
KFI AM 640.
Yesterday, don't matter if it's gone. While the sun is bright, or in the darkest night, no one knows. She comes and goes.
To talk to George Dory, call the Wildcard Line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 701-4721. To talk toll free from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, Paul Davids joins us to talk about the supernatural and his life. So make sure you're part of the program. We'll be back with final calls with pharmacist Ben Hughes as well. Gina Salvati in for our time right now, and she is also the editor of the Whole Life Times digital magazine. As we've been talking whenever she's in, use her opportunity to tell you, send her an email and she'll send you a free copy. How do we do it, Gina?
Thank you so much, George. It's very easy. Everyone is welcome to email me at Gina, Gina, at wholelifemagazine.com.
Do you have the new issue yet?
We're working on it right now, George. It'll be our holiday issue.
Super. Thanks, Gina.
Thank you, George.
And have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? Now that's a great deal at 15 cents a day.
Hi, this is Jerry, Carolina, Texas. 401-3-1996. I love Coast Insider. Download shows from my phone and listen anywhere in Texas. From my Gulf Coast to Big Bend.
Hi, I'm Pam in Denver. I've been a Coast to Coast Insider for many, many years and love it. I get to listen whenever I want and get to tap into art film, the show hall. You too can get these goodies. Become a Coast to Coast Insider today.
This is Jack. I'm a Coast Insider and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before or anytime with the show archives. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did.
And you can sign up by going to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top it says Insider. Click that and you're in. The other way is to go to the App Store. Look for the Coast to Coast AM app. It's free. Put it on your phone and you can sign up that way too. And if you're in Canada, you're eligible to be a member now too, so take advantage of that. Here's something for you men and women. Build up that testosterone.
Recent research is showing low testosterone is affecting a larger portion of men and women at all ages. Addressing hormone balance, including healthy testosterone, is crucial for maintaining overall health. Energy Super Tea, not a drink, but a 100% natural capsule, faster absorbing for amazing results. Here's Dr. Helen Millett, product creator.
Naturally, as we know, the body produces testosterone on its own. Georgia Super Tea is a powerhouse of hormone balance and testosterone enhancement, designed to work with the body's natural testosterone for both males and females.
Sounds great. What changes are people seeing?
We're talking beautiful hair, glowing skin, energizes the mind, better mental clarity, better concentration, less stress, enhances your sugar metabolism. It goes on, boosting desire in both men and women. We're talking about natural, sustained energy in all aspects of your life, all with our EDS enzyme, our secret sauce, to maximize nutrient absorption, helping the body get the most from every dose.
And Dr. Millett, it's all natural, correct?
100% natural product. It optimizes the testosterone that you're already at. It gives your body the ability to produce as much as you need. Feeling differences in 1 hour of up to 700% improved testosterone. So anybody who wants to just feel better, feel younger, this is for you.
George's Super Tea capsules for men and women from healthylooking.com or at 800-549-9596. Super Tea capsules at healthylooking.com or at 800-549-9596. Check out the full interview with Dr. Millett at healthylooking.com and don't forget promo code George for free shipping.
It's called Mars Mission 1. It's a fictional book based on real-world facts of a future we all wish never happened. Author Christopher Lee Jones brings us Mars Mission 1. It's a great read, available on Amazon.com. Real-world facts of what our world could look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop. The crew lands on the surface of Mars, for example, when a missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sails along at thousands of miles an hour, destroying more satellites, creating more debris, causing a non-stop chain reaction. It's called the dreaded Kessler effect, and it's underway. Satellites are being destroyed by debris. All cell phones fail, GPS fails, power fails. Life on Earth as we understand it. Remember, this Mars mission one, surviving the Kessler effect. You just don't want to see it happen. Now available at Amazon.com. It's Mars mission one, surviving the Kessler effect. It's a great book.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9871. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9871. That's 800-575-9871. Tax Relief, real solutions for real people.
Now, welcome back to our final segment with pharmacist Ben Fuchs from CriticalHealthNews.com. George Norrie here with you. You have that toll-free number to call at any time, 1-855-949-7234. You have a great staff there, Ben.
Excellent staff. Take good notes. I know I talk fast sometimes to try to put a lot of information out there.
2028.
Miss something, you don't understand something. Everybody on CriticalHealthNews.com
Shit.
knows all about it. Time out. Heard my spiel for years.
Let's go to the call. Lisa, the Rockies. Vaughn is with us from Vermont, Texas. Hello, Vaughn.
Yeah, just let you know what he said about blood pressure medicine. It seems like you could cause also organ shrinkage and also fatigue, from a lack of
Absolutely. It's one of the most important side effects of that toxicity. This adverse reactions associated with medications such as fatigue and lethargy and all due to this lack of oxygen.
I have a three-quarter quickly. I was wondering if there's such thing as brain dehydration or microcirculatory issues in the brain as a causal factor for possibly Alzheimer's or dementia.
Absolutely, 100%. Right on. Not only is dehydration able to affect the brain, leading to confusion, loss of concentration, impaired cognitive functioning, and I'm not sure that necessarily all representatives of cognitive impairment for sure. There's also something called leaky brain. Now we talk about leaky gut, how toxicity gets into the bloodstream. So you have to get toxicity getting into the brain through a leaky brain. The brain is protected from toxicity in the blood by what's called the blood-brain barrier. But the blood-brain barrier itself is leaky, and one of the most egregious, one of the most important causes of that is gluten and grains. That's just another reason why you want to be careful about ingesting these gluten-containing grains, because of this green brain effect, or leaky brain effect. So to answer your question, yes, absolutely, dehydration can negatively affect brain health.
What else do you have?
Scans look when you look at the brain scans, it looks like it's dehydrated. But anyway, are there any experiments where the ability to produce vitamin C in humans or animals have been restored?
Well, that's a great question. Vitamin C is really fascinating because animals make vitamin C, but humans don't. And that puts us in a very vulnerable position. Vitamin C is critical for the stress. When an animal's under stress, it will make 10 times as much vitamin C in the morning, 30 or 40 times as much vitamin C as would ordinarily, because vitamin C, even though it's incredibly much, is very poor stress management. The body's stress glands, the adrenal glands have more vitamin C than almost any other body. Humans don't make vitamin C, so we got to supplement vitamin C. And in fact, you can supplement with dry doses of Of course, everybody knows that vitamin D deficiency is scurvy, but many of the signs of scurvy, including weak bones and gum disease and skin problems, cardiovascular, blood vessel issues, they're all signs of scurvy, but they're also signs of aging. So I think in the future, we're going to start to see that aging is supplement with scurvy, which means vitamin C is not only anti-scurvy, anti-ascorbic vitamin, it's also the anti-aging vitamin.
Lori in Brighton, Illinois is with us now. Hello, Lori.
Hi, Lori.
Hi, both of you. Well, I wanted to ask you about magnesium in particular. Well, so I'm just so confused. You know how there's different forms of vitamins, and well, I believe that I need to take my magnesium, especially, and I had gotten one at the store, you know, and it said, oh, I'm running down here. Sorry, I didn't have my page ready.
That's okay.
So the one I had gotten was for oxide, and well, a while back there was another guest on Copan, not from longevity or not one of you guys. He said, and because I was especially interested in that, for me, that's why I remembered and wrote it down. He said this is form that you use magnesium, the glycogen, but now I've got the untamed tangerine, and it says it's gluconate and oxide, and the chemo that I had that I've been taking just before that was glycinate, which is what he had said, and the osteoFX, the citrate. So I don't understand it.
The second word after minerals will tell you how that mineral is handled by the body. So always, never see just zinc or just selenium or just magnesium or any mineral by itself. There always has to be a second word associated with that mineral. And the guess was correct. The best form of that was the best form. A better form of magnesium is magnesium. But magnesium citrate is also a very good form. So you can find magnesium citrate, magnesium glycinate is also good. There's magnesium malate, there's magnesium sulfate, there's magnesium threonate. There's various forms of magnesium. For the most part, magnesium citrate and magnesium glycinate are going to be the best for most folks.
Ben, what do you think of L-arginine?
L-arginine is so darn important. You know, amino acids are known for being building blocks of protein. Most people know that. But individual amino acids, above and beyond their role as components of the protein molecules, is very important. And we find that, for example, the amino acid tyrosine, that can act like caffeine. That can act like stimulating you first thing in the morning. We find that, for example, the amino acid glycine is important for liver function, for building collagen. Well, the amino acid arginine is possibly the most powerful of all the amino acids. And that makes it extremely important for growth. That we use arginine quantity for healing burns. Topical arginine as well as internal arginine. But you've got skin trauma with you well. Arginine are also very important for performance.
Dude, shout out to those people. Who are they? The people who just hosted that space. If you're watching this now in the future, you'll be like, oh, people, you see this, but you just got me like 30 new followers, and that's great. And I want to help people.
It is probably, as I said, the most powerful of all the amino acids. The one knockout arginine doesn't taste very good. So if you're going to use arginine powder, you might want to cut it with a little bit of lemon or something to mask the taste of it. Or of course, you can use arginine tablets. If you just want to get arginine. I like the arginine powder, and I personally use 5 grams of arginine every day.
Randy's with us in Brooklyn, Texas. Hey, Randy, thanks for calling.
Hi, Randy. Something to my call, George Nori, and also that I've got a question that I've got a guy at church.
Yo, Grit, how are you, big dog? Can you hear me? Grit. Grit, can you hear me? Grit, can you hear me?
You don't speak Grit.
Excellent. Grit, you can hear me. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Excellent. I'm well, my friend. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna help you. Everything I tell you is free, and this is an excellent strategy for you to be able to market yourself and get a job. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. So
You do your live stream for like 24/7 or what?
yeah, stream 24/7 for 4 years. You can come in here whenever you need to talk to someone. If you need advice with the job process or whatever, I'm here to help.
Wow, that's cool. You don't sleep?
No, I sleep, but I mean, if I'm awake, I'll help you. If I'm not awake, send me a DM and I'll help you when I awake.
So you sleep on live stream? Or?
Oh yeah, definitely, 100%.
Wow, that's cool.
Thanks, Grit. Okay, so Grit, what we're doing for you, do you have a resume?
I have one, but it's not that. I don't really put too much energy into it.
Okay, so all you have to do is go to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will create it for you. So you say whatever kind of job you want. I'm a community manager. I'm a Web3 expert. I'm a social media manager. Whatever you want. And if you don't know what you want to be a social media manager. That works. And you just put in there your name, your contact information, and a little bit of experience that you have, and it's going to create a resume for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then what you're going to do? I sent you a list of like 5 different organizations in Nigeria. I don't know, but many of the people who contact. If you're not, we'll find a
I'm based in Nigeria.
Okay, great. So then, you'll apply for those 5 different recruiting organizations, and they will help find you a job. Then what we do is you're going to create a link tree. You're going to connect all your social media to it, and you're going to create a bunch of social media to it. And what this is going to do for you is it's going to give you about 30 different platforms on which to post, 30 to be able to promote yourself, 30 different platforms for you to be able to post for your clients, 30 different communication channels for you to get more business. It's going to allow you to dominate social media and also search engines and AI, and then it's going to make you difficult to impersonate. Does this make sense to you?
It does.
Okay, excellent. Now, when I space, a bunch of people send me messages all at once, so I think Twitter's like cooling me down on how many messages I can send. But I'll send you some, and I can make sure. In fact, I'm going to make sure that you get them in here too. So I'll make sure that you have them in. Oh, okay. So I see you. It does, bro. I will join your Discord soon. Okay, cool. So let me just make sure the messages all sent to you. It looks like they did. Okay, great. So the first one that I sent is just a list of recruiting agencies. So you want to get your resume together and then make sure that these recruiting agencies have your resume on file. Then the next part is how you get your link tree together and all of the different social media that I want you to create. The third is just basically the strategy, and the fourth is just a closing, and then the fifth is just making sure you read through the messages. So, do you know what to do? Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, well, if you do get questions, come here to help you. First thing you want to do is get your resume together and have ChatGPT review it, and then you can start uploading it to those 5 different organizations. And then when you're done with that, come in here, and then we'll talk about your link tree. Do with that, and check in with me once a day or so. I want to make sure you're doing okay, and we want to make sure that you're going to be a job for yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. One last thing. Don't pay for anything. So if anybody says that you have to pay for something, let me know where you think you have to pay for something, and I'll show you that everything's free. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome, Grit. Okay, if you need help, I'm here for you. 24 hours a day, so long as I'm awake. Okay, big man?
Yeah, still blessed.
Excellent. Shout out to Grit.
Up next, Paul Davis joins us to talk about Supernatural. There's a picture at coasttocoastam.com in the highlight reel. Take a look at it. It has to do with him, and it's part of the story.
Okay. I'm checking my phone.
This is CEOs You Should Know.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jeff Thomas, Executive Vice President of iHeartMedia, and I am here with Michael Goldwater, who is the CEO of Document HR. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you, Jeff. Great to be here.
Let's talk about HR from the career journey, because this has really been your life's work, right?
Yeah, my dad always instilled one really key concept as a business person, which is your people are your best asset. Then once I became a lawyer, I said, well, this is what I want to do. I really want to help employers understand the value people bring to the business and the whole else with the respect and inform and communicate well with the app to succeed. Our goal is to inform, advise, and give employers not just the compliance value, but how to communicate that.
Listen to CEOs You Should Know on the iHeartRadio app.
iHeartRadio LA and Canada, December 5th, into a dome. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com. You know what your customers are doing right this second? The exact same thing you are, listening to me. Which, let's be honest, is kind of flattering. But my point is, ads on iHeartRadio actually get heard. In the car, at the gym, on the couch, while people are walking their dogs. You're a good boy. So why not make the next ad about you? Get started today. Call 844-844-iHeart or go to iHeartAdvertising.com. That's 844-844-iHeart or iHeartAdvertising.com. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Are you a cheese guy or I'm a cheese guy? Just straight cheese? I do a lot of cheese. I'm not talking about sausage. I know. I like sausage. Why? They all handle. That's what I hear. Yeah. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI and KOST-HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
Let's see those faces. I'm Mark Bronner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County has given initial approval to banning federal immigration agents from concealing their faces.
The new ordinance would apply to all law enforcement, local, state, and federal, but was motivated by immigration enforcement actions. Supervisor Janice Hahn says agents have terrorized people.
What criteria should top exchanges look at when listing?
She said she expects the federal government to challenge this decision in court. The Board of Supervisors has to vote on the issue a second time next week before it's enacted. Michael Bunks, KI News.
7-Eleven store manager accused of beating an employee to death in Hollywood will not face charges.
Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office announced the decision on Monday, saying the manager claimed self-defense and did not use excessive force in defending herself. The DA's office also says 24-year-old Jessica McLaughlin and her manager had a history of disputes that led to a brawl on June 24th. McLaughlin never woke up after falling unconscious and was taken off life support, dying 4 days later. The LA County Medical Examiner ruled the death as a homicide, though the DA's office later said that was strictly a public health and vital statistics term. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
The man's in custody for allegedly throwing or dropping an incendiary device at the federal building in downtown LA. The FBI says he was arrested yesterday morning outside the building. Police and fire crews responded and there were no injuries. Senior members of Congress are working to schedule a classified briefing with the admiral who ordered a second strike on an alleged Venezuelan drug boat in the Caribbean timber. Washington Democratic Congressman Adam Smith is on the House Armed Services Committee, and he says he expects Admiral Mitch Bradley to be at the Capitol Thursday.
That's, I think, where we're going to first get the information, and then I think we should go higher up the chain of command.
House Democrats are questioning the legality of the Trump administration's airstrikes targeting alleged Venezuelan drug boats. Maryland Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin says that second strike amounts to a war crime.
International law, American law, and the rules of the Department of Defense forbid attacking essentially helpless people who are just desperate and struggling to survive.
He says no one in the administration has the right to declare war, and only Congress can do that. Southland weather from KFI, cloudy and cool tonight. Lows in the upper 40s, low 40s in the AV. Clearing up and sunny by tomorrow afternoon with highs in the upper 60s most places, mid 50s in the AV, mid 60s at the beaches, and not much change from that the rest of this week. It's 55 right now in Irvine, 53.
I understand that you may not have that much social media right now, period. That is where you need to create all that I sent you in my message, period.
So when you say you never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. It never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, watch. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council. I'm the thread that's already in some in the closet, in the car. But I don't want your money or your TV. I can't be scared away or negotiated with. I'm patient. I'm quiet. I don't sleep. You can't call the cops on me. You can't even see me. I'm the threat of family fire. And as long as your guns aren't stored securely, I'll be there. Protect your family. Secure all your guns. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
We ask parents who adopted teens to share their
Nathan to embrace age rise in the late 60s. And all of his grandfather was embarrassed. Acknowledge me. I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued, cared for, loved, and that they're important. I knew I wanted to be Dr. Franklin because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that I didn't expect to go to that. I feel very proud to be beside him. He was what I needed. Every day is full of opportunities. That's what it's been about. Realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
I love. Really? No, it sucks. But I love that the end where they're like, KFI. I love that.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. From somewhere out there, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
In a moment, Paul David joins us, back with us on Coast to Coast. We're going to be dealing with the unusual and the supernatural. He's got some great stories to tell, and later on we'll take your calls on Coast to Coast AM. He did send us a picture. I want you to look at it. It's in the highlight reel at coasttocoastam.com. Take a look at the picture. It's done in the 1940s. He'll explain what it is, but I just want you to see it if you got a moment. A lot of folks getting the coal in their stocking for Christmas, but our friends at Birch Gold think it's a smart planner. You deserve some silver. That's why for every $5,000 you purchase between now and December 22nd, Birch Gold will send you an ounce of silver, which is up over 60% this year. Smart people diversify and have a hedge. With the rate cuts from the Fed next year,
Also, we're trying to measure it.
the artificial intelligence mobile price. Diversify. Let Birch Gold convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA, physical gold. For every $5,000 invested, you'll get an ounce of silver for that stock. Or your kids, give it to them. What a great way to teach them about saving smart. Just text the word COAST to 9898 to claim your eligibility for this offer. Again, text COAST to the number 9898 today, because Birch Gold's free silver with the qualified purchase promotion ends on December 22nd. So text 9898 right now.
As President Trump cuts the markets free from Washington red tape and job-killing regulations, the stage is set for life-changing stock market gains across defense, healthcare, energy, manufacturing, and more. Yet most Americans are at risk of missing out on the biggest fortunes this transformation could create. To change that, a new financial intelligence initiative, Money and Power. The full details are revealed in an exclusive interview now available at insider2025.com. Paid for by Paradigm Press.
If a Lenovo gaming computer is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to score exclusive deals on the gaming PCs you want, like the Lenovo Legion Tower 5 Gen 10 gaming desktop and Lenovo Lock gaming laptop. So avoid all that shopping chaos comparing and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are...
Doug, I can't believe they were so nice. Shout out to those girls. I fucking love Coast to Coast AM so fucking much. Really? Yeah. These poor girls who allegedly we had sleepovers. Allegedly, I fucking sleep apnea machine and fucking coast to coast going, and they would fucking never ever say anything. They were so nice.
You have such an incredible background. How did you get started in this? Well, it really started when I was a kid. Amateur monster movies, dragons, dinosaurs, 8mm video. And I won three experiences out of my book. I won a national award for one of my films when I was a kid. And after college, I applied to the American Film Institute Center for Advanced Film Studies. This was open in New York, and they had quite a group. They only accepted 18 people, and I was very lucky to be one of them. We all had a full fellowship. They paid for production of my student film there. And after that program, it took a few years, but then I did get gradually established in the business, first by working for a famous agent, Paul Grover. And it took many years before I was making my own projects. But the Transformers was one of the big breakthroughs because I was not only writing scripts, but I was the production coordinator for all of those early cartoons, 79 episodes. I was aboard at Marvel. So that's where it began. You do a great job. I remember we talked years ago about Forrest Hacker, father of sci-fi. You had an event at my then buddy's house, didn't you?
Yes, I was very close to Forrest J. Hacker. He did coin the term sci-fi. He was the editor of almost 200 issues of Famous Monsters magazine. I was a fan. We became very, very close. And he was a skeptic. You can argue with him. He was an atheist. Didn't believe in life after death. He didn't even believe in the flying saucers really well. Despite the fact that so much of his work involved his subjects for his fiction, he did say that when I'm gone, it turns out that I'm wrong. There's a big sci-fi convention in the sky. Maybe I'll try to drop you a line. He died in December of 2008. And in 2009, March, after we held a huge tribute for him at the Egyptian Theater in Hollywood, really, really strange stuff started happening to me and others close to him. And it was like light turned to Twilight Zone. Things relating to Bard happening that you just couldn't explain it.
Scary things? Things that are dangerous?
Oh no, not at all. No, Bard had a great sense of humor. And he loved puns, and he was a mischief maker. So a lot of these things that would happen suggested that he was still around had his sense of mischief and humor. And this is what led me to begin making films about life after death. Right? I made 3 feature documentaries. One of them was the one that was a seance that we held at Fari's house. That was the one that you were referring to. But no, I researched the subject mediums with Dr. Barry Schwartz at the University of Arizona, Tucson, with his theories and his electronic beam, contact the other side. Very, very deeply involved in all of that. And I want your viewers to know that all of the 3 Light Death Magic films are online, easy to find. You have to add the word project. So Light Death Project 1, 2, and 3. And of them, it turns out that number 2 is really online more popular than you got it down. I can't explain it. It's far and away more views. It's getting about 1 million minutes of views every month, and that's been going on for years.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
hero last year is from growing up sci-fi in Garrett Park. There's a Garrett Park in Maryland. There's also one in Northern California. Which one are you?
This is Maryland. I was in from Maryland on the suburb of Washington, D.C. My father was a history professor at Georgetown University downtown, and our life was very connected with Georgetown. My mother was a fifth grade teacher. And they were also quite skeptics. There wasn't much of anything toward paranormal or religion, really. And that's the way I was raised. So I was your typical hotshot materialist who got the road until I reached my 40s and things really started to change.
In a big way, too.
Yeah. Now, the book you mentioned, Growing Up Sci-Fi in Garrett Park, the title comes from the fact that I was completely obsessed with making amateur sci-fi films when I was a kid. And it really did indirectly lead to my career, to getting accepted in the American Film Institute and going on and making films. But the paranormal stuff, it didn't actually start for the first time as far as in 2009. There was, in 1983, I was a segment producer on a television series by the lawyer F. Lee.
Remember him? He was one of the biggies.
Yeah, he was one of the defenders of O.J. Simpson, something like that. And he had a daily television show called Live Television. And as segment producers, we would screen stories that we find from many sources that would write into us. People wanted a chance to come out of there and prove that they were telling the truth about something. And they would take a polygraph on the air. Ed Gill, head of the American Polygraph Association, was connected with the show and read all the polygraphs. And so some of these people were vindicated, and others came out as inconclusive. And others, after they were confronted and said, you're one of your team, why did you want to come on the show and vanish yourself? So, on that show, there was a segment from New Jersey, Dorothy Houston, who had helped the police department, and I think it was Nutley, Virginia, located the bodies of murder victims at the town. That was her job. And I brought her on the show, and I was so astonished and impressed by what she had done. I had all these allegations from police and the cases where she had actually very, very difficult situations. Her work resulted in the finding of a murder. So that was 1980. It was particularly the fact that there has to be something to this.
Yo, how are you, Jay Fresh?
Bro,
What's good, son?
I'm good. I'm just chilling. How you doing?
Amazingly. My friend, are we friends on Twitter?
Huh?
Are we friends on Twitter?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm on Twitter.
Jay Crush.
Oh, okay. Just one moment, my man. Have I sent you a message?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, I did. Just one moment. I'm looking. Okay. How'd you find out about me, my friend?
Yeah, I was just going through your profile and I joined your Discord long time ago actually. So I was just scrolling and I decided to just check few messages on my Discord and I saw that your what's it called? Your community was live and I decided to just join in and say hey.
Absolutely. Okay, so are you in Web3?
sure.
Okay, so let me check the messages that I've sent. Okay, that's all right. So, do you have a link tree?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, you do. Excellent. Um, that's great. That's the first start. Do you need a job in Web3?
Sure. Yes, I do.
Okay, you do. All right. So I'm going to send you a message, a few messages actually, of what you can do to perhaps get yourself a few jobs in Web3. So just one moment, bear with me. Uh, it's going to come in like 3 different messages because it's kind of long. All right. So the first message is all of the social media that you need for your link tree. I know you have a link tree, but you need to make sure that you have everything. The second message is just this, and then the third message I'm going to send you is a list of recruiters. Are you in Nigeria?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So the third message that I'm sending is a list of recruiters who can help you to in Nigeria. They're going to look for you for a job while you are able to do other things. So just one moment, and you should have this in. So Jay, if you would, uh, okay. So Jay, if you could look at your messages right now in Discord and make sure you see the messages that I sent you. Do you see that I just sent you some messages?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to create more social media than you currently have. You're going to connect it to your currently existing link tree. What this is going to do for you is fivefold. It's going to allow you to promote yourself on more platforms. It's going to allow you to promote yourself to more clients and be able to promote your clients on more social media. It's going to allow you to open up communication channels with potential clients in the future that you don't currently. Going to make sure that you dominate social media, search engines, and AI. And then finally, it's going to be more difficult to impersonate you. Does this make sense?
Yeah, sure. Makes sense.
Okay, excellent. Then what you do when you're done, I'm going to help you populate your social media with content, namely videos that are interesting, that just basically will use AI to be able to create videos for you. And then I'll help you to join different communities on X, on Discord, on Facebook, and on Telegram and some other places. I'll teach you how to clip spaces and to basically put yourself on the radar of some major space hosts. I'll teach you how to not just make memes, but market yourself with memes. And then we'll get you a good pitch, a good 30-second pitch, a good pitch, and a good 3-minute pitch so that you're able to get yourself. Does that make sense?
Sure, it does. Thanks, man.
Absolutely. If you have questions, you come back to me. I'm here to help you, okay? Yeah, there you go. All right, that's cool.
It's crazy. Did you show the photos to experts? Yes, they were great. They were good. And I think one of them, I'll tell you, there was Larry King, who's a professional photographer who comes from a photographic family.
it was so relaxing. I want with all apologies for Larry, he was pretty cocky when I told him I had to dismiss him because he's a skeptic, And he said, no, I'll solve it. You'll put it on my computer. I'll tell you what's going on. And the most ridiculous theories came out were just absolutely impossible. One of them was, okay, what if somebody had this print and pressed it against another print, children, and the image of the children just sort of came off of it. It's not what happened. You can absolutely see from it that it is a straight print from a 116 negative Bellows camera of those days, and he couldn't solve it, and he finally gave up. Then I went to Chris Ford, who lives in Sedona, where I live. Chris Ford was absolutely one of the key technical people in Pixar. He was involved with Toy Story, all of the technical advances. Certainly, so he uploads the picture and put it on his computer, and I recorded actually a 2-hour recording of him analyzing them step by step and trying to come up with an answer. And this expert, after 2 hours, was completely baffled. I cannot explain why those children were and how they got there. Some people tried to say, okay, maybe the children were behind the fence. But what were they standing on? There's nothing for them to stand on, and their heads are so high in their brain, it's like they'd be floating in the air in order for their heads to be in that position. So Chris Ford handled that. Then I went to extremely qualified expert, John Allison. You may be listening to him, by the way. You gotta call him John Allison. Let's use that here. He's in New Jersey. John Allison did a lot of the work on the Light Up project. And he's in the Light Up project 1, Zach Seance of the Light Up. And he's a chemist. He's been a professor of chemistry at College of New Jersey his whole career. So he started and he tried everything. And he did a lot of historical research to try to find other photos. He couldn't find anything in the literature that was anything like this. And he started to write a scientific paper about it to explain that this is a credible, real scientific problem. He did a draft of it, submitted it to the technical journal that might have published it, but they came back to him with a lot of things they wanted expanded. And unfortunately, around that time, John Allison, he had medical problems, and he was unable to finish that technical paper. So I always wanted to take this problem out to the world. Maybe someone who's listening tonight will study the pictures and have some suggestions, or anything. But if you can't explain it, you've got a time travel situation here. Hold on for a second, Paul.
Dragging the line, dragging the line, dragging the line, dragging the line, dragging the line. Do it in it. I feel fine. I'm talking about peace of mind. I'm gonna take my time.
I'm Ray Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The CHP says during the 2025 Thanksgiving maximum enforcement period, they made 1,281 DUI arrests statewide. That's 168 more than they did last year. President Trump announced his Trump Accounts Saving Initiative for kids yesterday. He says every American child born during his second term will receive a $1,000 To help start off the account, parents will make company. Consumers place cards on the trifecta of shopping days.
Called Zara, or there's partial indications, partial holding.
Over is it completely dedicated to travel ball at that point? I'm curious because I don't think baseball.
What is your Chayiv? Okay, that's not what it is. Next case. Another component is like any locality. What's halacha? Chayiv. Next case.
Taking and giving day by day. I dig snow in the rain in the bright sunshine. Dragging the line. Don't say really purple flowers. We got much, but we got towers. We dig snow in the rain and the bright sunshine. Dragging the line. I feel fine. I'm talking about peace of mind. I'm gonna take my time. I'm digging the good time.
What is this? So remember, we have biblical precedent for this yesterday. Right? How I kind of know. The other instructed applies to say that it's a president worship. If you want to see it, it's yeah, we did. See from here that a Rabbi has certain power and a Rabbi has certain license to instruct God to transgress. Hey, Torah Shah. See this concept.
Taking and living the old hard way. Taking and giving us day by day. I dig snow and the rain and the bright sunshine. Dragging the line. We're the same as purple flowers. We got much, but we got towers. I know in the rain, we got.
Listen, this is an interesting thing. The Torah understands literally again the logic of all this stuff. Torah and Shabbat, this is our Shabbat. I'm feeling Kira also Rabbi Moshe also goes on to say, Nasan Elaka also. So what's this interesting about what the verse like this is saying like this? Why? Because if you try to do miracles,
taking a give and a whole making a living, not taking a living.
I'm just a regular guy. This is the right thing. And here, problems out there. That's the incredible. So how I, as a regular individual, right? To which video he says,
making a living the old hard way. Taking a living on day by day. Like the snow and the rain and bright sunshine. Dragging the line.
So the king says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who's defying you? How on earth? How is that even work? What are you talking about?
Bird is very bad. We watch all of this.
Making a living the old hard way. Taking and giving a day by day. I dig snow and the rain and bright sunshine. Dragging the line, dragging the line. Fuck.
Credentials, I say always fight them. Right? And what happened? You're not believing yourself until the day that you try. You be a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't use your way. But the case is, that's the case of the Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone who ever
taking and giving the fuck.
God. And then what happens? This way, he's not performing any miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because there should not. Even if that guy puts on the coast, cover up. The one who said, my God, and even if this is the kind of
making a live in the old hard way, taking and giving a day by day. I dig snow and the rain and the bright sunshine. Dragging the line, dragging the line. I don't say these purple flowers. We got much, but we got towers. We dig snow and the rain and the bright sunshine. Dragging the line, dragging the line. I feel fine. I'm talking about peace of mind. I'm gonna take my time. I'm living a good life. Dragging the line, dragging the line. That was so sick.
What about people who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil?
Huh? You cooking chicken? You cooking chicken? Maybe. And I gotta take it dizzy. This athleticism, folks. This is really unprecedented. This is unprecedented.
We were about to engage in our website the next couple of days. How about every morning? These guys are going to change our lives in so many ways. Call yourself.
I don't want another lithium battery car. I have so many.
Every it has a
I'm tired of wearing all the clothes and I cool
the Olo Yershu, alright? Next year, man, I don't see a dollar expire. What's this? Whoever posts the muscle. That literally, in your nation, our old Sadiqim, they will forever inherit the land. Next year, man, I literally, again, like my 7 creations of my franchise. Not to say your guys expire. They are the creations of my hand with whom I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the puzzle we're really focusing on over here.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I would.
By the way, Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, right? What is this happening with our context of our discussion? Right? We were like knee deep in death penalties. Right? And now, so that's exactly what Rashi says. Most of the Rashi's on both sides on your discussion on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, we're talking about death penalties, and then we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, this is not what Rashi's saying. Rashi's saying just a moment. It takes the next line. But I think just even before we go on, what he's saying is,
no one is beyond salvation. Right? And even those who are killed by Nisas Beis Din, ultimately, as long as they do tshuva before they die, Kol Yisrael Yisrael Chayil Chava. You might have thought that you're being executed by Beis Din. That is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First, it'll be about tshuva, literally again to their last breath. So here we just finished about Chenek. Okay, you're subject to Chenek. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Kol Yisrael Yisrael Chayil. You give us a portion of the world to come, and therefore even you, Jews be executed by Chenek, by Skila, by Shrefa, by Harak, whatever it is, you can still earn your portion in the world to come if you die as a Baal Tshuva. It's incredible. I will say that's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because, if you look at the pasuk, the Mishnah quoted, "Va'amech kulam tzadikim." Remember, Va'amech can also be vocalized in a different way, which is how? Imcha. Ve'imcha kulam tzadikim. No, with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every year is a big tzaddik. Every year is a big tzaddik. Right? So in other words, what does that mean? See, the Rothschild sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees who we are. He doesn't just see where we are, who we've been, and he also sees who we can be. So because
that job says that this world is something that, like,
potential, the implies about the problem, every single one of us have. Because once again, it doesn't just address the reason of what we are, it says of who and what we can become. Every kid has such like a Reddit potential, and therefore the income is pretty cool. That's the first line. And then Yisrael Mishnah says, and these are the people who don't have a portion of the world to go. So again, let's say, so obviously there's an inherent contradiction here. So what's the pshat? Everyone has every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of the world to come. So let's say, so how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the distinction between the first line and the second line? If you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify as part of Klal Yisrael, in other words, if you embed yourself within the Klal, you have a portion of the world. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the Klal. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say the Elu shall be Yisrael Shem. It says the Elu. So you can either be Yisrael, or you can be Elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building up bonds with God, embedding yourself in the Klal, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you don't place the world to come. But if you're an Elu, you gotta focus. You need dissension. You don't like other Jews. You have difficulties with Baptists. You remove yourself from the Klal, then you can lose your own. Embed yourself in the Klal, Olam will always be yours. Remove yourself from the Klal, this is the portion of the Klal. Homer is missing a quote. Someone says there's no resurrection of the dead. They don't have Shamayim. And someone says Torah is not Torah. That's Torah. Again, Rashi says in the first one, it's not Torah. And the Rabbi says, Torah is Torah. This is very interesting. One to read, what is that? So again, you have to define exactly what that means. Someone who whispers some kind of incantation. Okay, like I said, Abishal says, someone announces the name of Hashem in the photos. Like that's the good thing about the way someone actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion of the world. Who are they? Shoshim Lachim, the 3 kings, Yerabam, Achab, and Menashe. We were just talking about yesterday.
He's in the chat there. Thank him.
Yerabam, you have actually talked about Menashe. Right? Both evil kings and Menashe. Talk about Menashe in the Gemara. You're going to say, I just want to tell you something. I don't know if I mentioned. Ridiculous Gemara is ahead of us. These Gemara is just overwhelming. And the review says, Menashe should tell Allah. The review says, no. King Menashe, by the way, virtually 55 years old. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar Bayispalo Elod Yishmat from Naso Bayishivu Yerushalayim Mafuso. As well as the talk about this, Menashe got himself in some trouble, some really significant trouble. daven to Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So what he's saying, yeah, Menashe davens, and his tefillos were answered, which seems to be that Menashe became about Tshuva. Although they said, no, the Machusa Yeshivu, although the Chayol of Rabbi Yeshivu. The Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion of the world to come. Arba had Yodos, who were the four regular guys who lost their portion of the world to come.
I don't even need that much sleep. I think my testosterone is fucking super high right now.
1-0,
It's high for a minute.
2-0, 3-0, 3-1, 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 4-4, 5-4, 5-5, 6-5, 7-5, 8-5, 9-5, 10-5, 11-5, 12-5, 13-5, 14, 13-6, 13-7, 14-7, 14-8, 15-8, 15-9, 16-9, 17-9, 18-9, 19-9, 19-9.
Is that like afterlife? Is that dying? Like that's no messianic, like post-resurrection era. So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to look at it right now for our purposes today, although we're going to focus on it right now. We're going to switch, we're going to flip flop on this depending on the context. But the nice for right now, we'll just go down because how we classically use it. Your portion will come where you go after you die. So you go after you die, right? Eternal life. Eternal life. Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Right. Nice. Again, we'll see some illusion. I understand. Because a guy denies resurrection, to which the Gemara says,
Congrats. Fuck it up. You made the playoffs.
Here you see, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's Messianic era. And the Gemara says, like, this guy, he rejected the notion of Tchias HaMesim, and therefore, again, he gets no Tchias HaMesim. Which makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. You don't believe in the resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead.
There's no saving.
Only those that like the far the way that devotional works, that's a possibility.
So the
I'm going to do it, son. Nice, like those who had you know, that's words that you make reciprocity. Shenamar, if I remember these shots to this, it's interesting where the Gemara learns after, even though there are other which seems to indicate this is where truth is this story. It's actually very fascinating. Remember these shots. Shimon Dvar Hashem, Ka'is Ma'afars, to all the soldiers of Shagal, was a sign sort of Shagal, the Shar Shomer. Context. The army of Aram as they siege to Jerusalem. Now what happened is famine. So there's no food available. Elisha gets up in the middle of the city and says, this time tomorrow you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. No, there's going to be overabundance of food. So what happens? הנה אשר עושה ליבוס בשמיים, היהיה הדבר הזה. So one of the planning officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shemayim, if such a thing occurred, or what the officer was saying is there's no food here. There's no food here. In other words, go from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. So Elisha says to this officer, this is going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to on occasion of the elevation.
If you don't know, that makes me feel good. I'm glad that you don't know.
It's interesting about by the way, the end of the story is that night, the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left for some reason. And they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, there was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer, because I maybe it was the person that reached the most extent. I'm going to do the last talk on the person of very powerful.
goose egg is,
even if you get just utter any utterance close to
look at the scoreboard. You got a goose egg.
And give it those cross by in the sun.
Oh shit,
If that's
that sounds
the case,
right.
just had to travel when we die.
That's
By the shower, why does it say by the gate? This gate shower.
Look at the scoreboard. He doesn't even have 0 points.
Shot by the gate. Therefore, Allah says, therefore, Allah for myself. As you see, we never need to do so the Shpark operates the capability. Therefore, again,
I
if
guess
a
it
person
depends on the topic.
doesn't believe in precedence,
And I'm nowhere
that's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you.
I'm not sure I'd
If you
even
don't
attempt
believe
something
it,
like that.
you're not getting it.
Do you have something, or are you trying to get the throne?
Says, this is one of the most important Yisodos and collectors that I've actually bases it on the Pasuk in Tehillim, Hashem Silcha.
Yeah.
Hashem Silcha. So often
we should just, one of these things, just look up
Hashem is
sayings
your
and
shade.
mess them up.
The Rebbe says, no, it's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. What does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The way the Shpark works in our relationship is to find reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond. I act international management. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me. That knows me the same thing. Again, it's very important. If again, I'm the kind of person that I'll check the box, I'll do what I have.
21 minutes of position control. I understand it is skillful, and I don't
Right,
like
so therefore, I'm going to do what I have to
the
in order to get
argument
by.
where it is. That's a choice to minimize your offense. And an offense first
So
score.
again,
I don't have to think that's awesome. You're fucking wrong.
So then expect mediocre design
It drives me. I just can't stand the currency that we give.
If I want supernatural,
So funny.
if I want to see it close, then I have to become supernatural.
We're in the BC simulator.
It doesn't matter. Don't expect more
If
from
being
God
serious and then
than
BC doing
yourself
Shamanism,
ultimately
it's like,
invested in
what does that remind you of?
This
show sometimes.
Shem is my shadow.
The rack the Tweety says. Also,
Incredible.
Donald plug,
Says I'm going to open
if you find yourself to be a lip cut, as Brendan would say, like me,
a spiritual illusion to Tchesemis.
you might also enjoy Luke has a new political
This
show out, so
begs
check
general
that out on
question,
YouTube.
like, all of this stuff, Tchesemesim, Mashiach, Olam Haba, why is it not mentioned explicitly in the Torah? Right? The Rambam includes it as Yud Gimel, right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud Gimel characters of faith. Tchesemesim, one of the principles of faith. Okay, so now everybody agrees with the Rambam, but it's the Rambam. So what's the Pshat? Something that's Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on right. Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's kind of where
I remember hearing about that.
Torah doesn't. It's terrible about it. Torah doesn't even speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus.
So
where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this time. Maximizing this moment right now.
You know, we knew not to do that.
The fundamental
That is such
distinction
a
between
hilarious
virtually every church and every shul.
Fundamental
Fundamental distinction is
and then hide.
cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries.
It's funny, honestly, if there's not a lot of. You might actually get a lot of subs
The only places often
because
find
there's so much.
shuls with cemeteries is like Europe.
And
And
you never really know.
that was because
Change
of
is like the stock
like
market.
that was just often
For
given like a pot of
for
land.
Brendan
You had
Schaub,
to do
it's
like
like up
you had to
and
live and
down,
die on that
like
same
the
pot of
effect
land.
it
Right?
has on
So
the
that's what you
show,
have cemeteries.
knows.
But if you notice,
You
like
could make
no one
more
ever.
views, it could make less views. You know, if there was no change, then with the
Certainly generated much
video,
needed funds, right? But
as much into
the parents, yeah, could have really been beautiful, right? All together. So the nice so like one
started
that children of cemetery. So for it's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after it's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about
willing to show our numbers if they showed their numbers. Like
so
if they
what
were
am
like
I doing to
numbers
maximize
together?
What
And just compare to see
something
like
spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been getting. That's why again you'll find those people are asked, by the way, yeah, this give me a hint. Pasuk says, you'll give the truma to Aaron. He wants to fly. What does that mean? I'm supposed to give my truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. So this is my truma to Aaron. Here's a bigger problem. Not only is Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came into Eretz Yisrael. Aaron is going back. Never came into Eretz Yisrael. So what does it mean? I'm giving you truma. So we'll say, what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron is going to come back to life. And there's such a place will be so big to give him that to give him his
So this is more hardcore. This is for the fans, for the
here's a Bemes
Q&A's on there. Two shows every month. Ad-free. It's in the whole valley. It's just the land now in podcasting.
Have the opportunity to bring our Shema to Aaron HaKohen. The fact that the Pasuk phrases is that way, that is a scriptural issue. So we'll stop and wait for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. We're great. Let's like tremendous. This is an incredible week ahead of us.
Never call something out that you do all the time. Just hand, talking shit, and he's saying that they're gay.
Yeah, this is not the straightest of hand motions I've ever seen.
I don't think this is gay. Brendan Chop thinks it's gay, and he thinks that straws are gay too.
I mean, it's not. It doesn't mean anything. But if I were to rate, like, and if there's a spectrum of like straight motions, this is the straightest.
You're right. Yeah. Compared to like a sig hail, it's not pretty straight. I mean, it would be more concerning if he was sig hailing every time you talk to them.
I wouldn't even have noticed this had he not said something about it. Then, like, but then, you know, I gotta like contend to do this. Yeah, it doesn't come natural to me.
That's when you start doing like bad things all the time. You have to start talking like this to be like, for reals though. I'm bad.
He does some of these in the fucking classic YouTube. All right, fam, we're here at my Trump show, and then all right, fam, we're outside this pizza restaurant, and this, doing all this stuff when he's yelling about his pizza.
Remember shows, there's so many more ads. Yeah, he's done it all. It's just the way podcasts works. We're very familiar with the mass amount of ads. So our idea is to launch this Patreon, so you get ad-free shows. They'll be extended by 20 to 30 minutes, so you get bonus content. And then bonus content and questions. And then Brian's been wrestling his ass off doing questions, and then 20 to 30 minutes, so you get bonus content. And bonus content and questions, and then also Brian's been ass off at jiu-jitsu and competition rap. He's been doing it in order to beat me. I see Brian beat me on. Shut up. I'm going to show how you counter it, and I'm going to show you how you counter that. Yeah, and then we'll go live if you're trying to play it off. It's like, well, we have that's going to be great. And then I'll do a tour of the cars, and then we'll do the shop, all that stuff. That's every month. And that bonus content. It's $5 a month. $5. It's 3 to 5 versus 5. It's $5. So skip 1 day at Starbucks, and then ad-free, buy the kid, bonus content. That's for the hardcore. So yeah, you guys, they are being massive. You know, it's we should have done a Patreon a long time, but we should have commit to another text, and then we'll be next week. Hold on. What's up with that watch?
Dude, that would be like me going, yeah, so the Patreon's going to be me. I'm going to show you like how when I wake up in the morning, I make coffee and I eat yogurt and I get a coffee cake. I get my coffee cake. That might actually turn into a show. Dude, he has a lot of different kinds of coffee cake. Like an 8 I eat more than Josh.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. Okay, let's see. Not to out of you're not as old, but I want to know. Subscribe.
Yeah, have you subscribed? Or you did the poll, but I mean, I'm jealous of the people that have subscribed because, as ridiculous as that sounds, don't think for even a second I'm not interested. Because I'd like to know. And please be honest if you are not. You don't doubt yourself in a comment. I want to see.
Ella, I would also agree to
Brown Jackson between Goody and some coffee cake, who walks fans, skaters, and graves. I'll definitely be walking with Greg. So I would give that scum back.
Shout out to 300 people. What the hell?
The horn has grown since last stream. Is my horn coming back? Yeah. Really? I gotta go back to the doctor. Let's see here. Jesus Christ. I still would you? Alright. Would Joanna continue in that with Peter Shaw's money? Look at my Dumbo B. Oh my god. This is Coonie's face when he first discovered coffee. That's such a hilarious Peter Shaw. Wait, this wasn't a joke. 13 days. His chin looking for a new job. Update on our boys' health in case you're wondering. That's my appropriate duty 930. I know this is all over media right now, and I have absolutely nothing to say regarding one transpired, but I want everyone who's concerned to know that he is awake now, bad shape, but in bad shape, the Peter is going to be a lot of work. I'm just happy to know that Psyop Fred is healthy. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, psychological Steven is doing better now. This guy though is something else. This guy says that right? What is D6? It's something to do with oh, that's the guy. Oh, that's where. Oh yeah, the guy was like, he takes off his hat. He's like, guess what? I am back. That was an interesting thing to see on stream. Yeah, he's like, listen, y'all think I'm a vindicate myself right now, and then drops the N-word like 7 times. What does that have to do with being in the hospital? Like, maybe it's like a psyop on his part where he's like, if I say that a lot, they probably will think that's a courtesy, and I'll get off of like the whole like a medical program thing, you know. This is his one chance.
Yo, Hunter.
That guy's one chance of like finally letting everyone.
Hunter. How can I help you, big dog?
Hey, what's up, Robbie?
What's up, my man? How can I help you?
Yeah, I wanted to ask something.
Ask me whatever you'd like, big dog.
You know,
Do I know what? Do I know what? Hope you're doing well, big dog. Hunter, what did you say?
Goes wrong, you need a hero you can trust to make it right. We're not just unplugging dreams, we're protecting what matters most to you. Our heroes wear boot covers, use clean tools, and treat your home like it's their own. We're Hero Plumbing, honoring homes, honoring families, real people, real service, and a promise that every job is backed up by my personal guarantee.
Visit our website, rooterhero.com, to schedule your appointment today.
CSRB 9966
Tis the season to be jolly with Coast 103.5. Celebrating 20 is your home for the holidays. Listen to Coast 103.5 radio because holiday music is playing right now.
Cultural icon. I don't take any credit for it. I just didn't put
Open your trigger or bring your hand. Next chapter. TDJs. Best in.
The Iberian plant has capacity twice the population of Los Angeles. It's all gravity. There are no pumps and enough water pressure where it's just gravity fed. Why do you know that? I don't know. They'll handle. I have absolutely no idea. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. When you're high, you feel different. And if you feel different, you drive different. So if you're high, run it back to 10. Yeah, I got some.
KFI AM 640.
Just I mean, you asked. I answered. What do you want me to do about it, baby? Dog, I'm not being a dick. Yo, baby. How many Schmitzkes have you had now? Schmitzkes. I said to you, how many Schmitzkes have you had now? Yeah, dog, it's Chris Farley and Adam Sandler's gay beer. Baby, I know. We went through this. How many beers are you at, big dog? Dog, you were at 6 3 fucking hours ago. So are you sober now? Dog, I'm asking you a simple question, and you're over here jerking yourself off raw trying to come up with an answer. I'm waiting. How many beers have you had? Yeah, beers. Hey, that's a really cool story. How many beers have you had tonight? That's my question. Doug, I'm not saying that you can't. I'm trying to keep track for you. 3 hours ago, you were at 6, and now, just now, you told me 6. You just said 6 3 hours ago, so you haven't had a beer in 3 hours? Okay, nobody wants that. No, literally, I polled the entire world. No one wants you to gang rape them. No one. 0 people. Baby, do you not hear the question that I've posed to you like 35 times? How many beers have you had today? All right, I mean, just making sure you can still count. Baby, I'm slinging dick like it's going out of style. All day, every day, sideline to sideline. Doug. Baby. Then what is she doing with your ass? Scale of 1 to 10 it. Get out of here. Get out of here. You're just making up numbers now. Yeah, Your dick is as long as many beers as you've had. 6 on a good day. Dog, get out of here. Get out of here with that garbage. You're just telling lies. Right, that's why you got all that Chinese knockoff Viagra. That's why you got all that Chinese knockoff Viagra. Dog, I know. We had a whole conversation about it. All right. All right, that's a cool story. I'm going to listen to a podcast. Feel free to enjoy. I'd love me too. I'm sick as fuck. And I enjoy your companionship. All right. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, my man. I love you too. You're good, baby. No way, they got Charlie Duke on. Dog, I'm gonna watch this like.
Hello and welcome to my new humble abode. Thank you all for being here. It's been a while.
What is this bullshit?
We'll cope without a show. Me personally, not well. Feels like part of my life is missing.
Garbage. Baby. Air wallets, the future of banking. Go fuck yourself. That's a tight thing. Love it.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you both for being here. Mr. Charlie Duke, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Like 1,000 years old.
Thanks again for traveling halfway across the world. Come here and hang out with me and Charlie Duke. To start this thing off, I want to basically introduce both you guys. Charlie, you are an Apollo astronaut, one of the last 4 surviving Apollo astronauts, the 10th man to walk on the moon on the Apollo 16 moon landing mission. And Bart, you are the world's leading proponent in the moon landing hoax hypothesis, I'll call it. And this has been your life's work, basically, proving that we're trying to make the case that the Apollo...
Baby, I love you too. I'm listening to something.
American propaganda campaign during the Cold War, and it was all filmed on a set, and they never actually went to the moon. Does that sum it up pretty well?
Pretty much. Half of my life, anyway. The first half, I believe they went to the moon.
So, obviously, like the last time you and I talked, we thought it would be a great idea to have you debate somebody on this. I don't know, have you ever done a debate on this with anybody?
No, to me, that would be like debating if the sky is blue. It's blue, and they did fake the moon landing. I bet my life on it. Now, the people normally they pose to debate me are victims of the deception, which I have no interest in beating up someone who's a victim. I said find somebody who's a perpetrator, either one of the astronauts or a NASA administrator, and you did. Here he is.
So Charlie Duke, could you please give us a little background in your history and how you got involved in the Apollo program in the beginning?
I was a fighter pilot in the Air Force. Went to MIT, got a master's degree, and graduated in '64. Went to test pilot school and graduated in '65, summer '65. And I'd met some astronauts that had come to MIT. They had the contract to build the Apollo guidance and navigation system, and I was working on that system. and all gung-ho guys. And so I decided to take their advice, go to test pilot school, and maybe have a chance at the space program. A couple of months after I graduated from test pilot school in the summer of '65, NASA had another call for astronauts, and 4 of us at Edwards applied, and we all got accepted. So, and it'd be May or so of 1966, we went to Houston and started working on Apollo.
So during this conversation, I want to do I want to take some time to do some back and forth on some of the cases Bart has made in his documentaries. And but before we do that, I want to spend some time going through your personal story and your firsthand account on the Apollo missions. Does that sound good to you? Okay.
I love you too, baby. Let me watch this stuff.
How old were you when you first learned about the U.S. government gearing up to go into space and this is the whole space race and all this stuff?
Well, I remember the first human beings that went into space. Yuri Gagarin in '61, and Alan Shepard followed him. And right after that, I found out now that the Russians were beating us in space, and so Kennedy put out a desire for what him, and Werner von Braun said we can beat them to the moon. And I got a copy of the letter that he sent to President Kennedy, and he said, okay, we'll go to the moon. So he committed to the Apollo program. And that was...
Remember how old you were?
Well, it was in 61 or 2, so I was born in 35, so I was less than 30 years old. Yeah.
And I remember seeing specifically, there were interviews with, I think this might have been a von Braun interview from your documentary, where they were asking von Braun, and he was explaining it in an analogy to where he said, Russia is already in a full sprint. We haven't even started walking yet. Like, we have to gear up. We have a long time to gear up and to speed up before we're even running at the same pace they are. Before we have to do all that, before we can even think about closing the gap between us and Russia.
Well, that might be true. I don't remember that level of detail, but I do have a copy of the letter that he sent to President Kennedy, I believe it was, and said the only way we can beat them is beat them to the moon. And so they committed to the moon. And by the end of the decade, which I thought was crazy, I mean, 15 minutes in space, and we're going to land on the moon in the next 8.5 years. Turns out I was sitting in mission control in July of 1969, 8 years and 2 months later, and I'm talking to Neil Armstrong on the moon.
Let's go to the point where you first decided, like how did the process work for you to be chosen to be selected for this program?
As I said, I graduated from the test pilot school at Edwards Air Force Base in the summer of '65, and in September of that year, I saw an ad in the paper that NASA's looking for more astronauts. Please apply. So I was in the Air Force. I had to go through the official channels. So they told me what to do, and I submitted my application along with Stu Russo and Al Warden, Hank Hartsfield. We were all in the same test pilot school class. And Joe Engel was out there. He applied, and there was a lot of people applied. And they were looking for test pilots and my age and height and everything like that.
When you say test pilot, you mean test pilot for the space program?
No, test pilot for the Air Force.
The Air Force.
Yeah. We were all at Edwards Air Force Base, the ones I'm speaking about. And we had others selected that came from the Naval Test Pilot School, which was at Maryland.
And then how did that evolve into the idea of going to the moon, working on the moon missions?
I'm not sure the moon missions had been that's what we were working on. And if we applied, we would have a chance to work on the Apollo program.
Was there a moment for you where you thought, like, I want to be one of the guys to go to the moon, or I want to be a part of that program to put man on the moon?
That was the call by NASA, is to you. If you got selected as astronaut, you'd be a part of the Apollo program. So you had no guarantee you're going to fly to the moon, or no guarantee that it was even going to be completed. But I wanted to be an astronaut. It was the best job I could have as a test pilot.
And then what was that training like to become an astronaut? And how long did it take?
Well, it depends on what you call training. Our group, there was 19 of us, we reported to Houston the 1st of May, 1966. And we started learning NASAese, how does NASA work and who's got responsibility, this, that, and the other. And they decided also if we going to go to the moon, we ought to know what kind of rocks to pick up. And so we started extensive training in geology. And we not only had classroom work, but we also had field trips once a month, generally. And that was 2 or 3 days somewhere in the U.S., sometimes in Hawaii, sometimes in Canada, but mostly in the U.S. We did a geology trip, got into the field, and learned how to pick up the right kind of rocks.
And what was going through your mind when, you're a young guy and you're 66, 3 years before Apollo 11. You're trained to become an astronaut, learning about geology. Like, what was going through your mind at that point? Like, what was your, were you optimistic that this was going to happen? Were you skeptical? Were you fearful?
I was optimistic that Apollo was going to happen. I wasn't optimistic that I'd get a chance to go. We were the junior guys. And so it turned out that some of the senior guys left. John Glenn, Wally Schirra, after Apollo 7, retired. And so a lot of the older guys started retiring. So we sort of bubbled up into the mix. And Dick Slayton, who was and Alan Shepard, who were the 2 top astronauts, they started picking people to train. And so they were trying to balance the crew and give us younger guys some experience. So most of the crews that were selected had a senior guy that had flown in space, the commander, and a lot of the crews had 2 rookies that came from our group, mostly.
And how did you come to meet Von Braun?
One of my first jobs as an astronaut was to monitor the development of the Saturn V. It was Stu Russo and myself. And so the best way to do that was to go up and meet Von Braun and sit in on his staff meetings to see Saturn V was progressing, and this thing going to really fly. And so every month we'd go up and sit in on a staff meeting. I would say a friend, but he recognized us every time we walked in. He says, "Welcome, Charlie. Welcome, Stu." And we'd sit in and listen to his briefings on his staff meeting, and then we'd go back and report to the astronaut office. On Monday morning, every Monday morning, we'd have a couple-hour meeting, and what was in the program. And Stu and I'd give a briefing every time we got back.
So you would explain to the other astronauts what the progress was on the Saturn V rocket.
That's correct.
Depending on what. Did you have any personal conversations with Von Braun about this, or?
Mostly just he recognized us and he accepted us, and I can't say he became a real good friend, but he certainly knew who we were, and I respected him highly, and they were doing a good job. Turned out the Saturn V never had a failure, not one.
That's pretty astonishing.
And all of the flights of Apollo, they lost one engine, and I think it was on Apollo 13, but one engine goes out, you can still make it into orbit. Wow. In fact, it was such a good machine. Stu Russo and I went to Ames Research Center, and they wrote a program. Can astronauts literally fly the Saturn V into space manually? We proved we could. Not very efficiently, but we could get it into orbit. Wow. They decided not to use that program, and so it never was implemented, but we spent a month or so out at Ames proving that you could fly the Saturn V into orbit.
What made the Saturn V so superior, even to rockets that we have today? I think it was reusable.
I think it was just good technology and a simple. There wasn't anything complicated. Saturn V, the engines were huge, and they were test fired, and it was nitrogen and not nitrogen, hydrogen and oxygen. I don't remember what the fuel was, but anyway, they were very reliable, and engines are huge, 1.5 million pounds thrust each on the first stage, and so that was a 7.5 million pounds of thrust. Lifted 6.5 million pounds, and you were up on the top. And the only thing I remember of a liftoff was the vibration. You didn't have any noise from the engines. That was all going sideways, but the thing shook. It was like being on a 360 long limber fishing pole, and you're up at the top, and somebody shaking it down here, which was the engines, and was vibrating from side to side. Not pogo, but vibrating from side,
like swaying back and forth.
Yeah. Very high frequency though, and amplitude was maybe that far.
No one really talks about it, but most men's testosterone levels start to decline at about 30 years of age, about 1% per year. Ever notice like you're losing energy, sex drive, and starting to feel like you're just trudging through the day? It creeps up on you until one day you start to realize you don't feel like yourself anymore. The thing is, your body can still be producing testosterone, but it starts to get locked up by a protein called SHBG. And that is why I tried Marsmen. Marsmen is designed to help free up that testosterone so your body can actually use it. No synthetics, no needles, just natural ingredients like Tomcat Ollie, Sheila G, vitamin D, zinc, and boron. I started taking a handful of these after my breakfast in the morning, and I've definitely noticed a huge boost and steady flow of energy throughout the day. I no longer crash after workouts or feel drained, and I just feel overall more positive. I got their launch kit, which comes with a bottle, an organizer tin, and a free ticket to Mars. That is, if we can get past the Van Allen belts. Marsmen is made in the USA. It's third-party tested and comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. And for a limited time only, our listeners get 60% off for life and free gifts when you use code Danny at men2mars.com. That's men2mars.com. The code DANNY at checkout. After you purchase, they're going to ask where you heard about them, and please tell them we sent you to Mars. It's linked down below. Now back to the show. And so, during Apollo 11, the first on Neil Armstrong's mission to the moon, what was your role in that? I was in Capcom. I'd done the same thing on Apollo 10, and where they took the lunar module to the moon before it's going to land. And so that had gone well, and Neil asked me to, why don't you be Capcom for us? I mean, you got the experience. Oh, he asked you? Yeah. And because I wasn't on the crew of any way involved, but he said, would you do that? And I said, sure. It would be a great honor. And so we practiced for 2 months, and simulations, cruise in the simulator. We're in mission control, and we practice 4 or 5 hours a day, generally, and for the landing part. So what specifically do you do as the Topcom guy? You're the voice of mission control. You're the only person that can actually talk to the crew. The crew's voice loop
is heard in mission control in everybody's headsets, but the only respond is Capcom. And was an astronaut, and you really told them what was. You responded to their calls, and you responded to what the mission control team was telling you to tell them to keep them in the loop. Like we started down, and we had communication problems. And if I recall, it was a 30-second rule. If you lost communications for 30 seconds, it was an abort. So we reoriented, changed attitude, changed antennas, and then the computer was overloading, and that really got everybody's attention. And but Steve Bales and Jack Garman in the back room said, "Why?" They knew what the computer was doing, and it was overloading because it had 75 milliseconds of compute, and then it flipped back to the job number. And it was always flying a spacecraft, but it was dropping off these insignificant jobs, and so we were going. And then we had a trajectory problem, and Neil couldn't. He had him targeted into the wrong place. We didn't really understand lunar gravity then, and with the mascons and all of that stuff. So he had to level off and fly horizontally, 4 or 5 miles, and that used up all the reserve fuel. And so now we're minimum fuel, and we called.
They have 2 separate fuel reserves, one for the descent and one for the ascent when they leave
the ascent engine was never used on descent.
Okay, you never would do that.
Well, you'd have to stage the vehicle to get the ascent engine light. It wouldn't light unless you staged and separated. So anyway, we called 60 seconds. He had 60 seconds to land, and then I remember 30 seconds.
Doug, this guy sucks. Fucking liar.
Soundtrack on everywhere. Open the free iHeartRadio app and listen to Coast 103.5, your official holiday music station on the go. Tap the holiday banner or just search holiday, and you'll see customized stations like iHeart Christmas Classics, iHeart Country Christmas, and tons of playlists to set the mood. You've got enough to do. Let us handle the music. Open the free iHeartRadio app now and start listening. KFI AM 640.
Politicians are to try to please the public. Life flies all day and night. There's no challenge.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I know smartphones are relatively new. For thousands of years, we've had smartphones. And then in the last 15 years, we've had everything available to us in this little tiny computer.
When we were growing up, you were told, no, you can't have that at school.
Gary and Shannon.
And there would be no argument about it.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Johnny was a schoolboy when he first goes to a song. How could you think about there if it didn't take it for long? Got himself a guitar, used to play never again. Now he's in a rock and roll outfit and everything's alright. Johnny told his mama, hey, mama, I'm gonna hit the big time, gonna be a big star someday. Mama came to the door, teardrop in her lap. Johnny said, don't cry, mama, I'll wait back.
Athleticism. Folks, you can see this athleticism? If you're watching at home, I'm sure you're having to the oldies, girl. But you see this athleticism? You see this Dr. Thunder? That's what motherfuckers call me. That's my DJ name, DJ Dr. Thunder. Why? Why not? Bitches call me Professor Mountain Lightning and DJ Dr. Thunder. Why? Why not? I haven't had Dr. Thunder in a hot minute, motherfuckers. Why? Why not? Look at this athleticism, folks. That's pretty good. That is really good. Dog. That shit is the bomb.
And he was, they were close, but not on the ground. And we were, according to my watch, we were 15 seconds or so before calling an abort when Buzz Aldrin said contact and just stopped. They're on the moon. Wow.
Garbage.
It was through the roof in mission control.
What was that like for you? They landed on the moon and you were sitting in that.
That's a great sigh of relief. Everybody, it was tense. You can imagine. And we're going to make it. We're going to make it. I'm convinced now that had I called a board, time up, and called it a board, which was based on the fuel reserve in the decent engine, Neil would have said, "Say again, Houston." He's not going to abort. He's going to land at 20 feet off the moon in minimum fuel, and be at that point, he's not going to abort. He had the final say, so he's going to land.
Now, were you there on the communication with them when they landed?
Yes.
And how long were you there? Were you there the whole time, even when they were coming back?
No.
Okay.
That was another. We had four flight teams working Apollo 11, and I was on Gene Kranz, and we had responsibility for landing, and then we stayed around for another hour while they saved the spacecraft and got everything.
And how long was it until once he got back to Earth? Do you remember your first conversation with him? How long was it before you talked to him?
Well, they had to go into quarantine, and because of moon bugs, we weren't sure whether we're going to bring back something that's going to wipe out the whole civilization. So they went into quarantine, and we could talk to them through the window, and but there were no moon bugs, and everything was fine, and so they were, I think, 3 weeks or something like that, and they got out, and we started having debriefings. But we were debriefing during the time they were in quarantine.
What was his demeanor? What was his attitude? What was he saying? Did anything ring a bell to you? Or does anything really like stick out for you as far as like conversations you have with him afterwards?
Neil Armstrong was Mr. Coolstone. He was unflappable, and and he was following the rules, but we hit minimum fuel on the descent because we had him targeted in the wrong way, and he had to fly horizontally about 4 or 5 miles, and then set down and find a place to land. And I remember calling Apollo 11 30 seconds. I mean, he had 30 seconds to land on the moon. And the next call was going to be abort.
Right. Yeah. We just talked about that.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's fast forward to your mission, Apollo 16.
I love this shit so much. I'm eating it up. What? This is orgasmic to me. I could be beaten off right now for everybody. What? This is the best. It's the best. I fucking hate this fucking debate so much because I can dominate so badly in it. I'm the world champion in this debate.
We had practiced aborts, and if the thing blew up on the pad, you were still able to
This shit is my shit.
with Apollo launch vehicle.
I love this. What? Oh, dog. I tee off on this motherfucker so badly. Come out!
Keep counting.
And can you walk me through what that was like for you?
Truck walk.
For that lift off and then getting into orbit and then doing the. I want to say I've been waiting to say this word for translunar injection. Sounds so cool. Bart's over there steaming.
Well, I'm just waiting for my turn.
You'll get it, Bart.
I'm entertained. So.
Yeah, you'll get it, Bart. This is, I think it's really important to get this.
So we were laying there, and then we're listening to the count, and when the engine started, they were moving down there to maintain a trajectory, and that vibration translated up, and you 360 feet above it, and it shook. But we're on our way. You feel the G lift off, and mission control said you go, and we were go, and it was really exciting to feel the acceleration of the speed vehicle and the vibration from side to side, and we didn't have any pogo, but it was a vibration from side to side, and so we're on our way and just ride it out, and it was really, one of the best rides I've ever had.
How long did it take to get to the moon?
Get into orbit was 12 minutes or so.
That's not what he asked you, fuck.
And that was, you ended up on the third stage, which was the rocket that pushed you out of Earth orbit and onto the trajectory to the moon. And that happened, I don't know, about a rev and a half later.
A rev and a half.
And we ignited the third stage automatically and pushed us out of orbit into a certain lunar orbit that took us to the moon. And then when we got there, we had to slow down to get into orbit. We used the service module engine for that.
And did you have a specific task on that trip to the moon? Were you in charge of monitoring anything in particular?
Well, I was the lunar module pilot, which was on the right side. And as you look at the instrument panel, I was on the right side. Mattingly was in the center seat, and John Young was the commander on the left seat. So if we had a burst, the Mercies, we all had things to do. We practiced, aborts, and we practiced radio out, every kind of thing. Fuel cell failures, we just practiced and practiced and practiced. So we were ready to go. And towards that flight was sort of one of the most nominal flights that we had to get into orbit on the Saturn V. It was a very reliable rocket.
Explain what it was like actually landing on it.
Well, it was a very dynamic situation. We pitched over at 7,000 feet, and that's the first time you saw the lunar surface we're in. And
7,000 feet.
Yeah, and I looked to the right to see if I could see the North Ray crater up there, and we were right on target. And John began to maneuver the spacecraft manually to he picked out a landing spot. He had on his windshields, he had ladders, and if you landed up like at 35, that meant, and the computer would tell you 35, that's where you're going to land. If you don't do anything. And so he redesignated a couple of times, and we were going into some craters, and he maneuvered, and I was just talking him down. I was not looking out the window much because it was so busy. You know, we're reading instruments or something. We had a profile that said at 500 feet down at 22, and no lateral velocity or whatever. And so I was reading that profile out to him.
Look at this athleticism.
And he was flying it manually. By this time, he's flying it manually. And he's controlling the whole thing.
What up, DJ Dr. Thunder?
Back. And we had a profile, and we were right on the profile. So
that's pretty good.
When we hit the ground, there was a probe underneath the landing gear that said contact, and when that light came on, you shut the engine down. And we were coming down like
Dog.
2-3 feet per second.
This is painful.
I remember right. And when the light came on, I said contact, and he shut it down, and we dropped in on the moon, almost dead level. So we were excited, to say the least.
I could imagine.
We were late landing. We had a problem in the command module before we started down, and it almost caused an abort of the whole mission. But mission control came to the rescue and figured it out. So we continued our mission, but we were late landing.
I use nicotine for focus, and I usually keep one of those little cans around just to help me stay focused and energized during the day. They're fine, but they dry your mouth. They're probably not that great for your gums, and they taste very chemically. And that's why I've started to use Zippix toothpicks lately. These little things are a game changer. This is the cleanest, most low-key way for me to get my nicotine without vape, without smoke, and without a nicotine pouch shoved in my gums. But with a kick. And you can use them literally anywhere. Flights, restaurants, sporting events, basically all the places where someone would yell at you or judge you for vaping, smoking, or throwing an upper decky in. I think Zippix actually tastes better too. They've got 6 long-lasting flavors, all made right here in the USA, and 100% natural nicotine, not that synthetic stuff. I've been keeping a few of these in my backpack lately, and I've noticed I've been using them a lot more than the pouches because they taste better and I think they're more convenient. And if nicotine is your thing, they make caffeine and B12 toothpicks for a smooth energy boost. Ditch the pouches, cigarettes, and vapes and try Zippix toothpicks. Only sold online at zippixtoothpicks.com. And you can get 10% off your first order by using the code Danny at checkout. Must be 21 or older to order. Warning, nicotine addictive chemical. Go to zippixtoothpicks.com and use the code DANNY at checkout for 10% off your first order. Zip more and smoke less with Zippix toothpicks. So, what was your mission? What was the objective of Apollo?
Explore the lunar highlands, the mountains of the moon. The geology was supposed to be different than the Maury, where Neil
What is this?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Easy. Oh my God, I'm missing Easy. Yes.
Then about 3 years later, I ended up moving out in 8th grade during Easter vacation. And I moved to a new location.
Anyway, I can see you. I can see you. Make sure you're oh my gosh, and guys, if you're just joining the space, make sure you like, you retweet the space, and make sure you're tagging your mom, your dad, your uncle, your auntie, your girlfriend, your ex-girlfriend, your boyfriend, your girlfriend. Make sure you're tagging everybody and also tagging. Make sure you tag somebody's spirit now. We better. I like it the way I can see that too. Yeah, cheer everybody. So actually we wanted to talk about what we guys talk about the crypto market. But before that, oh my god, will make you feel like crying. And I feel so special. But it's not like I cannot say that we should be happy was the right. I know I stress for that account, but my god, it's bigger than that place. That one is show. And this account I got is to grow big. So thank you so much.
Yo, what up, Mr. Source?
Maybe that FBI that came go and see my account. Thanks. My FBI that anyways for the crypto like sorry, for the cryptocurrency. Before you go on to the crypto account, please tell us what band are you holding? Is it Unity band? Is it Banco band? Is it Louis Vuitton? Is it Prada? Just tell us this Chanel. Tell us the kind of band you're holding. Like I said, I want to yeah, like you, I'm going to Ghana for school. I'm like, you get it. As long as I'm holding back. If you go to my website, see, remember, I said it on this space that when they try to like log into my private account, me, I have a limited account to get to pay. So even if you want to log in and add $0 they get down to God will provide you Jesus email. So big thing was actually talking about crypto market. That was basically why I raised my hand. And you're like, I think it was like there's a coming beer season or so. I just wanted to like put this out. This is my opinion, and I was actually on this space earlier this morning before the account got out or whatever. So, and we were talking about this whole crypto market and the likes, and they said that they don't think the market is like following the 4 cycles in a game. Because normally this one was supposed to be like a bullish month, yes, and especially after Bitcoin halving and everything. But so far, I've not actually seen any good money, to be honest. And there's so much tips and the likes. Then on December 1st, there was this announcement by Jeremy Powell. He talked about ending QT officially on December 1. And I actually posted it on the other account, and I actually tried to like explain and analyze that what's this means for the cryptocurrency market. It's just my own. Nobody's actually, but this market is very, very unpredictable. And the whole that's fundamental events was basically you're talking about how the Fed, Reserve, and Jeremy Powell initially ended to really help quantitative tightening, in the sense that now they'll be pumping more liquidity into the system, into the world, into the people, and they'll reduce they'll lower interest rates. And when they lower these interest rates, then people will begin to demand for more. People will begin to grow their capital, whatever money that they borrow, into digital assets or into a particular investment. And that will actually bring a push, a pump in the market. You get what I'm saying? So in my own opinion, I feel that the best is actually going to come after this year. But with what we have seen, I've seen so much manipulations and the likes like that. But in coming months, there's so much bullish news on the way, so much bullish. And this December 1st, sorry.
Better to add to what you're saying, I would say I don't think we'll have a strong cycle anymore. It's a strong entered into the office.
And it was. We had different rocks, different kind of compositions. We had a car that we unloaded and drove it.
What is this, and how do I make the rest of my life about it?
That was about 8 or 9 miles round trip, and then the last day.
The market actually fine. But I do not know if it's going to be a bull trap or it's going to be continuously that the market will keep going. But let's just see how it goes and how it plays out.
All right, my people. All right, thank you very much for telling us that King and Becca. Maybe I thought that that things are changing. You can never tell. Anyway, let's hear from
I just wanted to ask Becca a question. I know Becca she did that analysis game, so I didn't know it was you that your account was hacked. I know you, right? We've been this community together on WhatsApp, right? Where is she? Yeah. You're that analysis girl, right?
I'm that analysis girl.
That's honestly, I didn't even know it was you until I went down someone's page and then I saw that person, talked about trying to, raise more followers for you, and then I traced back to that account. I want to know how it was hacked. Did you give the person your number, your details? What happened? And then the account that was hacked that is now being rebranded, it's rebranded for a particular brand, and I'm wondering, is that brand not true? Are there not people who notice that brand is illegal or something? Is the brand running? Is the brand running to be successful? Because I don't understand.
Once somebody died, that realistic my school. So okay, let me seriously. This was actually happened. Yeah, actually, yesterday, someone actually sent me some money into my wallet. My wallet, yes. So went to Vision, and I was like, that was late in the night, and I was like, well, I'll check it because I was very tired. I was checking in the morning because I know how much I'm obviously expecting. Check it, and when I opened the wallet app, I saw that they said to me, and they're like, I can't get access to the account because my account is logged into another person's device, and that was very strange because I didn't give anybody my login details or anything. So after that, I then went to X because once they allow me, anytime I have any type of issue with any app or anything like that, I like to go to their X account and try to see if it is just me that is experiencing. Because if it is just me, I'll know how to prove for the customer care email, phone number, anything. But if it is general, I will see other people complaining about it. So I saw other people complaining about the fact that maybe they had few transactions or app maintenance and the likes. So when I saw people were complaining, I now dropped my own complaint that I can't get access into my account. And this was the same thing that happened last week with Access Bank too. So and I complained to them and they answered me. So on this one, they responded to my complaints in their listing and they're like, oh, they are going to engage me in the DMs. And I was like, fine. Then like few seconds or minutes later, someone texted me with their logo and everything. And they're like, what they said, the lady was like, oh, we are from like a customer care representative and everything, that what is the issue, we lost their care. Like the person was so nice and welcoming and had that customer care everything. And me, like I was not suspicious of it. Me, I just wanted to like get everything fixed, especially the fact that someone already had access to my account. So I now to the person that, oh, this was what happened. I can't get access to my account and everything. The person was not like, okay, that normally they usually fill a form. I just thought it was a normal procedure. So I guess that was. I can't actually say it was my fault, but I was trying to just follow dons and everything, and they're like, oh, that there's a site, that's the website of the app that I need to fill it and everything. Then she sent me the form and I filled it. Me, I thought that was all, but they asked like just like everything was just going smooth. Like, what is the complaint about? What did I do? Like, what is the issue? And I gave everything, tried to like explain everything. So I also the lady was like, oh, the next 24 hours that everything will be fixed. That they've gotten the form, the response in their own background, everything. And they're like, in next 24 hours, I said, okay, no problem. So I dropped my phone. I think I went to the kitchen and I came back and I started hearing bang on my phone. When you bang, where is no money? Everything that I accept. I'll be thanking God. There's no money. And I came and I saw my email with notifications and they're saying, oh, new login into your device, and that I was like, new login. So the first one they first tried to like get access to was my Bybit account. When he gets access to my bank, I told my guy, I was like, see this thing, that someone tried to like get access into my Bybit account. But not like, oh, that is it business secured? You have to factor in authentication on it. I was like, they don't like contact because I've deleted the account in Bybit. I'm not going to use it for like a year now. And so it's $0 they say if you want to have anything, they should take their $0 and go. I'm not using the account again. But that is that is going to be drain me. That is when my eyes will clear. That everywhere was blow. Almost blow. But the reason I was not really concerned was because it was a year I used that and I was not using it again. Like I just dumped it because it wasn't really working for what I wanted to use it for, and I never thought of going back to it. Then I got another mail again that I should log into that the new system login into another app that's bonus account. And when I opened those, I didn't want I was down. So I think that tap that's the tap. That's what they said that message. I was like, this is someone that trying to like get access to my accounts. Like with that particular mail, they have to give my email address on that form I was to fill. Then I was not really concerned, but I started to like, this is actually something that I should be concerned about. And I went to my Gmail app, this account. I was trying to like set up, change my password, change everything and everything like that. Then I got a mail from X, and X was like, someone has got into my X account that I should check it, like it's me and everything. So as I was trying to like check it, I quickly brought back to my X account. I was trying to change my password and everything. By the time I just got there, I was kicked out. And when I got kicked out, the person had told me I was like locked me out of the account. So I tried all possible means to access the account, but I couldn't access the account. So I went back to my mail and everything. But listen, I already like changed the password in case someone was trying to like get access to my list. I changed everything. Unfortunately, the person was still able to like get access to my X. Then I now got another message. I started job because at that time I was really frustrated, to be honest, because I started dropping my phone. I was thinking of what to do. Then I took my other device, this another mail is there. Another mail is on my other device. I was trying to like get access to that one, like to log in and do some other things. Then I don't know. I just like go and check the wallet app and see if I can even get access to it. Lucky enough, I was able to get access to it. Then the little money there, because hey, I'm trying to hustle, man. how much I get. I just said, let me go and check it. Check the wallet app. And when I did check the wallet app, the money was actually there. But I think that the person would have actually tried to like withdraw the money. So the person I went to the transaction history to see what happened. The person had actually sold the little asset that was there. But I think the person converted it to another asset and was trying to sell it out before, like the person was about to sell it, but while he was trying to like sell it out of that account, I already changed the password in that one. So the person could not get access to it anymore. So that's money. The way I'm laughing, I see it's money.
That story was the worst I've ever heard.
I think next time if anybody sends you a link, take it to ChatGPT, ask ChatGPT to give you like websites to check it has like any shows report or flag to it, because that's what I do. Even when different people reach out to me that I should help them, if I want to join their community, maybe they are looking for, like, they are giving like a job opportunity. There's one that came in like, was it 2 days ago? So they are telling me that they are going to be paying me $600 to $900 a week. First of all, that thing was too good to be true. So when they sent the link, it was first Discord. So I had to check the Discord link, and I saw that the Discord link was clean. When I joined their link, so they were like, if I've done this community support before, and I was like, no, but I'm a fast learner, so it's not going to be a problem. So they sent me another link that I should go and register for the game and learn how the game works. So because I've been hacked before by clicking link, so I took the link and I posted it on the same website where I checked for this malicious or phishing link. So when I posted it there and it showed just one, because out of 100 it showed me just one malicious report, I just left the Discord and disappeared for it, because I do not want any reason for anybody to hack me or clear my account, because they have cleared my account before. Then they do not to take it. I left the job and they have not gotten back to me till now. So that's how I knew that shit is not real. Then another thing I would say is this: please, anyone here, if anybody sends you a link that you do not trust, or you don't even know the person before, the person is telling you that they want to give you a job, don't take that link. Better take that link to go and check first whether it has any phishing link tendencies to it before you click it, because if you go and click it now, they might have access to everything you have. And if they have access to your email, because I know there are a lot of people that save their passwords in their email address, or their seed phrase on their email address, which is very wrong. Me, I don't do that. I prefer to write it down somewhere so that next time. So even if you have access to my account, you can, my phone, you will not even be able to withdraw anything, because I already have it written outside it's not on my phone, it's not on my notes, but it's not in my email. So I write down everything, my password and everything, so that just to avoid anything where you can hack me. But the best is to get the hot wallet and put cold wallet, and put your assets there, so that you know that if anything should happen, they will not be able to access it. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on what happened.
There was a time I just really came on it. And then someone sent me a message. When I put the message was like, I will help them to remember this and that, they will pay me to Ethereum. Jesus Christ, I said to Ethereum. What do I want to offer you that you give me to Ethereum? I just know that this one is scam, man. It's a scam. It's a scam. I see anybody that send any message, the link attached with them in Discord. And I'm not going to answer you anyway. So yeah, Becca, oh my God, Jesus Christ, that was. I sincerely, I told if it was me, see, like they draw energy out of my body. Yeah, let me hear from you the fight. There are a lot of people in this space right now. Yeah, I wanted to say, yeah, Becca, we
actually sympathize with what happened to you, and thank you, Vic King, also for that alpha you shared. Everyone, I believe that you don't want to be hacked before you go and put like a two-factor authentication on your apps, and just go do as Vic King said, be careful. I wanted to do a very quick shout out to our listeners because my God, we have a lot of hands up, right? So I wanted to do a very quick shout out. So yes, we have DMB, KJ, we have Creative, Bonnie Baby. Bonnie Baby is here. We have Oreo, we have Colex, we have Unique, Edo, oh my God! We have Sperry, we have Easy, Manuel, JD, Saint is here, we have Mr. Easy, we have Easy and Mr. Iresi, or Miresi, I don't know. Okay, we have Great Wi-Fi, Rabbi, we have Remy, Joy, Zen, we have also the speakers and the co-hosts. So I'm going to do a very quick shout out again to those who are posting the space because, of course, they're the reasons why people are joining the space. So we have Breezy, we have Big Sammy, Gifted, Sleepyon, Pearl, JB, Remy, Rabbi, we have Viking, Saint, Zed. So guys, before you come up here, before you request the mic, to actually post the space, drop a comment in the pop-up pew. So yeah, what do we have? Raise our hand up. So I see a couple of hands up. Becca, do you have something to say before we go ahead?
Let me just back my us.
All right. So yeah, Joy. Okay, Joy, you've spoken. So let's go. Remy, how you doing? What's good?
All right. Yeah, desires, girls, literally everything. So I just wanted to heal myself for like minutes and then perhaps a class in 18 minutes. So anyway, there. And I actually see what you are saying. It's crazy, actually. That's like, no matter how interesting it is, as far as people are having like posted it, let's say job or anything, I will just share it with somebody I know and everything. As well as cannot verify it. Anyway, my name is Rabbi.
What the fuck is that?
I think that's about the company. But I'm excited right now. If you have any jobs, if you have any projects, they want very. And the way I write projects, I don't really use complex words or complicated words and everything. So I make it as simple as that's how I feel. Where they, what education should be like, and everything. If you check my pin, if you check my pin profile, my pin post, I was talking about, I got onboarded with on board. So, and everything. So if you check my pin post, you see how I explain where the features and the features. I'm on this, the random talks about like Web3 stuff, and just random stuff, trying to make newbies like myself understand all these complex things, those issues, and the people that have been in for like 3 years, all of that. So as being said, I'm very much here to everybody, and I think one of these days, and I just asked ChatGPT, what projects can a newbie like me develop and everything, and it should be actually be interesting about everybody. And I don't know how much I want to collaborate with other people. It's a very big one because in books, maybe it's actually big. So I want to say thank you to Christy. I think I was in space because I can't record this voice. How you said it and everything. One of them, I remember it Yeah, I've seen you somewhere. And then every other person like really just I think that's what I mean. Yeah, thank you so much. Let me go to my classes.
Okay. Please, before you go ahead, I wanted to say thank you, Remy, for sharing. So everyone do well to connect with Remy. He is active, as he said, a trade writer, a content writer. Do well to drop him a follow. He's gonna follow you back, right, Remy? I think he's gonna. Okay, guys. Morning, baby. The space, guys. I'm hosting a space for Burning Baby on the 6th of this month. So, guys, make sure you be here. It's 9 p.m. Nigerian time. I'm hosting a space for Burning Baby because the project is launching on the 7th of this month. So, I'm hosting a space on the 6th, and after the launch, that's on the 8th also. So, 6th and 8th, I'll be on this. I'll be hosting space for guys. Alright, guys, who do we have in the house? I can see Marvel. Oh my God, I can see Marvel. Welcome. I can see Chibo. Ida, the king is in the space. I can see Rolex. Oh my God, Rolex. Anyway, GM, do you connect? I can see oh my God, you are hearing it. I can see you. Anyway, I'd like you to be everybody. That you have to be everything. Oh my God, I can see JB. I can see Batman is in the space. Batman, you guys know Batman is rich. He's rich, yes, but so you can change our bags, like black bag and bag. Hold on, and some Chanel and some, Prada. Yes, guys, let's get it. If you can help me, call those totally heads up. Let's get it. Let's continue. Okay. As the Joy, you go ahead. You share your. Joy. Okay, if Joy is not here, please confirm we can hear it, Crazy. No, sure. Yeah, Joy is not in this space right now. Easy. Go easy and answer and give us show yourself. Come on, what do you do on this space? Oh yeah, Mr. Easy. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you go ahead. Is it just me or not a bit audible? Yeah, it's better now, yeah. Alright. I said this thing down because the one I so like a lot of questions are outside now, more
Shout out to Kathy Lyons. She's hilarious. You remember, be a blessing, lady. Love her. This is the worst.
Thank you, Mr. Easy, for that. Mystic Down. So you'll do have to check his profile for more info on that. So thank you for coming up. So I wanted to do a very big shout out before we go back to the next speaker, Rabbi. So I wanted to do a very big shout out to those who are on the purple field. And guys, guess what now? This JB is in the house. What the darling? What the darling? So yes, on the purple bill we have JB, we have JB. Guys, if I tell you JB, I think you are missing out. So you have to do well to just shoot him. We have JB, we have C-Boy, we have G-Boy, we have Slick Neon, we have Big Sammy in the house, Big Sammy again, we have JD, Big Sammy, we have Joy. Then I see a girl. I said, girl, call to Dubai. Let's Dubai again. Okay, go ahead to JB. You guys do well to make sure you're dropping a comment. You're dropping tagging someone. You're tagging a friend to tag a friend. Make them know that something is happening here. So I said, Bonnet Baby. What is Bonnet Baby about? JB, we want to know, right? You said you're having this place. Do well to inform us this time around, yo. That is very quick. So yes, we have Rabbi in the house. This is a show zone. So come on, request a mic, and we're gonna give you the mic. So come and show yourself or your alpha. Rabbi, you go ahead.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I have Alpha, and I'd like to share my project with you. I hear so many people, particularly in Nigeria, who need jobs. And if you need a job and you don't have a recruiter, you need one. And so I'm going to name some recruiters that are in Nigeria that specialize in getting people, perhaps like you, jobs. Manpower Nigeria, Workforce Group, Phillips Consulting, MacTake Consulting, eRecruiter Nigeria. What these people will do is they will find jobs for you, but the only way they can do so is if you have registered with them and you have given them your CV, your resume. If you need help creating your CV or your resume, I will help you. I literally live my life online, and I do my best to help people with any projects that they may have. I want to help you to get hired, and I want to do this at no cost. If you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. World peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my cameras, they're on my YouTube streams. The link is in my profile. Additionally, you'll find a link to my YouTube in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media on the internet than any person ever. I have more content on the internet than any person ever. You can also connect with me 24 hours a day in my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I am here to help you. You can come in and ask me to review your CV, your resume. I will help you to get more social media. I will help you with your pitch in these spaces. I will do anything I can to help you. 24 hours a day. The only thing is, if I'm awake, I will do everything that I can to help you. Nobody else is going to tell you that on the internet. There are many people with whom I've worked in this space to help them to make sure that they are the best person they can be when it comes to getting hired. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. My project has built wells in Nigeria. I've already helped people in Nigeria along with the cryptocurrency that sponsors me, and I want to continue these types of projects. You should also know that I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, you're a content creator, you're a shiller, you're a rater, you're a moderator, whatever it is you do in Web3, I want to make you better. I want you to know that I'm here to be a mentor, coach, and friend, all for free. You should know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most of people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Austin is in the building. Thank you, Rabbi, for that. That was Rabbi. You all do us connect with Rabbi. Oh my God, I see Rabbi in a lot of spaces. He's always active, day, night. God, you know what? How active Rabbi is. You just flashing the emoji. Yes, so Rabbi, we're so glad to have you here, and thank you for sharing yourself. So yes. Guys, before I call up June, I noticed something. Okay. We have the wizard on the speaker session, and we're all spotting our feathers. Guys, what do you think is missing? Prissy, I'm asking you, what do you think is missing? What did you say? Who's wizard? Who's the wizard? Oh my God, the wizard. Oh my God, wizard, what is your wings? Why are you wearing nose mask or face mask? What are you wearing there? You're supposed to have your wings in your mouth. That's a gem, don't worry. I'm like, sorry, I'm like, is that here? And we have all our feathers. Let me just tell you, what is missing right now is the drink. Okay. We have Joe. Joe, you go ahead.
Yo, GM, everybody. GM, Rabbi, I love your energy. I love your building wells in Nigeria. That's awesome. We get some hearts from Rabbi. But anyway, I'm here to show myself. I'm a developer, software developer, blockchain developer. I'm working on some small projects like the fastest poly market whale tracker right now. It's going to be completely free. That's releasing in a few days. If you ever check that out, then put it on your profile. I'm also working on a project in the DeFi space. We're probably building a new bridging protocol. Currently raising capital for that, and we are looking for people to try it out. When it's released, we're going to be introducing airdrops as well, so we're trying to reward people that are using our stuff. Yeah, if you followed me from the space, just let me know, and yeah, let's connect. Thank you, GM.
DM Drone, make connected with everyone. You all do want to connect with Drone, right? Yeah, so thank you for coming out there and sharing yourself. Okay. So before you go ahead to send Bell, how you doing, Elle? Oh my pal. Anyway, drone, I would love to connect with you, drone. I love that name. I would love to connect with you. I've already followed you back, drone. Okay, what's up with Bella? What's up with you, girl? What are you doing? She's eating. Is she eating? I would love to connect with you. I've already followed you back. Okay, what's up with Bella? What's up with you, girl? What are you doing? I think she's eating. Is she eating? Oh my God. Anyway, let's not get to this for some time. We're coming back for you, girl. Anyway, join. Let's hear from you, mama. Okay, sorry, before I wrote, there was a guy that was speaking. He talked about LinkedIn. This was the person I mentioned. That's Rabbi. Rabbi, please can you drop me into your Discord or your job? Can you do that? Okay, he's not on the speaker section, but I'm gonna do that for me and my baby. Alright.
Yo, what up?
We got man of secrets.
Alright. I wanted to share a project.
Yo, how are you? Helios.
If you're big on NFTs, you should check them out.
Helios, can you hear me? Excellent, my friend. How'd you find out about me?
Yeah, I on Twitter space this morning. So
Excellent.
I saw you sharing yourself. So I DM'd you on Twitter. I got a link through the Twitter link you sent to me.
Beautiful. Okay, what's your name on Twitter?
_17 Elios.
Okay. What was it again?
Oluwafemi _17.
Okay, can you spell that for me?
Yeah, like
Just spell it.
okay.
OLU.
Yes, WA. Yes, FE.
Oh, you're Daniel?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're Olafemi Daniel?
No. OLUWAFERANMI _17.
Okay. OUWAFERA and then what?
RNMI.
RA and then what?
NMI.
NMI.
_17.
Underscore.
NMI.
Yes, sir.
17.
Okay.
You're gonna see Elios.edge.
Okay. So let me spell it back to you. OLUWAF
Yes.
ER
Yes.
A
Yes.
MMI
Yes.
_ 17.
No. It's not MM. It is NNM.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So OLU.
NMI.
So M is in Michael, N is in Nancy.
Yeah, it is OLUWAFERANMI _17.
Okay. I'm just gonna send you a message in Discord, and then you can send it to me. Okay. So you're looking.
Okay.
You're
Excellent.
So you're looking for a job, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Do you have a resume?
What is it?
Do you have a resume?
No, not yet.
Okay. It says your message could not be delivered. This is usually because you don't share a server with recipient. Okay. So I can't. Maybe you can send me a message. Okay. I'm gonna join with a new account. Okay. Do you see the account that is red? That just joined? It says Captain of the Milf Ship.
Yeah.
Send that account a message.
Okay. Is it the Rabbi Rothschild?
Yeah, but it's red. It's the one without its camera on.
Okay, yeah. I'll message you now.
Excellent. It's got a UFO at the front. It's got the UFO at the front.
I listen on where send first to send. Oh, because it's gonna share somewhere with this.
Okay, you got the same thing that I did. Okay, so just one moment. I'll find you in X. Okay. Well, you send me a message in X. My username is 2xthot.
UXT.
No. No, the number 2, then the letter X, then THOT. 2x thought.
Okay. Come again with your name.
Sure. It's the number 2,
2
correct? And then X.
X.
Correct.
Alphabet X, right?
Yes, that's correct. Like xylophone. X, like X-ray. Okay, so 2X, and then T as in turtle.
Okay.
H as in Honda.
Okay. I can see 2XTHOT.
That's correct. Send me a message.
All right, I'll do that right now.
Yes, sir.
I just did that right now. Yes.
Excellent. Oh, that's you. Okay. So I've been sending you messages. Okay. So did you see the messages that I sent you?
Yeah, exactly. I've seen them. I've gone through them.
Okay, great. So, you don't have a resume yet, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you go to ChatGPT, you create a resume.
Okay.
Have you used ChatGPT before?
Yeah. I've used it before.
Okay, so you go in there and you say whatever your name is, and here's my previous work experience, and you say, I need you to make me a resume, and here's my contact information. Once that's done,
okay,
I sent you a list of like 5 different recruiting agencies in Nigeria, and you want to upload your resume to all of them so that they can find you a job, okay?
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I'll do that right now. Are you active on X?
Yeah, like 24 hours a day, basically.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate this. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Now wait. Once you create your resume and you upload it, you're not done. Because what we're going to do, I sent you a list. You're going to create a Linktree account. And what you're going to do with your Linktree account.
I saw that.
Excellent. And so what this is going to do is it's going to give you a lot of social media in which for you to post for yourself, to promote yourself, to be able to get more business for yourself, to be able to dominate search engines, social media, and AI engines. And then also it's going to make it more difficult to impersonate you. Does this make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Excellent. So you've got some homework to do, and if you have questions, you just come in here and I'll help you, okay?
All right, thank you so much. I'll kickstart it right now. I'll start doing it right now.
Sounds great, my man. If you need help, I'm here to help.
Yeah, I do.
Okie doke.
What do you say?
If you need help, I'm here to help you.
All right, thank you so much. Can I just, once I meet you, can I just text you, like DM you on X?
Yeah, or you can come in here, either one.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome, my friend. $20.41. That's fine.
Creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites, creating more debris, causing a non-stop chain reaction. The dreaded Kessler effect has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris. All cell phones fail. All GPS fail. All power failures. Life on Earth as we understand it may never be the same.
I mean, even DJ Value wanted a post on, we would actually do that in a couple seconds time. Send it to the comment section and then we would share from there.
So before I got to that was shouldn't continue. I mean, so I like protect your identity. I just started right about it. So some people just jump into it and they don't know the meaning. So I just started when one of my for because I feel the point that even in that so instead of just joining just join that okay just want to I'll come back to that I explain points that even you have something I'll go talk about and all the time you heard know that what so you know that you don't know your way around I'll come to the
Sorry, before we get from Bruno, thank you so much. When you have any post any company, I don't want to stress going. I think going to just be attending to you guys while I do the posting. And if you guys are wondering how we are doing this morning, you know, our community space, this is the same space for this to come and join us the syndicate share and choose space and you know the syndicate actually we're pretty full stack agency that is being set up by a community of four. The person of growth in my pre-community, with pre-microinfluencers community, GM cult and Alpha Joe Alpha. Jerry, you have to pay me money. Because my name was
we headed north to what's called I can't remember. Crater now, is that big crater? North Three Crater. North Three Crater. Did you remember the your first time on the moon? Yeah. What did that feel like? I'm on the moon. It's just exciting. Just elated with excitement. Yeah. And we were delayed getting out because we were late landing due to the problem we had in the other spacecraft. How old were you again? When you first landed, when you walked on the moon? 36. You were 36 years old. One of the youngest guys. I can't. I would imagine it would be overwhelming. The amount of emotions. It was pretty exciting, and we were, just bounding with enthusiasm. And we were late landing, so we were supposed to. The original plan called us to land and suit up and go outside, but mission control canceled that thing because we'll be up too late. You might make a mistake. Too long, not wake up too late, but you're going to be awake for 20-something hours if you don't do this. So they made you guys go to sleep. Yeah, take off our suits and go to sleep. Is there anything that sort of like blew your previously held conceptions of the moon out of the water when you got there? Like when you actually walked out and stepped on the moon, was it exactly what you expected it to be? Or without that experience, it really stood out to you? Well, we were the fifth landing, so we heard debrief four previous crews tell us what was it like. So we had a lot of familiarity with it, and we knew we had a flight plan. We knew what we were going to do, and so we just got to work, and it was really exciting being there. And I'm on the moon. You're thinking those things privately, brought out, but. We like to walk on to walk. And let me tell you, I feel like you don't have any.
Did you immediately see the Earth?
No, it was right overhead. So you look like an Apollo, you're looking at the top of your helmet.
Oh, shout out to Phil.
So we never saw
Phil's birthday.
There's a half Earth up in the sky. And we had a TV, so we had an antenna that we had like a periscope, and we could point that at the Earth. And when we got it pointed at the Earth, we flipped on the TV, and we had TV.
And like you were standing on the edge of a crater. How big was that crater?
The biggest one we visited was North Ray Crater. It was about a long time ago. So I'll guess it maybe 300 feet wide and maybe a couple hundred feet deep. And that was our last EVA. That was our third EVA. The lunar rover that we had was we were the second with the lunar rover, and it revolutionized lunar exploration because you prior to that everybody was walking. It's pretty tough walking up there, collecting rocks. So riding the rover was really revolutionary.
How long were you guys outside?
The longest, if I remember right, it was over 8 hours.
You were walking around on your feet for 8 hours.
Well, no, we were riding in a car and riding the place. We'd jump out and we had a flight plan. Do this, find this rock, do that. And so we were collecting samples, we were drilling holes, digging, shoveling trenches, everything like that.
Was there anything that you did that was a part of your a part of the job that you had to do that surprised you? Like in any of your digs or in your findings, did you see anything that was like shocking or like unexpected?
I don't think in the physical work was anything different, but the experience of being on the moon and the 1/6 gravity, it had to learn how to walk. It gets your center of gravity over your feet, and you couldn't straighten up. I tried to straighten up, you jumped at one time and straightened up, and I fell over backwards, which was really scary. But that was the end of our stay.
And do you remember if you could see stars?
You can't.
You can't see any stars.
Not in the daylight. You can't.
And you guys were in the daylight the entire mission, right?
No, only on the moon.
That's what I mean when you guys were like the entirety of your time spent on the moon was in the daylight, because days there are like 14 days long here on Earth, right? So, what happened when you guys had to come home? What was that like?
Well, we were approaching a time competition, and we tried to talk in mission control and they'll let us stay another 2 hours, but or whatever it was, and they said, "Get inside, guys, it's time to come home." So we got inside and we got ready to lift off, but the first thing we had to do was pitch out all the backpacks. So we depressurized, opened the door, threw out the backpacks, 2 bags of trash, and
you littered on the moon.
Yeah, we did litter. Yeah. Sorry about that, but we were. Yeah. And then we lifted off. Run it.
And when you got back to Earth, you had to go through the same process that Neil went through.
No, we did not have quarantine.
You did not have quarantine. What did you have to go through on the return? Was there any specific protocol you had to follow?
Well, I don't remember exactly, but we had physicals and blood and stuff, blood work and stuff like that.
Were there any psychological evaluations or anything like that, or like talking to somebody about your experience?
We had debriefings with everybody, geologists, other astronauts, mission control, We talked to everybody when we got back.
Yeah. Okay. Bart. So your basic story was when you were a kid, you were obsessed with the moon missions. You were saying you were asleep when they first landed on the moon, but you were a huge fan of NASA and a big believer in the moon landing. And at one point, something happened, and you did a 180. Out of everything, and I know you cover a lot of ground with your theories, and in your documentaries, you do a very thorough job laying out every single point. But like, to you, what are the top two or three reasons that you believe that the moon landing was a hoax?
Well, we can get into that, and I have evidence to show on all of those. The first, we have an eyewitness who saw them film Apollo 11 at Cannon Air Force Base. He confessed to it as he was dying, and he also confessed to a homicide.
This is why the headphones help, because sometimes you're not talking into the microphone. Make sure you keep it this far away from your mouth.
This far, okay.
Get it nice and close.
So we have an eyewitness and who was fearing the judgment of God as he was dying, and he confessed to a homicide. And if you want, you can bring up that image. It's image D1. This gentleman's name is Cyrus Eugene Akers. He was the chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base, which is the special operations or intelligence headquarters for the Air Force. And as he was dying, in the presence of his son, there's a picture of him. General, if you want to look at it.
Okay. This is Cyrus Eugene Akers.
That's right.
How did you discover this guy?
His son contacted me.
Okay.
Based after his father confessed. And the first thing he confessed to was a homicide. That he felt like he needed to confess that he had murdered somebody in the past. And his son found out that he murdered a fellow employee at Cannon Air Force Base. And the military police came in and investigated the homicide. And when they asked him, why did you kill him? He said to cover up the moon landing fraud, which they both had eyewitnessed. And he felt that his friend, who thought it was morally wrong, was going to go public with it. And so he murdered him to keep it a secret. If you go to D2, we can watch a 3-minute video of the son and see his testimony about it.
Okay, so this is a deathbed confession that the son told you about.
Correct.
And there was a police investigation into
the military police.
Military police.
Right.
Okay, is there any hard evidence of this investigation, and what was the outcome of it?
Well, after his father's confession, which was videotaped.
Oh, it was on video.
That's correct. When they went out one day, their house burned down. They believe it was set intentionally by somebody who knew about the confession. After all, they had told the Air Force military police that the moon landing was fake. They reported that to their superiors. They found out there was a videotape of the confession, and so they burned their house down. And in fact,
who burned their house down?
Whoever was arson, I presume the CIA or whoever.
And how long after this confession was the house burned down?
Within, I think, a couple of weeks, because they had video of the confession and they had some documentation. In fact, the gentleman's Air Force file has been completely deleted. We used the Freedom of Information Act request. They said there's no Cyrus Eugene Akers. There's never was in the Air Force, and yet I went to the military graveyard, which isn't too far from here, about 50 miles from here. And there he is, his tombstone, United States Air Force.
From here?
Yeah, it's about 50 miles from here.
Wow.
And he's in the military cemetery, and it says United States Air Force, Cyrus Eugene Akers, and that he served in Vietnam and Korea. And his son lived right across from the base. He said he was chief of security there. And so if you play video D2. We can have a video of the son and put it in his own words.
President Johnson in 1968. Okay. In Cannon Air Force Base in 1968, he said by the time he got there, that there was already 2 large hangars that were connected. There was hundreds of dump trucks that came in and dumped sand and stone and cement powder was powdered over the top of all that to make it look like a lunar landscape. It had men that fashioned it into a lunar landscape, he said. Okay, I've never known my dad to lie, so this all took me by surprise. You know, what's that all about? So anyway, he said that in front of the airplane hangars was full framing with large canvas tents that was concealing the inside of the staging area. Inside the staging area, on flatbed trucks, was operated the lunar lander that was reassembled back inside the hangars. All of the walls were painted flat black, and the ceilings as well. He was sworn to secrecy by the NSA, and they would put him in prison for breaking that oath. When Dad saw the moon landing on TV, he cried. He said he knew that what he had witnessed on TV was exactly what they recorded in that hangar. There was no reason for them to go flying around and everything. They had detailed high-definition photos of the landing area. There was no reason for them to go flying around to a different landing area that almost exhausted their fuel, except for drama, because everything had gone so smoothly. Nothing, so it had to be something. Anyway, that was one of 3 guards that guarded the inside of the front entrance. There was a list of 15 people who could enter. No one else was allowed by order of President Johnson. Here is that list, and I gave him the birdside row as well. He checked out a lot of these names, and he says he can verify a lot of these people and what they do. And I come across a couple myself. Anyway, President Johnson, Neil Armstrong, Edwin Aldrin, Braun, Robert Emenegger, Gene Kranz, James Webb, Joe Kerwin, Dr. Thomas Paine, Glenn Looney, Dr. Christopher Kraft, Dr. James Van Allen, General Trudeau, Lieutenant Colonel Donald Simon, and Grant Norrie. My dad, he raised me by the book. I know he didn't lie. And as I started seeing more and more,
shout out to Megan King, it's her birthday.
I realized my dad wasn't lying.
All right, so you would say this is the top piece of evidence that you...
No, it's the most telling to people because we have a testimony of it. Now, if I may ask...
It is a testimony, but it's not actual hardcore evidence.
I understand we've got 3.5 hours. He's got 40 minutes ahead of me.
Yes.
And so I can have my evidence. And I have a couple of questions. If I climbed Mount Everest and was known for climbing Mount Everest and got an award or everyone, I was hired at companies as their CEO for having climbed Mount Everest, and somebody came along and started saying, you didn't do it. It was filmed in a TV studio. I certainly wouldn't fly and make an airport change and stay overnight in the hotel and go to podcast to defend that I'd climbed Mount Everest. I wouldn't waste my time. So why are you here?
Me?
Yeah. If you walked on the moon, and it's so obvious that you walked on the moon, I wouldn't fly anywhere. to debate somebody whether or not I walked on Mount Everest if I did. So why are you here?
I'm here to tell my story. He asked me to come and share my story that I walk on the moon. And I did walk on the moon. The evidence is overwhelming that we landed on the moon. And so
You're sucking
my
at
story
this.
for the last 50-something years, almost, or whatever it is. We landed in 72. So I have been asked to share my experience by reputable people, and so I do that. And I am not lying. I landed on the moon, and the evidence is overwhelming.
Well, actually, the opposite is true. People can say anything. The evidence is not overwhelming.
What exactly?
Hold on a second.
We'll get into that.
Let's lay out some more of your evidence.
Okay. Well, you retired a general. Okay. What was your security clearance?
Top secret.
Okay.
Right, none of this
So when
shit
you
matters.
have a top secret, you're not allowed to tell your wife or your children, right?
What?
Whatever the secrets are. Whatever secrets you have as a top secret clearance, if you told your wife or your children, you would be violating your oath. Is that right?
In the military, that's true, but then NASA did not have us swear an oath that we were lying or not lying.
I understand, but the point is, you have top secret clearance, and telling your wife or your children would be violating that oath. So your oath to the corrupt United States federal government includes lying to your wife and to your children. Now, there are 100,000 trials every year in America. 90% of the people are guilty, and yet 100,000 people raise their hand where that they're telling the truth. So is every Nazi war criminal. They look like benevolent grandfathers, and yet they go smiling through life and denying to the very that they committed these crimes, which they did. Now, if you're willing to lie to your wife and to your children, why should we believe you?
Believe me about what?
Well, you just said you're willing to lie to your wife and children to keep your oath to the corrupt federal government. So if you're willing to lie,
I'm not lying to them. I'm not lying to anybody. I'm telling them the truth. I landed on the moon.
Just because somebody has, I don't think it's fair to say, just because he has a top secret clearance and he's under an oath to protect government secrets, that doesn't mean that he is inherently a liar.
I understand that. But also it shows that he is willing to lie to his wife and children, and if he's willing to do that, he's willing to lie to the rest of the world. So that's my point. No Nazi war criminal has ever come forward and turned himself in. And when arrested and interrogated, not a single one confessed, even though they were guilty. I'm just mentioning that. So either the gentleman we saw is lying, or you're lying. One of the two.
Right,
So
just
was a
get to the
general with
evidence.
top secret likely to lie, or a sergeant on his deathbed who confessed to a homicide be more willing to tell the truth?
I think there's crazy people out there. There's lots of crazy lunatics out there who will say anything and make up stories. And at the same time,
that's sitting across from me.
Well, I don't think so. I don't necessarily
That's insulting,
think that. I would
dog.
think that anybody who is in a high-level military position that has to protect government secrets is going to protect their oath. That doesn't mean they're a liar. That means that they're protecting the secrets that they swore to do and they learned their career to. And if they divulge those secrets, they will go to prison for it. And there's been many cases where people have been sent to prison by the federal government for blowing the whistle on things and following whistleblower protocol. So I don't think we're going to get anywhere by calling people liars. First of all, second of all,
What I'm saying is either the gentleman we saw was lying as he's dying, or you're lying. Only one of them is true. Right? Either that guy's lying while he was dying, confessing to a homicide.
Sure. What's your point?
Well, I just bring that to the audience's attention. Okay. Right? Okay. Now, I had a little side note. Who do you think killed Jay? Okay.
I know what that.
What's your personal opinion?
I There's I don't remember Oswald or whatever his name is. I don't remember the name.
Lee Harvey Oswald.
Lee Harvey
The government's position was that he was acting alone.
The social
For Jim.
Yeah, that's what you.
Yeah. Well, 75% of Americans disagree. The gentleman's relatives disagree. Bobby Kennedy Jr. says he's 100% certain that he was murdered by the CIA because he was going to abolish them. And then a few years later, Robert McNamara, before he died, he was defense secretary during the Vietnam War. He confessed that the whole reason that the war was started, which 90% of the public was against, was they fabricated an attack by the North Vietnamese on an American ship in the Gulf of Tonkin. Even Wikipedia says it was falsified. Now, Congress passed a law called the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, which led to the deaths of 3 million people, including 58,220 of their own citizens. So if they're willing to kill their own president, willing to kill 58,220 of their own citizens, I don't have a problem faking an image of the moon. In fact, NASA has never kept a schedule in its entire existence, except the most complicated one of all time. Somehow, they were ahead of schedule. You see that? So, some names on here. I wondered if you knew those names. He was very specific. He kept this list as a souvenir. So you know who President Johnson is, you know Neil Armstrong, Edwin Aldrin, Wernher von Braun. Who's Robert Ebenezer? I don't know. Are you familiar with Cannon Air Force Base?
Not really. I've landed there, refueled, but I've never been stationed there.
So what does special ops mean in the Air Force?
Dude. Bart Segall.
Just what you say is special ops.
Top secret stuff.
Generally.
Yeah, okay. What about Joseph Kerwin?
Joe Kerwin was an astronaut, doctor, medical doctor. That's Joe Kerwin. I know.
What about Thomas Paine?
Thomas Paine was head of NASA.
Okay. Christopher Pratt.
He was head of, but he was also head of mission control.
What about Trudeau?
I don't remember him.
General of Army Intelligence. What about Donald Simon?
I don't remember him.
Grant Norrie. Yeah, those are people we couldn't track down.
What was the last one when you said Grant Norrie?
Yeah. We think he's either NSA or CIA. We couldn't track him down.
So I guess the point here is that, and I can attest to this.
Oh, wait. I lost my train.
Right. Let me sum it up for you. One of the main reasons for me, and I think I'm speaking for a lot of other folks when I say this, is that when it comes to the Apollo missions, the Apollo missions happened in the middle of the Cold War during the peak of government distrust. That's when we know, according to all the declassified documents by the CIA and the FBI, is that the government was lying and deceiving the public more than ever. I mean, I don't know how much they're doing now, but as far as all the documents that we have, that was the peak. That was when the President of the United States was murdered. That's when we did the Gulf of Tonkin, got into the Vietnam War. The government started doing a secret mind control program with using LSD and other drugs, and there was the Manson family murders and all of this stuff, right? So when people look at this stuff and they're learning the history of the Cold War, and they see that the most astonishing feat of mankind ever happened right in the middle of all of that stuff. People just, I think they get taken back by it. Like, so the government was lying about all this other stuff, but the one thing they didn't lie about was the most amazing feat of mankind. Does that make sense to you? Does that sort of logic, does that make sense? Why people would question that?
question Apollo?
Yes, just based on all of the other strategic deception that was happening to the government, like MK Ultra, mind control experiment that were going on, the Vietnam War, the assassination of President Kennedy, the Gulf of Tonkin, all of that stuff. It was right in the middle of all of that, the Bay of Pigs, right? There was Operation Northwoods that got declassified, where the Joint Chiefs of Staff wanted to fly an airplane with nobody in it as a drone and blow it up as a pretext to invade Cuba.
Killing Americans. They were willing to kill Americans to fake an attack.
This is real deal. Right. Stuff that's come out in the federal government with the Warren Commission and all of this stuff. So
the same people who would later approve the Apollo program.
So that's you're saying we never landed on the moon?
Well, no. What the question is,
you didn't know that before you got here.
No. Charlie,
you're really good actor.
I really didn't know that.
Did you ever win the Academy Award for Best Actor?
No, I really didn't know that you believe that we lied on six missions that landed on the moon.
Charlie, does it make sense to you?
Right. That's how arrogant the federal government is. Now, if I may have my 40 minutes to answer your question.
Hold on one second. I want to make sure this lands with him. Does it make sense why people would question that based on all of the other bullshit and lying that was going on that we know was actually all the other stuff that we know for a fact was deception?
To me, Apollo was real.
To you, but
no, wait a minute. In the United States, there were 400,000 people working on Apollo.
Right.
Well, let me finish.
You had 40 minutes already. I've only had 10.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, forget that. That's one of them. Must be real because it's 400,000. Of course, every year that number increases. There are 400,000 tellers, I think, of Americans. But do you really think what the teller knows and what the CEO knows in the bank are identical? I interviewed Eugene Kranz. He told me that someone in the command center at the console can tell no difference whatsoever between a simulation and the actual flight. Do we really think the CIA is so stupid to tell the guy making the glove or the door or the boot they were really not going to the moon? Be sure not to tell anybody. And that's why they had you astronauts at the command center to cover the mistakes. Once the rocket went up, there's only threats to the mission and no independent presence. So if you add people who delivered food and made paper clips and did the printing and the contractors and all their secretaries and food vendors, you could probably pad 400,000. But the atomic bomb involved 129,500 people and only 8 people knew what they were building. So if someone in the command center cannot tell the difference between a real flight and a simulated flight, how can the public watching it from their living room or people years later? So that argument is flat. It doesn't go anywhere. And neither does the argument that the Russians would have spilled the beans. Because I know somebody who works in the command center of the Chinese Space Agency. He said everybody there knows that the moon missions are fake and they're blackmailing NASA. Because Congress passed a law forbidding space technology to be sold to China, and they're receiving it anyway by blackmail. If I had a picture of a world leader with a prostitute, I could upload it to the internet, and now it's worth nothing. Or I could blackmail them year after year after year. And that's what the Soviet Union is doing. Putin knows. He wasn't surprised to find out that the moon missions are fake, and neither is China. So that doesn't fly either. We're being blackmailed, which is another reason for the truth to come out. Now, I also interviewed Betty Grissom, the widow of the man who was going to walk on the moon, who was a whistleblower at NASA to such a degree that he received Secret Service protection the weeks up to his death. I interviewed her for 4 hours. I interviewed her son for 3 hours, who's a 747 pilot. They say with 100% certainty that the man who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon was murdered by the CIA. And if you go to D3, it's a short clip, you can see Scott
Grissom say that in his own mouth. So why is the CIA killing Apollo astronauts who are whistleblowers? What a coincidence, right? Go ahead and play that clip. It's D3.
I think it was intentionally sabotaged by someone. It's been a question in my mind. What was found in the accident investigation and how was that handled? Was the CIA involved or whoever? But it was done intentionally.
So
you know the story of Gus. I'm sure you know the story of Gus Grissom was Apollo 1, right?
That's right. Yeah. And according to his son and widow, he was murdered by the CIA. She told me that on January 26, 1967, he telephoned her from NASA. For some strange reason, the CIA is all over the launch pad today. I've never seen them here before. For some reason, they showed up today.
Did you ever see
the very next day, he's dead by a quote accident. One of his last, if we can't talk between two buildings, how are we going to go to the moon? They couldn't get a wire network between two buildings. And Neil Armstrong was supposed to pick up the first moon rock. He reversed it 6 weeks beforehand, and the stick to pick up the rock falls apart. And the lunar lander crashed weeks beforehand. If they can't get a stick with a bag on the end of it to stay together, if they can't get an intercom to work between two buildings, how are they going to go to the moon? The Soviets launched the first satellite, the first animal, the first man, the first woman, the first spacewalk, the first crew of 3, the first of 2 spacecraft all together. They spent 5 times man-hours in space, and they never went to the moon. China, the most industrialized nation on Earth, says with 50 years of better technology, it's going to take at least 15 years to go to the moon. And yet somehow they did it in 8 years with 1960s technology. Now, if you play clip 4, this is when my film, Astronauts Gone Wild, the link will be in the description of the video, Saparel.com. We interviewed Ed Mitchell and showed him the footage, which is one of the proofs that we'll look at. Footage we uncovered that says do not show to the public at the beginning of and they're faking being halfway to the moon. They can't leave Earth orbit. And when he was shown that, he turned beet red, he started cursing, he literally kicked me from behind, and in the commotion, we left the wireless microphone on him. And in the commotion, my cameraman forgot to hit stop record. And you can play back that clip, it's about 5 seconds long. They're talking about calling the CIA to have me killed.
See, and who killed him?
Now, Mike Swartz, the son of Cyrus Eugene Akers, after he spoke to me, he went out, he had a security system with a password and everything. That was hacked, and his house was broken into, and everything about his dad was taken. And then a couple of days later, this is about 3.5 years ago, the CIA shows up and threatens to kill him and his family if he ever comes to me again. So the dead astronaut's son says the CIA is involved, and he got whistleblower protection up until the day that he died. The CIA is threatening to kill me, right? And why would this source of mine, who was also threatened by the CIA, he received whistleblower protection by the FBI? Now, if they went to the moon, why is he receiving whistleblower protection for being none of the man who confessed that the moon missions were fake? And then if you play clip 5, which is about a minute long, from the documentary Conspiracy Theory, Did We Go to the Moon? There are other deaths. There are a total of 15% of the Apollo astronauts died in accidents within a 2-year period. These are the astronauts who would not cooperate with the fraud. Go ahead and play the clip.
But Grissom wasn't the only Apollo critic to meet with a suspicious and untimely death. Thomas Run
Colonel Barron was a safety inspector during Apollo 1's construction. After the fire, Barron testified before Congress that the Apollo program was in such disarray that the United States would never make it to the moon. And exactly 1 week after he testified, Barron's car was struck by a train. The Apollo program continued. And so did the untimely deaths. Between 1964 and 1967, a total of 10 astronauts lost their lives in freak accidents. These deaths accounted for an astonishing 15% of NASA's astronaut corps.
To do something that's a lot wrapped up, covered over, you've got to eliminate all the people that can talk about it.
So we have an eyewitness. That's proof, right?
Student makers?
That's right.
Well,
And a deathbed
telling that's one person's testimony. I understand. So
either he's telling the truth or he's lying.
Sure.
I'll assume any guy who confesses to a murder, probably telling the truth.
You didn't talk to the guy himself. It was allegedly videotaped that he never saw. That's right.
But according to his son, he was there at the time. And you just judge, is that guy of the video we just saw telling the truth or not? I think it's pretty honest, pretty obvious that he's telling the truth. So
people can make their judgment.
That's one reason. Another, telling the truth about what? About his father's deathbed confession of murdering a coworker to cover up the moon landing fraud at Cannon Air Force Base. So to me, that guy's telling the truth, which means if he is, then his father did participate in the moon landing fraud. About the lunar module, the fake lunar set in airplane hangar filmed the year before Bill Johnson showed up. Look at the list of 15 people. Some and their memoirs say they were at Cannon Air Force Base. Cannon Air Force Base used to have on their website. President Johnson visited us in 1968. They removed it once they started investigating it. And the main reason for many people is that today, with 5 decades better rockets and technology, the farthest that NASA can send an astronaut into space is 1,000 the distance to the moon. So what they're claiming is, for the first time in the history of the world, technology was greater in the past than in the future. Because during the Apollo program, all the computers combined had 1 millionth the computing power of a cell phone. So that would be like Lindbergh flying across the Atlantic 3,000 miles in 1927, and 56 or 7 years later, in 1982, no airplane operator can fly over the Atlantic, and the best one can only fly 3,000 miles. It's impossible to have better technology in the past than in the future. How is it? I mean, it's not any machine, technological machine can think of cell phone, supersonic jets, microwave, anything that worked better in 1969 than its counterpart today.
Supersonic jets.
What about the South area broken 200 times a day all around the world? The military aircraft, we stopped using them because they were ineffective and they were cost-effective, they were inefficient, and they were way more implants are breaking the South area at a rate of 200 a day. We're using the same air and we stopped using jets. So that would be one example. No, they're still using jets to break the South area every day. Well, they decided that people aren't going to pay 20 times more to get their cars back. Exactly. Without thinking, use it for their business. So let's listen to this clip. Thesis of an Apollo astronaut saying something very bizarre, that NASA intentionally destroyed all the technology. Now you still have in the Air Force, you know more specifically, but the B-52 bomber was designed 70 years ago. It's simple, it's reliable, the same ones used for the Saturn V rocket, and there's still 200 of them in service today. So why would they spend a modern equivalent of $250 billion to make this rocket that flies to the moon on the very first attempt and then destroy it. Listen to NASA saying they destroyed the technology. I could go to the moon in an second. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that, and we used to destroy that technology and get the paper process to go back again. So, General, why was that technology destroyed?
What do you get started?
Why was it destroyed?
Why do you know why, or have any idea why the technology was destroyed by NASA?
know that the technology was destroyed.
Okay, so now you have to run it line.
Okay, let him finish his thought. And that is why I'm going to play.
We flew to the moon. Okay, the program was successful. We did 6 landings on the moon. Okay, we used technology that was designed by Marshall Space Flight Center called a Saturn V rocket. It was the biggest rocket so far in launch to get us to the moon. Okay. So we went to the moon. It took 3 days to get there. We orbited the moon for a day to get everything correct. Generally, it went that way, 6 landings on the moon. And so we got to the moon. We manned the spacecraft. We had our flight. We had it delayed because of the command module had a problem with the main engine. And mission control had to verify that they could get it fixed, work around it. So anyway, we were late landing on Apollo 16 because of this problem. And we landed in the place we used to land at Descartes Islands. We spent 72 hours on the moon. We brought back 200 pounds of moon rocks, or thereabouts. Maybe not that much. I forgot exactly.
The question about the technology being destroyed. You're not aware of the technology being destroyed on missing from all the Apollo programs.
Okay, so that NASA astronaut is lying that the technology was destroyed. He said he wasn't aware. Okay. Well, according to NASA, a modern-day astronaut, he said that a couple of years ago, all the Apollo technology was destroyed. I interviewed Eugene Kranz. He told me all the telemetry data was destroyed. All the original video tapes were destroyed. Right before they were to be transferred to AC. So,
but we still have the original film.
No,
the 60mm film is still in Houston at the Johnson Space Center.
Oh, that I don't know. The videotape is what they intentionally
videotape of the projection that was given.
Right, you're talking about the camera-mounted lunar module that took one picture.
All of the film that was shot on all the missions, on all of the missions, is still in its own format in the film reels.
The majority of the video images is videotape, right? And that was intentionally destroyed.
But those were just copies of the film, right?
No, these are the originals. I talked to Eugene Kranz. He said the original videotapes were accidentally recorded over, and the only machine on Earth that could play it back was intentionally disassembled. And even if they're found, they could be played. All the telemetry data where the rocket really was. So back to the destroyer.
One second, kind of question.
Well, either this guy is lying, right? Why would a NASA astronaut lie? Has there ever been a time, and this is another proof, has there ever been a time in the history of the world that someone developed a new technology, broke the sound barrier, split the atom, and then destroyed the technology afterwards? It's never happened. It's never happened. They destroyed it and covered their tracks because I went scuba diving. And to have an hour's worth of air, it takes 2 tanks this big and that big around. That would be 16 tanks of air you would have to have on your path on the moon. And then to run a module down to 72 degrees on inside for 3 days and get 250 degrees outside on a bank of essentially car batteries. It can't be done. That's why they destroyed all the technology, because it would be proved later that the rocket didn't have enough fuel to leave Earth orbit, which we have proof of as well. I have von Braun's own quote, which will read, that says one rocket will never go to the moon without multiple fueling, and we'll show that from von Braun as well.
As I'm getting this piece started, all the bosses
Raiders fans. Shout out to everybody in the space. And I want to welcome the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only, the most scaling person in the entire space after Trent Scales, the guy with the yellow and green background combination. And that is our co-host, Pong, fam. Let's hear from you, fam.
Yo, let's sell it. Let's sell it, legends. Oh my god, good morning, everyone. It's so early for me right now, but yeah, when Trent told me about this place, I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna be there. Hell yeah, I'm gonna scale it. Heck yeah, I'm gonna fucking send this space to the fucking Valhalla. So yeah, it's what we do. So I already like finished my morning routine. I drank a apple vinegar with some lemon. Yeah, hard stuff, guys. I'm about to make myself a coffee, set up my office, and my best office for the reply guy is like two basic things: a table and a chair, and I put a fucking chair on the table, and you can stand, not to fucking sit. And yeah, we do it that way. Let's fucking scale this space, let's sell this space, fast get to this space. If you find this space attractive, feel free to tag your friends and let's vibe with us. Let's fucking scale this space to fucking Valhalla. And yeah, have a good one. Have a good space, everyone.
Let's get it. Everybody, the one post just said, he said, if you find this space attractive, fans, you gotta max engage. And I want to ask you a question. Some of you guys have been regulars, have been coming to the Trend Scale spaces, show and scale with Trend Scales and the team fam. And now I want to ask the question: do you fucking find this space attractive? Throw your hundreds in the fucking air. Throw your freaking hundreds in the air. Do you find this space attractive, fans? I want to see. Do you guys find this space attractive, fans? Let's scale it. Let's send it. Bullish on you all, fams. I'm gonna put up every single one of you guys through the stage. Everybody's gonna be able to come and scale on stage. Everybody's gonna be given a chance. Everybody deserves a chance because Trend Scales and Pumps are bullish on every single one of you guys. That is what I can say. And when we say it, we mean it. We mean business, fans. You know how we roll. You know how we get it. We are getting to share all the alpha with you guys here and rotate through the stage, to the stage and get everybody to give us their alpha as well, fans. But I'm real quick before we get started. Trend Scales wants to open the charts. I want to open the charts, and I want to tell you guys this: the next leg is already up. The next leg is already up. I said it before, like 80K for BTC was the bottom. 80K was the bottom. And I was getting even some people saying, oh no, Trend Scales, so we're going to go further down. No, what do you mean we're going to go further down, fam? Trend Scales is not in the crypto space since yesterday. I've been introduced to BTC back first time in 2012. I'm in crypto for like 10 years or maybe even over right now. I've been building a DeFi for five years already. Like, I see the trends. Like, the username Trend Scales is not for no reason. Do you understand, guys? And I said it, and a lot of people made some money, and now we have the correction going back down again. There was a lot of spoken on markets, but as you guys can see, we have B-Day and BTC. Like, we have a big week. BTC is up, it is scaling, and it is up high, fans. That's what I can say. You can see, like, we had like after we had the dip to 80K, the correction, then we went up to 92K, then we dipped out again to 84K because there was liquidations, a lot of liquidity. The market makers wanted to swoop. That's how it works. That's how the market works. If you're tapping into these spaces, you're going to understand how the market makers move. Market makers make it bounce, and if you're following what the market makers are doing, you can make so much money. Like, you don't even need to get monetized next. You don't even need these things. Like, you can make some good money for yourself just by following what the market makers are doing and trading with damn fam. And that is what I always thought about in these spaces. Just giving everybody the alpha. I want to see people make money. I want to see people do good in life. That car that you want, I wanted to get it. That hot girl that you want, I wanted to get it, fam. Like, I don't want all the girls for myself. I'm just kidding here. I want all the girls for myself. I'm just kidding. No, let's get it. Let's get it. But, okay, BTC, 93K fans. Then we have Ethereum, $3,000. It's a lot of $140. Then we have XRP, $2.70. AVAX, $14. Arbitrum, 21 cents. Link, $14.36. Aster, $1.05. We had a good correction there. Aster, good entry opportunity. I was speaking about it on Spaces. If any of you guys manage to open a position, let's say between 88, 23 cents and 90 cents, you should have made yourself a bag right now. Just with 10x, you could have made like a good couple $1,000, fans. Now you guys have seen some of my trades I've made personally with these scalp trades with Aster, over $20,000, and we are scaling. We are gonna make much more than that, and when we do, I'm gonna continue to make more good and big scaling giveaways to show my love back to the Trend fam, to the winner circle, to everybody on here. Going forward, BNB, $897. I said for BNB that $800 is gonna be the bottom, and it is. Like you can see right now, we have passed that. Now the next for $1,000,
and how do I make the rest of my life about it?
And if we slice through $1,000 from there, I genuinely think that by the end of the cycle we can see BNB at $2,000. I genuinely think that we can get there fast. Like at least my first target for BNB is $1,500, and if we go through that, it's all up from there. Like it's really just a pity. Gonna catch up with the Ethereum. I mean, I'm the direction Ethereum went back down to $2,500, right? And right now it's during the cycle, going up to $1,000. So, like, I think we can catch up to Ethereum, and that starts happening. Never gonna expect. That's why we're talking about space. We're talking about those spaces so that you guys can know, so that you guys can position, so that you guys can stack those spaces, stack those profits. What I'm working lurking the spaces, even the space that we are in right now, and it's like you can earn money for every different campaigns and promotions and
What is this, and how do I make the rest of my life about it?
Earning points for it. I mean, like, nowadays, it's super easy to make money based like there's and have a window open while they're barking outside, bro, like crazy. So I'm gonna put on voice installation. Can you guys hear me better now? Yeah, bro. Let's get it. But yeah, about Dirty Fans, make sure to check it out. I'll put your link in the profile so everybody can see it inside your link, because Trend Skills just wanted to mention everybody here doesn't know it yet, so that you guys can get it. And I don't need referral links, fam. I want to put my boy Bob in here to get all the referrals, because he deserves it. like all different platform in order for you to like learn about projects, earn some air jobs and shit. So, guys, yeah, Lurky. About Lurky, I wasn't a speaker myself, even I was a fucking listener. But you know, when we discovered Lurky with Click, it made me like want to try. You know, like speaker. There is also a knowledge curve to it. There's also a natural curve to it that you can add. So what I'm doing here, I'm just like adding a little bags, like $50 there on Turkey, and you know, taking it to Wasabi. Pretty good APIs for that. There's a nice percentage from Turkey right now, and they are also royalty. Like you know, royalties by just talking about any projects on space, not only about the companies. And what doesn't mean? It means like when you someone is like checking your output, you just say on space, like you know, using the APIs for that, you know. That way you can earn some extra bucks, extra Lurky for these royalties. So definitely guys, go check that out if you're not signed up yet. I don't want to say like I'm encouraging you to do that, but you know it costs nothing. You know it costs nothing, and you know Click got like 7K Lurky. Or as the first airdrop, my Lurky was worth like 700. So you know like it's pretty much it's pretty good money. You know, and you know right now there are free campaigns, and there are like I don't know, let's say something like 30 or 40K. Yeah, there's a chance to win in this space, and there are like Trent said, like there are multiple ways of getting money in this space. So you know, there's no way for anyone to be fucking into DMs like asking for money. No, just do your research. You know, find a project that you like. You know, even if it's like kind of maybe it's a different way. Maybe you're a fucking trader and you know you're killing it, or you're like a maybe billionaire holder and you know you're in the trading chat on this. Slack, this is time to scale, and we are fucking scaling to fucking Valhalla. Yeah. I'm done, and let me welcome my friend Cherry on stage. What's good, Cherry? Our favorite lurker, huh?
Hello, Paul. Hello, Trent. Hey, billionaires in the house. How are you tonight? Sorry, I'm a little bit late. Trent was like, I'm hosting his race. I was like, I'll be there in a minute. And yeah, I finally made it. So what's good, guys? What's going on?
We're scaling to Valhalla, yeah?
Let's get it.
Let's scale it, yeah, let's sell it. Oh, it's good to see you. It's good to see your energy. Oh my god. So yeah, I'm trying to find my energy right now. Yeah, but pretty early for me, but yeah, let's still we show up regardless. Like we hop on this space like yeah. And after I woke up, I was like, should I hold the space today? I was like, yeah, maybe like 2 hours later or something. And Trent was like, yeah, let's do the space. I'm down. I'm like, right. I'm gonna be there. No worries. Yeah, I got you. I'm your friend. My friends got each other's back. So yeah, that was the plan. So yeah, we're here.
We are here. We show up. I'm glad that I'm portraying energy. I feel like I have no energy. This weekend has been wild for me. It's currently Monday night. No, what day? I don't even know what it is.
I don't know, like Wednesday or something. I have no idea, to be honest. Like, I'm starting to lose count.
Like, I think I've slept maybe like 7 hours in the last like 5 days.
Cool. That's a great story. No one gives a fuck.
Like, had me space for in Europe the weekend. We've had the baby billionaires launch the last couple of days, at least in public. Oh my god, it's just been hectic. But yeah, all the days are going to I am slowly dying a slow death. But we're here, we're showing up, putting on my best front for you guys. And I'm back to tonight. It's still early, it's 1:45. What are you doing? I've got a few hours left before I have to.
Let's go. So, and honestly, like we're mentioning that there is working on a clipping thing right now, clipping feature, and Click was saying something funny, like someone mentioned his balls in space, something like that. So I'm definitely waiting for that clip to hear,
Like your balls bursting or something.
Yeah, something like that. So, yeah, make sure Lurky is listening to us right now and make a clip out of it. I want to hear it. No. Let me tell you guys what it is about. So, essentially, Click on Spaces, he said that once he shaved just one of his balls, he left the other one hanging. That's what he said, fam. Like, I didn't believe it, fam.
I mean, sadly, I can believe it. After spending like, I don't know, something like 72 hours on my stream with Blink. Nothing surprises me with that. You tell me to fill up with me. I don't know if it's like, yeah, that's surprising. But
I'm gonna say this. Throw a stone at me if you never were naked on this space. Yo, what's up with the silence? We have two co-hosts here, Paul and Jerry. Jerry, that is very, very funny, fam. No, but guys, we have two co-hosts here, Paul and Jerry, and the Space Ghost silent, fam. You guys, this is no longer the Trendskill show. This is the Paul and Jerry show. I'm gonna pass the mic to you guys. What's with the pressure? Bro? I'm gonna be looking for my referral link on the right now,
Oh my god. So you haven't gotten my hands up. Rabbi, he's just streaming in the Soul and Change Discord.
100%. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Do you mind if I share with everyone my project?
That's fine with me. It's fine with Trent. Go for it.
Trend, is that good with you?
No, bro, it's not good with me. It's not good with me at all. I'm just messing with you, Rabbi. Of course, man. You're welcome to the Trendskill space. This is the show and skill, and I want Rabbi to scale. And bro, you have to include in your show. Scale it with Trendskills. It's not like we gotta be skating. Like you gotta include something about skating in your show. Because I love it, but you gotta put in the skate, Rabbi. You can have the mic, fam.
100%. Thanks so much for the opportunity. If you're not already scaling with Trend Scales, I don't know what you're doing. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show. This is a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I am not only live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these links to my YouTube streams, the link is in my profile. Additionally, you'll find a link to my YouTube streams in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I dare you to look at my Linktree. Nobody dares you to look at their Linktree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/Rabbi. You can see me live stream in my Discord 24 hours a day. We have over 2,500 people in the community and are growing every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's one of the OG meme coins. If you've never heard of it, it's Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker's Bitcoin. It's on Ethereum. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. We have successfully built water towers in rural Nigeria. We're currently doing a toy drive. We're always doing something to help the world. Additionally, I want you to know that I'm an advocate for the program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump into land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, you're a content creator, you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that in addition to scaling with Trend Scales, I'm here to support you personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Let's get it, Rabbi. Bullish new fans, everybody go drop him a follow. I want to hear Rabbi's prediction for BTC for next year, because like every time we get his show and we actually want to hear what is his prediction for the future. Where do you see BTC going next year, fans?
Certainly. Well, I'm not a soothsayer, but I can tell you it's going to be higher than it is currently. I think next year we could be seeing somewhere in the 150K range.
Maybe I'm more optimistic based on like my analysis, but I think we're gonna hit in Q1 of 2026. We're gonna hit 150,000 at least, if not before New Year, because I think the tides have shifted and there's a completely different like snowball effect right now. I mean, you can see the charts, fans. I think because we have so much liquidity, so much liquidations with high leverage people up top, like over $20 billion. I think it's very possible that BTC is gonna make a leg up, go above $100,000, and just go from there. Like I think it is highly possible for a short squeeze to happen, fans. I think it's highly possible. But much appreciation to Rabbi. Appreciate you, fans. And I want to ask everybody on the space to max engage with that purple bill. Guys, you have to max engage with that purple bill. Once you hit 100 comments, that is when we have achieved the first point of scaling. And what do we do in these spaces? We scale, fans. That is what we do. I'm working with all the scalers here in the chat. I'm gonna rotate everybody through the stage. Everybody's gonna get the chance to speak with Paul, with Jerry, with Chico, with all of us here up on the stages, fam. Yo, I wanna see everybody max engage with that protocol. We must scale to 100 comments. If you've written a comment already, you can go and you can write more. You have to connect. Connecting is winning, and when you go in the protocol, you can connect with a lot of people, fans. And like I said, connecting is winning, so you want to connect. You never know who is going to be that next person that you're going to connect with, because he might give you the opportunity that you have been looking for. You know what I mean? Like, for example, Paul here, he has given Trend Scales the opportunity to scale. Before I met Paul, I wasn't able to scale, but I met Paul and I was like, okay, fam, like, I'm not scaling. And he was like, yo, you're going to be Trend Scales. You're going to scale so much after you met Paul, and you're going to scale every single day, you know? And then Jerry wasn't scaling because she met Paul. Then she met Paul, and then she became Cherry Scales, fans. Then she became Cherry Scales, and she's skating every single day, fam. That is what I can say. But and so, like, guys, here I'm trying to make is that we have to tap in the purple pill in order to scale. You can meet so much great people, have such great people here on the stage, have such great people here, listeners, fans. Go and follow everybody on stage, follow yourselves, like follow each other, all the listeners as well. Follow yourselves. Let's go. let's get it, fans. But yeah, you're gonna answer yourself. You're not British enough on yourself. Let's fucking go. You should like create an alt account and follow yourself with that account. Or you can use your main account for your main account. That's just overstated. It is what it is. Like, don't know the outcome. No, but all right. So everybody got the drill. I am going to rotate to the next speaker, guys. And who is gonna be the next speaker? Let's see. Guys, you have to raise your hands up, and so I'm gonna put it up. Once I see whoever is the first to raise a hand up, that's gonna be the first speaker that is gonna come up next. So before we pass the mic on to someone next, I just want to say that I missed one thing about Lurky. Lurky is building a host marketplace right now. So guys, this is so fucking bullish because like I don't know, you can see like Trent being a host right now, having this chilling scare space. But how about he got paid for that space? Like that would be crazy, huh? So like whenever there's a project that you vibe with, or maybe the project that vibes with you, like there's a huge opportunity for you to be actually like working with them as a host, hosting the spaces for them, hosting spaces.
Sort of Mike in Fairbanks, Alaska. Mike, we only got about a minute before you. Go ahead. Yes, sir. Hi, George. Hi, Dan. After the show, my notebook is full. Yeah, I've already started off by saying everybody's great for
This is a good start, but you need to create all of these different social media platforms.
I think with the firm bill that gravity increased our lifespan to over 100. But my main question comment here is Millberry Clear Eye. Oh yeah. Multiple methylation. Bioengineer. Yeah, that. How can I gain weight? And I'm a metabolism is I eat and then I'm healthy. Yeah, now I can't gain weight. You don't want to eat fat. You want to eat muscle. What you want is to get to the gym. When you come home from the gym, you want to make sure you're doing protein, creatine, TMR shake is one of my favorite proteins. And then creatine, we have talked about creatine, George, that's a basic supplement. And then make sure you're doing your supplement, joint tactics, and activation building. You don't want to gain weight, you want to eat muscle. That's important. Just make sure that's the key. And that means getting 2% of training and then doing your nutrition. And thank you so much for calling George. So much for having us on. Really, really appreciate we're helping a lot of people. And everybody, criticalhealthnews.com, check out our team call on Friday night. Make sure you're up on time. And have a great Christmas, my friend. Talk to you soon enough. Pharmacist Ben Hughes from criticalhealthnews.com. And again, that toll-free number, 1-855-949-7234. Up next, Paul Davids joins us to talk about the supernatural. There's a picture at coasttocoastname.com in the highlight reel. Take a look at it. It has to do with him. It's part of the story.
iHeartRadio LA December 5th into a dome. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com. This is Jim. Hello. Jim started advertising with iHeartRadio way back in April. And now I have customers out the door. And this is Sarah. Hi. She started putting a portion of her marketing dollars in podcasting back in June. This is booming. That's why I'm working on a Saturday. Want to be like Jim and Sarah? It's easy. All you have to do is own or manage a business and reach out to iHeart. Get started today at 844-844-iHeart or iHeartAdvertising.com. A decade ago, I was on the trail of one of the country's most elusive serial killers. But it wasn't until 2023 we was finally caught. The answers were there in plain sight. So why did it take so long to catch her? I'm Josh. This is Monster, hunting along the investigation into the most notorious killer in New York since the sun set. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Monster, hunting on Long Island serial killer, and listen now.
Here's the thing about you. You're one of the nicest people I know. You just don't show it. Other people don't always see that. So when people come in here and they're like, he's nicer, I don't want you to take offense to that. Gary and Shannon. And it's supposed to be a compliment when I come home and go, yeah.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Tastes like a certain cereal. What is that cereal? Gary says tricks. I don't know, it's not tricks. Like he's slapping my baby or something. It's not tricks. It's Hulu.
Gary and Shannon.
Is this what we debate at work?
It's live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I think calling people morons, idiots, cretins, imbeciles works far better in convincing them that they're wrong and I'm right. They'll handle, which is why the show.
If the message that I stated, you do not have to download the apps necessarily. You just need to create the accounts in a browser and link them to your link tree, period. Please reread the messages that I've sent you so you're on what you need to do, period. If you have questions, I'm here to help you, period.
Homeowner Ken Johnson said a second bear stopped by early Tuesday morning was not caught on surveillance camera. So residents believe the heat and fire destroyed the bear's home, which is why he now roams their neighborhood looking for shelter and food. The Department of Fish and Wildlife says they're working on a plan to get rid of the bear now, too. The state is now working to repair a log abandoned well at Newport Beach. More from KFI's Tammy Trujillo.
The oil well is the source of a methane leak that was recently discovered in a waterfront neighborhood. Several homes in the Beacon Bay area were evacuated in October. The most affected home is
Well, he asked what proof do we have that they didn't go to the moon, and there's a lot of proof.
Okay. I think he didn't go to the moon. How about the proof that we did go to the moon?
Well, we already heard all of that. 400,000 people, that's been refuted. The Russians would have blabbed. That's been refuted. The moon rocks has been refuted. It's one of my clips. That Neil Armstrong, chain of custody, allegedly picked up a rock, personally put it in his pocket, and then later personally gave it to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, which was immediately sealed in a container in a museum, was opened up a few years ago, and it's petrified wood. It's a fake. The moon rocks are fake. And Antarctica. Von Braun went to Antarctica to pick up pounds and pounds of pure meteorites.
Yes.
The rocks are either duplicates of meteorites picked up on Earth, made in a ceramics lab, or just fake. And this is no comment. Wouldn't you have to say for yourself for a rock that had chain of custody from the moon to Neil Armstrong's hand to this museum into being a fake? NASA says no comment.
All right, you're peppering us with fact after fact.
Yeah.
And it's just too much. We need to stick to one thing, okay? What's one thing? Let's stick on one topic so we can go back and forth. We can get Charlie's opinion on it, we can get your opinion on it, and I can evaluate what's going on. Let's talk about the film, okay? So one of the biggest questions people have about this is why is all the original footage and the telemetry data gone from the Apollo missions? But I want to clarify something first. All of the footage that we have from the moon, was that shot on film, specifically on film cameras, like 16 millimeter film?
We had a 16 millimeter camera. We had Hasselblads, which took photographs, and we had TV that sent back television from the lunar rover to Earth.
Like a specific type of camera for television?
Yeah, it was a television camera that we mounted on the front of the rover.
Okay, but those don't use film. I'm not a camera expert. They don't use film?
No, it was a TV picture.
Okay, so just broadcast straight, doesn't record anything on it. It's just live broadcast.
It was recorded down here in Mission Control.
Okay, got it. Okay, I understand.
But we didn't have a recorder on. Well, we had I'm not sure, but I don't think we had a recorder on board.
Okay, so the TV cameras were recorded down at Mission Control, and those would have been recorded on tapes, I'm guessing.
Right.
And those would be the tapes that have been erased.
Correct.
Okay, so that was the incompetence of NASA, allegedly.
Well, or intentional, just like they intentionally destroyed the technology, they intentionally erased the tapes.
So they
were
those
they're
tapes
used to make room for other projects.
So Steve, if you ask ChatGPT, let's ask ChatGPT, what happened to the original tapes from the NASA missions? And let's see what the answer it gives is.
Oh, well, that would be this right here.
Oh, you already have it.
Yeah.
All right.
So
the original tapes were later erased and reused. NASA routinely used magnetic tapes in the 60s and through the 80s due to storage costs
something like
and shortages. So
everything in the world
crazy.
is just moving one thing
From the lunar missions were recorded
to another.
they're saying that the
they were recorded over
What is the quote and to whom is it attributed? Everything in the world is just moving one thing to another place with precision.
like tape recorders. Okay. They use that technology instead of film. And then that stuff was recorded over, but the stuff that they sent through broadcast survived.
Well, that's what it is. Ron Howard, whose grandfather warned him that the moon missions were fake, didn't listen, wanted to make an IMAX movie, and he requested all the original videotapes to be projected on an IMAX screen about 100 feet by 120 feet.
Right.
Bigger than they've ever been done before. He wanted to use the originals, and it was between that request and a couple of days later that everything got erased. He had to go to Blockbuster and rent V8 tapes and reduce them to this tiny portion of the screen. Otherwise, the image quality would be so bad. You can see the VHS tracking line.
Is that a fact?
That movie is reenactments.
Is that a fact that, what year was this when Ron Howard requested the tapes?
It was around 99, something like that.
Oh, around, Steve, hopefully you can look this up. Ron Howard was working on an IMAX film in around 1999, requested the original tapes from NASA. And you're saying it is an absolute fact that we can look up that NASA erased those tapes.
He just did. Yeah.
Right after Ron Howard requested them?
Well, that was my research at the time. I did my film at Sabrel.com took 7 years to produce. I was given $1 million by someone who builds rockets for NASA, who knows the moon missions are fake, who thought it was his patriotic duty to expose it. Now, not only is it the first time in history that technology is greater in the past and in the future, not only is it the only time in history that all the documentation, all the technology, according to NASA astronaut, was intentionally destroyed, it's also the first time in history that nobody repeat the event 50 years later. Imagine them splitting the atom in 1945, the first atomic bomb, and 50 years later, no one can split the atom, when in fact just 10 years later, atomic bombs were 1,000 times more powerful. So if they could go to the moon on the first attempt, ahead of schedule, with 1 millionth the computing power cell phone, we would have been on Mars 10 years later. We'd be in another solar system by now, and there'd be bases all over the moon, taking people back and forth to play basketball in 1-0 or 1-6 gravity. The best NASA can do today is send mannequins to orbit the moon, when somehow we could play golf and drive cars on the moon with 1960s technology on the first attempt. There have been 6 presidents who have said a total of 9 times they're going to return to the moon in 5 years. You had Ronald Reagan said it, Clinton said it, then Bush Sr. said it, then Bush Jr. said it twice, and Obama said it twice, and Trump said it one time, and they can't do it. With 50 years better technology, they can't return to the moon in 50 years. But somehow they can do it with 1960s technology on the first attempt.
Why don't you think we've been able to go back to the moon since 72?
Because they spent the money on other programs.
Well, it spends every month 70% more money than they take in.
I'm not going to argue with you about this. We went to the moon. 6 times we landed on the moon.
You lied to the American public 6 times. The arrogance of the American. Well, then,
You
I
don't
guess
believe,
this guy.
you don't believe we landed on the moon?
You didn't know that before you got here.
His life
So
story.
how did we get 600 pounds of moon rocks?
Well, like I said,
About the moon rock. Let's put a pin there. Now let's talk about the moon rocks. Okay. What evidence do you have? I know you have some that proves that the moon rocks were not actually moon rocks, right?
yeah, if you could let me find the clip here.
Our
Or you could
position
look it
is
up. Netherlands fake moon rock. Let's go to clip D7 real quick. This is a recent article about the French government, and they committed a crime in 1945 that they're still lying about today. And what happened was their soldiers returned from World War II and wanting their back pay. And they refused to give it to them because they were black. And when they kept protesting, they machine gunned 300 of them in a single base and buried them. That just came out. That happened in 1945, and play the clip and let's read this news article. It's the things that they did was they fabricated. What is it? Because it shows governments. It says they fabricated and destroyed. We're going to look at the fabrication. I'm just trying to find the clip here. It's out of sequence. All right, about the moon rocks. Or you could look it up. Look up Moon Rock in Amsterdam.
Yeah. So, are the moon rocks something that is available for the public to see?
D29.
Yeah. I mean, the moon rocks are on display all over the world. And also, they're still doing experiments on the moon rock. NASA's the Lunar Planetary Institute, who it is controlling those and sending those out. People submit experiment requests still today about to do experiments on the moon rocks. So there's still moon rocks available.
Did they let outside researchers do analysis on them? And
Universities, yeah.
Universities do. Okay.
I mean, they let universities have someone. Like, I'm not involved in that at all.
Right, sure.
And, I've been with NASA for a long time, but the moon rocks are unique. And they're radioactive, whatever, and not radioactive evidence, but the way they have been collected. They were collected on every mission. They were isolated when they got back and put in the lunar receiving lab, and now they're still being given out samples. People are still requesting samples of moon rocks, and NASA evaluates these experiments that they request, and apparently they're still getting some of it out. I haven't been with NASA in a long, long time, so I don't know how it works today.
So, Art, how do you explain us having actual moon rocks here on Earth?
Well, like I said, von Braun went to Antarctica. There's a picture of him in Antarctica where he collected hundreds of pounds of lunar meteorites, which they use for fake moon rocks. NASA also has the most advanced ceramics lab in the world where they can take a rock and falsify micrometeorites in it. And then go to clip 29. This is about moon rocks. It says they opened one up and it proved to be fake. Do you realize a few years ago, a 70-year-old woman was arrested by the FBI and thrown in a cell, not allowed to go to the bathroom. She had to pee on herself because she had a paperweight with one speck of an alleged moon rock in the very center of it, and she couldn't pay her electric bill or mortgage. It was given to her by her husband, who got it from someone at NASA, and the FBI surrounded her to get that so that it couldn't be opened and examined independently. And this is just a tiny speck of a moon rock.
What was this woman's name?
I don't know, but you could look it up. 70-year-old woman arrested for having a moon rock or trying to sell a moon rock. And play clip 29. You said, what's the proof of the fake moon rock? Yeah. D29 there, Steve?
Let's see it.
Look at D29 over the article.
Okay, from the
Telegraph. Given to Holland by Neil Armstrong is a fake. This is one that had complete chain of custody from the surface of the moon to Neil Armstrong's hands, to his pocket, to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, hermetically sealed, opened a few years ago after someone watched my film out of curiosity, and it ends up being this out-of-world looking piece of petrified wood. Now, unless trees are growing on the moon rock is fake, and yet no reporter has the courage to ask if the moon rocks are fake. What about the moon missions? I had a reporter from the Washington Post that broke the Watergate story. I showed him the footage, which we're going to show of them faking being halfway to the moon. That says don't show to the public at the beginning.
You're all over the place.
Yeah, but the point is, he agreed that it proved they never left Earth orbit, but he was forbidden to publish it.
Okay. We gotta stick to that. We gotta stick to one topic. Let's go back to the moon rocks. This piece of petrified wood that you were showing that was given to the Prime Minister of Holland, right? Or I thought it was the Dutch Prime Minister. Same thing. This is Holland. Okay, I thought it was like the Netherlands, right? Correct. Okay. I've heard this story before. I first heard it from you. I also heard a pushback on this, that it was not Buzz Aldrin or Neil Armstrong who gave it to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. However, it was the U.S. ambassador to the Netherlands that gave him this thing.
Well, from my understanding, it was not directly from Neil Armstrong is the one who said he picked it up. And it was on a visit of him.
Said it to who?
He visited the Netherlands and gave it to the Prime Minister.
Okay,
He claimed he picked it up and put it in his pocket.
Let's find it. Who gave the Prime Minister of the Netherlands the fake moon rock? Who actually gave it to him?
So for 40 years, everyone thought it was a moon rock. It was built as a moon rock, picked up off the lunar surface by Apollo 11. They did a little tour around the world afterwards. He gave moon rocks to various people. He gave one to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. It was sealed. It was opened up a few years ago.
Okay, right here.
It to be a piece of
art. Right here. It says Prime Minister. Okay, the rock was not given to the Dutch Prime Minister by astronauts, but was instead given to the Prime Minister William Dries by the then U.S. Ambassador William Middendorf in 1969 during a goodwill tour by the Apollo 11 astronauts. Okay, so the rock was later found to be fair and actually was a piece of petrified wood.
Okay, so Neil Armstrong was there at the visit. That's when the rock was given. He claimed he picked it up. The Prime Minister of the Netherlands didn't pick it up. Neil Armstrong picked it up. There he is. Apollo 11 astronauts. How do we know? We don't know that. Okay, it says it was during the tour. Okay, so either Neil Armstrong or Buzz Aldrin claimed to pick it up.
So it seems you
can't figure it out. You claim the moon rock
the headphones on, or you can't just keep talking over everybody, bro. It's like it's too much. I'm sorry, it's too much. His point is that this piece of moon rock that was given to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands during the Apollo 11 goodwill tour with Neil and Buzz was later analyzed and found to be petrified wood and not a moon rock. That's his evidence that the moon rocks aren't real.
Well, I brought back a couple hundred pounds, maybe, moon rocks. I don't remember exactly. And they're very unique. They got a radiation history that is unique.
They look anything like that?
No, they look like charcoal. They don't look like that.
Okay.
They look like more gray charcoal.
What was the biggest moon rock that you brought back?
I think 25 pounds.
Whoa. Like roughly
how big? Leg. It was in first EVA at Plum Crater.
And is that a moon rock, right? Is that a real moon rock?
We didn't collect anything like the one on the right.
No. What? Zoom out, Steve. See if you can find something that Charlie would think that looks like one of the moon rocks that he grabbed. Does any of this look like one of the rocks that you had?
No.
What if we Googled Charlie Duke moon rock?
Maybe Apollo 16 moon rock.
Oh yeah, or Apollo 16 moon rock. Yeah.
Big Muley I picked up. Go left. Is that Big Muley?
The one on the left.
So that was it.
That one. The big muley. No, the other one. To the left.
That one.
Yeah.
That's a real moon rock.
I picked it up. Yeah.
That was a 25 pounder.
I don't remember. No, it didn't weigh that much.
No.
But I don't remember. We picked a total collection for Apollo 16 was probably a couple hundred pounds.
And when you got him into the module, when you got the rocks in there, did you have them in any kind of specific bag or anything?
We had them in vacuum boxes. A lot of them,
right?
And then a lot of them were just in I don't remember exactly. In none of them, whether we had them brought back or just didn't have room for them in these rock boxes, we call them. But most of them were put in rock boxes outside, and so never saw atmosphere inside.
Right. So once you took your suit off, you weren't able to interact with them at all. You couldn't touch them. You could smell them.
I don't remember doing any of that. No.
What about once you got back to Earth? Did you touch them at all or hold them at all when you got back to Earth?
We went into the lunar receiving lab where they were and put on gloves or whatever it was and sterilize that thing and just look at them. But I don't remember picking them up and tossing them around or anything like that.
Were there any smells that you remembered? Like, usually smells are good at triggering memories. Was there any specific smell that was strange to you about the moon when you got back in the...
Well, we were pretty stinky, I can say that.
A lot of BO, but nothing else. No other interesting smells.
No. Well, I mean, some of the food smelled. You could, smell a tuna salad or something.
What about like dust or something? Like dust from the moon on your suit or on your boots or something? Anything like that? No.
I don't remember any smell from but sometimes they smell like there was a gunpowder smell sometimes. And
what was that from?
I don't know. That's probably moon dust, but I'm not sure. But there's no organic material in it, like gunpowder. So,
Okay, so this moon rock debate is difficult because we don't have any moon rocks and we haven't done any analysis on any.
We picked up that one, big muley.
Okay. Yeah, it looks absolutely nothing like the petrified wood on the left.
No.
So it was given to this guy. So I guess the story is. I mean, if we've corroborated it with Bart's article that gift was given, but it wasn't. It was given by the U.S. ambassador to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
The one on the left.
The one on the left, yeah. And it was he was told
that looked like any of the moon rocks.
Right.
You said they were different at different landing sites earlier. The rocks at your site in Apollo 11 were different.
Were the rocks different at different landing sites? Did they look different?
Not that I recall. Not that different. They're not that much different.
Right. Okay.
The number one proof is what we have next. I'm answering your question about what proof there is. Now, I gave NASA the benefit
about what specifically?
About how they didn't go to the moon. They can't leave Earth orbit. They still can't leave Earth orbit.
Are you talking about radiation belts now?
No, I'm talking about the footage of them faking being halfway to the moon.
The footage. Okay.
If you show,
I do. After this, I would like to talk about the radiation belts. If that's okay.
That's next after this, right? And so, first, let's look at the slide D8. This is at the beginning of the reel. I asked NASA for every video, every film from Apollo 11, figuring if they faked it, they're more likely to have made a mistake the first time they faked it. Now, keep in mind, I went from being the biggest fan, gaga, worshiping the Apollo 11 project with pictures on my wall everywhere I went like a shrine, to having an open mind that maybe they faked it, to looking into it, being given $1 million by somebody who builds rockets for NASA to admit it, who said they were fake. And then stumbling upon this evidence, which is what convinced me that they were fake. In fact, this footage was shown to two NBC news directors. They both agreed it proved Apollo 11 never left Earth orbit, and they were threatened by the federal government not to broadcast it or to have their license pulled. So the first part you'll see in D8 is the slide that says not for public distribution. Oh, there we go. Okay. So that shows that this is not for public distribution. Now, the next clip is at the very...
Let's read it. It says, this film of the Apollo 11 mission was produced as a report film by the Manned Spacecraft Center and is not for general public distribution.
Yeah, I asked NASA for unedited footage, and everything I got was pre-edited with the voiceover, and it's the same footage over and over again on 10 different reels, exact same footage. Most reporters are satisfied with that. I'm investigating the possibility that they faked it, and I asked for everything, specifically unedited footage. I got this in one of the reel that was unedited. Now, at the very beginning of the reel, clip 9, which you're about to play, you'll hear NASA say, the TV picture looks great. Then there is exactly 4 seconds of dead air. You'll hear a third party that's not NASA, not the astronauts, presumably the CIA. And after 4 seconds go by, they tell Neil Armstrong in a private earpiece, talk. And then he starts speaking because he's claiming that he is halfway to the moon at this point in the mission. The timestamp indicates, according to the script, that they're supposed to be halfway to the moon. In fact, they never left Earth orbit. They can't leave Earth orbit now, and there's a number of reasons for that. So,
Charlie, have you ever seen this footage before?
No, it's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, it is crazy how corrupt the federal government is.
Well,
so
I mean, you're calling me a liar. I never went to the moon.
Well, obviously. I mean, what surprise? You knew you were going to be here. You knew who was going to be here before you got here. You act like it's a surprise.
I am surprised. I didn't realize that you thought it was all a fake.
You knew that. You reminded me of our phone conversation 20 years ago when you walked in the door. That I said you quoted me.
I showed you his website.
That I had proof that we didn't go to the moon. You knew when he invited you. This is no surprise, and yet you're acting like you're surprised. Why you should get the Academy Award. The reason is if he's halfway to the moon, estimated 2-second radio time there and 2 seconds back. So they're faking a radio delay.
Okay.
You'll hear NASA. You'll hear 4 seconds go by. You'll hear a third party that's not NASA, not the astronauts, prompt Neil Armstrong with talk. And that way they can fake the 4-second radio delay. Go ahead and play clip 9. Okay, so there's
how was it? Where did you get this stuff from again?
From NASA.
NASA sent you this. One second. They sent it to you by mistake.
Either that, or one of my sources at NASA who said the missions were fake, thinks a whistleblower sent it to me.
Okay.
And so,
hold on, Charlie. What do you make of that?
I don't understand what he's talking about here, but the missions were not fake. They sent me to the moon.
We understand that.
The video from 56 years. Hold on. The footage that we just watched was from Apollo 11. Could you hear it? Can you hear it in your headphones? It's Houston communicating with the astronauts on the radio, and then you hear a 4-second delay, and then you can hear the audio of someone going, talk, and then you hear Neil Armstrong responding to Houston. Let's watch it one more time. Let's show Charlie.
I didn't get that.
Yeah, let's show it one more time. Just read the text.
Apollo 11, Houston, Gulf says that the TV looks great. Over.
2, 3, 4.
You see, does that make sense? They can't leave Earth orbit today, and they can't leave Earth orbit in 1969.
So the footage is footage of the moon, and you could hear Neil talking to Houston, right? In that video.
Yeah.
You could hear them talking. And there's a little voice that pops up after 4 seconds that says, talk to Neil. Why would there be a voice
telling
Neil to talk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are they on the moon, or
they're halfway, right?
They're supposed to be halfway.
So this is when they were halfway to the moon, communicating with Houston. And after Houston said something on the radio, there was 4 seconds, and then somebody on the radio saying, talk to Neil, instructing Neil to respond to Houston after 4 seconds. Why do you think that would be?
I don't know.
Okay.
In my recollection, I was in mission control for Apollo 10. I was Capcom. I was in mission control for Apollo 11. It was Capcom. And nothing like this ever happened in mission control.
No, there would never be anybody saying talk to anybody. It would just be as soon as you hear it, you would respond.
Generally, that was true. Yeah.
Okay, what were the exceptions?
I can't think of any right now, but I mean, say again, Houston, or say you a lot of reasons that mission control had, not mission control, but we had problems granting communication.
So if you couldn't understand.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're
Say
saying.
again, whatever.
Yeah, except the quality, the EQ of the audio of talk is completely different. It's not, obviously, NASA understood who just spoke,
right,
and it's not Neil Armstrong who responded. They're faking a 4-second radio delay to pretend that they're beyond Earth orbit.
So this is him. So Mark's position is that video with them with the voice coming in and saying talk is them trying to fake a 4-second delay. That's part of his argument.
So what? I mean, I don't understand.
One of his arguments is that because you hear the voice come in and say talk, the talk comes in 4 seconds after Houston finishes their statement, right? So the presumption from Bart is there's no delay, but the astronauts were instructed to wait for 4 seconds until someone else came in and said talk. That way it would look like there was a 4-second delay, and it would look like they were already halfway.
Right, because if you play clip 11, Neil Armstrong, for the TV audio, was shown to the public, says he's calling in from about 130,000 miles out.
Right.
Halfway to the moon. Go ahead and play clip 11. Okay, so that's him lying. He's not 130,000 miles out. He's still in Earth orbit. That's why they faked the 4-second radio delay. Now play clip 10.
Is this the photo of them faking the window thing?
Almost.
Okay. Let's try to go through this. We have a lot to cover, and we're almost 2 hours in.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up.
Okay, so go back to clip 11. The 130,000 miles. Don't play the audio, but just have the image. You can pause and see the image. Neil Armstrong. There's only one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera because they're sure you're talking about it. Oh yeah. So if you were really at the moon, looking back at the Earth like this appears to demonstrate, even though it's a fake shot, you would have to have the lens of the camera to the window in order to shoot the Earth far away, floating in space. He says he's lying 130,000 miles out, and he says that the camera is completely filling up the window. That's a lie too. The camera is really at the back of the spacecraft. There's about 15 feet between the camera and the window. They turned out all the lights, which they talked about because they thought these conversations would be edited out. The circular window of the spacecraft, outside of which it's filled with the Earth and low Earth orbit. photographer believes they took a transparency, a positive slide of the Earth photographed from a satellite and placed it over the window that was backlit by Earthshine. Now, if you play the final clip, the D11, play it all the way through to revealing. So play 11 one more time. There are 2 clips on 11. So this is no, just let it play at normal speed. This is supposed to be the Earth, and this is supposed to be the Earth floating in space. This is the outtake that do not show to the public. There's Buzz Aldrin removing part of the effect in front of the window. That's a work light. The camera has been at the back of the spacecraft the entire time. The iris is open, and you can see the real location and the very bright Earth out the window. They just faked being halfway to the moon. The moon. My critics agree. That is them faking being halfway to the moon. 2 NBC news directors agree. That is them faking being halfway to the moon. And they were told by the federal government if they broadcasted, their license pulled. So go to Sabro.com. All of these clips can be seen there for free. This is what convinced me. I gave NASA the benefit of the doubt for as long as possible. And when I saw this, they are faking halfway to the moon. So if you could really go to the moon, why would you be faking any of it? And if you're faking being halfway to the moon, it's because you can't go halfway to the moon. And what a surprise. 56 years later, they still cannot leave Earth orbit. Only mannequins can. And we'll go on to why next, which is the Van Allen radiation belt.
All right, hold on. Let's put a pause there. So, Charlie, on your trip, 16, did you guys ever turn around and take film or footage or any photos of the moon, or I'm sorry, of the Earth when you were about halfway?
I did. I don't remember specifically, but we would.
If you were to take a video or a film of the Earth on your way to the moon, how would you do it?
Well, you turn a window to the Earth, and every single speaker. That was just like being in our space. I had a window right up here, which was a triangle. I had a window right over here. And in zero gravity, you had to hold the camera up to the window, towards the window, and the objects you had out there. So you can do it from any window. It just depends on how you oriented the spacecraft.
So you would be able to orient the spacecraft while you're traveling to the moon to line up a window with the Earth.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and so roughly how big is that spacecraft? How big is the interior?
Less than the weight. If I'm in my couch, I can reach out and touch in my suit, and I can reach out and touch the side of the spacecraft.
Okay.
John Young on liftoff, it was Mattingly. He was touching my shoulder, and on the other side, he was touching John's shoulder, and John was reaching out and touching the side of the spacecraft.
But the command module, the command and service module were coupled together, so there's actually than that.
Okay.
Not in the space, wasn't. They were. The service module was hooked to the command module was sat on top of the service module, and we received a lot of stuff from the service module, but the command module was a separate empty and didn't have a connection. They were electrical connections and service connections, but they weren't any pathway.
You couldn't go there. You couldn't go there. Got it. Okay. And so you're saying it was roughly about maybe the size, the length of this table, maybe a little bigger.
It's probably this table probably wider than a Apollo spacecraft was.
Okay. And so when you were, let's just say hypothetically, you're on your way to the moon on Apollo 16, you look back, you want to take a shot of the Earth at halfway, right? You're halfway to the moon. How would you position the camera inside the spacecraft to shoot the Earth?
First off, you have to get a window looking at the Earth.
Right.
Okay. Right. And you could get the window. You could face the Earth. There was a triangular window here, Window here for me.
What was the shape of the other window for you?
I think it was sort of a triangular shape.
Triangular shape. Okay.
Anyway, you could get up there with a camera and just look out, and if the spacecraft was not rotating the held position, then you can just start taking pictures with your Hasselblad or the 16 millimeter camera we had. We didn't waste film though.
And you would put it basically right smack dab up to the window. No?
Sometimes you would. Okay. Depends on what you were trying to look at. If the Earth was out there and you wanted to get right close so you could see the whole of the Earth, you could get back and you could still see the Earth out there, but it was like you were looking through 4 foot of air in the spacecraft, so you'd want to get up right next to it to get a good picture.
Yeah, right. And how fast was the craft moving at that point? Halfway?
It varied.
Roughly.
Well, it took 72 hours to get to the moon. It's 200,000 miles, so on average, at 3,000 miles an hour.
3,000 miles an hour. Okay. So this footage is, as Bart described, from Apollo 11, and they have the camera. Steve, do you have like a rendering of the spacecraft?
Yeah. Give me a second.
So we downloaded a 3D render of the interior of the spacecraft, and I want to see if it's accurate first of all. This is it. So this was created by the Smithsonian, and it's supposed to be a perfect 3D render. Does that look right?
So that's the hatch right there. Yeah, that would be the hatch. There was a window that on the right side I had a window on this side. Wait a minute. I would be on the other side.
So he was on the left.
Which Apollo mission is this rendering of?
Do they have different ones for every Apollo?
No, it's all the same.
They're all the same.
Which is the
This is specifically Apollo 11. This is specifically Apollo 11. Okay, so this would have been the same craft they were shooting from in that video that you provided. Okay, so which window, Bart, were they filming from based on this new
render? It's the #1 window. So, and it appeared to be circular on camera. And like I said, another cinematographer thinks they put a device over the window with a photograph of the Earth.
I don't see any circle windows at all in this.
Was there a circular window in there in general?
That's kind of like a square. It's like a rounded
this way. And there might be a circular window in the hatch. I don't remember.
So the hatch is missing here. So maybe that's what they were filming out of the hatch.
Well, no. Well, the hatch would be open, and sometimes you could, if you got right up close, you could see the hatch being.
Yeah, I think you're right. The circular window.
So find a photo of the hatch for the lunar module and see if there was
the lunar module, the
command module. I'm sorry.
Well, we already have them claiming that the camera's up against the window, when in fact it's at the back of the speaker.
Okay, so there's the hatch.
Video of them
it's a circle window.
Breaking down. I mean, you look at it where he says he's 130,000 miles out, and the second half of it, where they start fiddling with their hands in front of the window, it's the same shot. They claim it's 130,000 miles out, and then a moment later, you see it's the window being made up to look like the Earth floating in space. Go back a couple of seconds.
So so pause it right there. So Charlie, move the guy out of the way of the window so we can still see the interior of the spacecraft. So that window straight ahead, that's got like light glaring through it. That's circular, right? So that would be the hatch, right? The hatch. That's the hatch. Okay, so the camera is basically as far back as it could possibly be inside the command module.
That's the lower equipment bay would be.
The lower equipment bay. Okay, cool. Now play it so we can get a better idea of the camera's staying there. They're adjusting the exposure.
Yeah, right there.
So
a moment ago they claimed that was 130,000 miles out, the Earth floating in space, but it's not the Earth floating in space. It's the window being made to look like the Earth floating in space. So they're faking being halfway to the moon. So why would they fake being half the moon if they really went half to the moon?
Well, you don't even have to go that far. Okay. Let's say why are they shooting it from so far back? Why wouldn't they put the camera up to the window?
We did at times, but sometimes you just want to look at the inside and what the guy's doing.
But if you go back,
the other side of the spacecraft.
Understood. But if you go back, they're showing it with the entire interior blacked out. Steve, if you rewind it.
Yeah, that's so that you can get exposure.
Well, if you got the outside, you got the windows open, not open, but uncovered, you're going to get light reflected from the Earth, light from the sun into the spacecraft.
Right. So go to the beginning. Go forward a little bit more so it just shows you. So see, they're filming it.
They claimed that was the Earth floating in space.
It looks like they're trying. Do you understand why Mark thinks they're trying to pull some sort of camera trick? They're trying to. It looks like right now, if you paused it right here, put that to me or any other dum-dum like me, you would think that the black is just space, right? And that's just the Earth floating in space. That's what it looks like to me.
So hit play.
Now, and he's saying while they're filming it that they're 130,000 miles out, which is not true. So it's like, wow, look how small the Earth is, way floating away. And it's pretty incredible. And then this is the same this is not cut. This is the same footage. And the camera's sort of wobbling. There's something weird in the top left corner, maybe a light.
It's a work light that they diffused, so it wouldn't throw light on the spacecraft walls.
Now it's like, there's something moving in between the camera lens and the window. Yeah. Not space, it's just the interior of the spacecraft.
That's right. That's the window of the spacecraft being made to look like the Earth floating in space.
Right. So if they are trying to pull a camera trick here, Bart, now look, you see the window's totally blown out. That's what it implied. Right. Okay.
They have the iris
shining in. The hatch. That's the hatch window. And then there's another triangular window.
Yep.
And there was one on my side. There was another. I forgot exactly what the space was, but there was windows right here, and I could look out that window. And there was on the other side, there was a docking window. You looked out when you had to dock, and it was a triangle. I forgot exactly the shape, maybe a long rectangle or something like that. And then there was a round hatch window, and then there was a window on the left. I could look out I was on the right side. I could look out a window that was right there. And John Young had a window on the other side. There was a hatch window above us, and it was two windows up and beyond the lower equipment bay.
So Steve, go back to where it's exposed for the interior. So right there, that's the hatch window.
Yeah, the round.
Is that how bright? Okay, move the hand. Okay, is that how would it be that bright? Yeah, 130,000 miles facing the Earth, 130,000 miles out. Is that how bright it would be?
It's facing more to the sun than the Earth.
Well, the video's claiming, according to the video, Neil is saying that that's the Earth.
That wouldn't be the Earth.
That would not be the Earth.
That picture's not the Earth.
No,
it is the Earth. That's the reflection off of the Earth.
That's
Earth shine.
Well, this is kind of incredible because he's saying it's not the Earth.
Well, it is. And clearly, they just faked being halfway to the moon.
Well, the video is
because they're in Earth orbit. That's the Earth. Out the window, it's filling our window.
Right, but listen, Charlie just said at 130,000 miles out, that is not what it would look like. Okay, this video clearly is Neil Armstrong saying they're 130,000 miles out.
You understand? It's a fake shot.
So that's why Bart believes that there's something weird going on. So if they were in Earth orbit, wouldn't you see the Earth moving by super fast, like clouds moving by? You would see land moving. It would be flying. If you look at footage from
David Percy, a cinematographer, award-winning BBC cinematographer, said they took a photograph from an unmanned satellite, and they had like a positive, kind of like an X-ray, but a color print that was translucent, and they put it over the window. That's what they were removing when you see the yellow circle around the window.
So,
they're removing the photograph.
So it's a photograph
that's being backlit by Earth
of the Earth with a Terminator line. They're shoving it in.
They put a little crescent piece of material into the window. I see to fake the Terminator line, dividing night and day.
Okay, I don't understand the purpose of this conversation.
So this video that we're watching right now, that you just watched, this is a video of Apollo 11, and Neil says in the beginning of the video that they are 130,000 miles away from the moon. So he said that he just said they're halfway.
Yeah.
And you just said there's no way they're halfway.
I didn't say.
Judging by looking at how bright that window is, you said if that's the Earth, it wouldn't be that bright.
I didn't say that. I said that could be the sun shining there.
No, but I'm saying if that window was facing the Earth at 130,000 miles, you said it wouldn't be that bright if that was facing the Earth.
You would see the Earth. You wouldn't see this is the sun shining in.
Okay, but hypothetically, if that window was facing the Earth at 130,000, be that bright a minute ago, right?
Yo.
It was never that bright.
Okay.
Okay, you look out the window and you look out the window and you see Earth.
Yo, big dog. How are you, my man?
Depends on where you are.
So it might be that bright from Earth orbit.
Well. How'd you find out about me, big man?
Low-key, there was a girl that sent me this, what is it called? The link to the server and shit.
Okay, who sent it to you?
I don't remember, low-key. Wait, let me check. I might not be able to find it, but...
Okay. What's your age?
I'm 21.
Okay, excellent. All right, very well. So you found out about me from Discord?
Yeah. What else?
I don't know, because I'm in a lot of places. All right, what's good with you, son?
Nothing much, you?
Slanging dick like it's going out of style. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Nothing new, bro.
All right, what are your hobbies? What do you like to do?
I don't have like hobbies, you could say. I play, what is it called? The guitar and shit.
What do you play?
Guitar.
Oh, you play guitar? Okay, what are your favorite bands?
No, I don't use electric, just acoustic.
Okay, but you don't have a favorite band?
No.
Do you like the Beatles?
I just play for fun. I don't know the Beatles.
You don't know the Beatles? What in the fuck? They're not from the U.S. either. They're from England.
Hmm?
They're not from the U.S. either. They're from England.
You know, you won't be able to know where I'm from, though.
I don't care where you're from. I want you to know who the Beatles are. You're muted.
Where I live, okay?
Okay.
There's not like, we don't do a lot of shit. Like, we don't know a lot of people.
Okay, but everybody knows the Beatles everywhere. They know the Beatles in China. They know.
See. Okay, China's it's a big country, is it?
Okay, they know the Beatles in India. They know the Beatles in Africa. They know the Beatles in...
Hear me out. See. Where I'm from, people don't even know English, so it's not that.
Okay, I can understand that. Okay, very well. So you don't have a single band that you like?
No. I just play for fun.
Okay, that's cool. Do you play any video games?
What's up?
Do you play any video games?
Yeah. I play Fortnite sometimes.
Have you played the Fortnite?
What's it called? COD.
Have you played Fortnite on the Simpsons map yet?
Yeah, it's mid. It's not the best and it's not the worst. You get me?
Yeah. So, 11.
What's 6, 7? Bro?
Doug, thank you. That's what everybody wants to know. I don't know. It's something that all the kids are saying. That means just it's like okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and
I won't say it's the best. I won't say it's the best season. You get me?
okay, where do you like in the level? Where are good places to go in the Simpsons universe?
I lucky didn't even like. I just played it once and then I just the Simpson thing. I just tried it and then just did. Because I'm more of a like athletic, if you could say. I'm not like.
Do you play FIFA?
I don't like to sit. I play
Who's your team?
like I play offline.
Okay, who's your team?
Like what do I support?
What team do you play as in FIFA?
Depends.
All right, well, if we were gonna play right now, and I chose Argentina, who would you be?
I might go with it's I might go with Brazil. If you like playing World Cup.
Okay. If I'm England, who would you be?
You were England, Spain.
Okay. Very well in real life.
Yeah, I do.
What position do you play?
Sometimes what is it called?
Forward, midfield, deep goalie. Forward, deep.
Sometimes defense.
Okay, what about?
What is it called?
Okay, sometimes defense, other times what?
It changes from time to time.
I know.
So
Sometimes
like,
you play defense. I get it. Sometimes you play defense. Other times you play what? Forward, midfield, or goalie?
Forward.
Okay. Very well. All right. Well, I stream my life 24/7. I've been doing so on YouTube for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I'm always live in this Discord. You can always connect with me in here if you ever need anything.
I better say this.
What'd you say, big dog?
I said I bet.
Okay, bet. All right, very well. All right, well,
I see.
take care, big dog.
You too.
Shout out to that guy.
I don't understand the purpose of this discussion.
Well, they're faking being halfway to the because he thinks this is a fake shot. He thinks that this craft right here is in low Earth orbit, and they're trying to fake it by moving the camera back and exposing for the window to make it look like Earth is really far away, and the surrounding that's underexposed is just space. He thinks they're trying to make some sort of a camera trick to fake that they're halfway to the moon when they're really in low Earth orbit. That's what Bart's claim is.
When you're in low Earth orbit, you look out and your windows are facing the Earth. You look down and you just see nothing but Earth.
Right.
And you're whizzing by.
Right.
You see that you can go over Australia, you can go over the Pacific. You look. It depends on where you are. And you're in low Earth orbit. You look out the.
It might look something like that. Windows with light.
No, it would not.
Okay. Well, that camera's
only if the windows are pointed towards the sun.
Right. Okay. I see.
A moment ago, you said it might look like that from Earth shine and Earth orbit.
It depends on the exposure of the camera. Yeah. The Earth shine. Yeah. Okay, Steve, what were you gonna say?
It looks like this. It's not the. It looks like so. Because I'm also a cinematographer, and I would say that window
that's probably the color of the window, and the sun is. Can you see this mouse? Yeah, the sun is probably somewhere over here, poking through. You can see these rays shooting right there. It's kind of hard to tell. Hard to tell because he's got light bounce
Look
on
at
the
this
shoulder.
athleticism.
He's got light bounce on this
Folks,
elbow. It's likely hitting something.
I'm going to try to put it into perspective for you all. If you don't understand athleticism, you ain't going to understand this fucking rabbi, baby, because this motherfucker is one of the sickest, if not the sickest motherfucker of all time. Amazing.
So why did it take so long to catch him? I'm Josh Saber. This is Monster, hunting Long Island Serial. The investigation into the most notorious killer in New York since the sun was standing. Open your free iHeartRadio. Search Monster, hunting Long Island Serial. And listen back.
Brad Kazan, Violin United. We know everyone has a ritual. But what do you do to keep your head in the game?
Find mental health resources at georgia.putyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Are you a cheese guy or I'm a cheese guy?
Just straight cheese.
I do a lot of cheese. I like sausage. I know. I like sausage. Fine. Bill Handel, that's what I hear. Yeah. 5, 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Never hid a purchase from your husband's.
Are you kidding? Is it Wednesday? Do I try and find things? Yes. Celebrate consumerism and good deals. A la America.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Politicians are scrambling to try
Some part inside of the spacecraft and bouncing back, and it's filling in his face over there. He's likely kissing the shoulders here, but you can always tell sunlight because you can just look for the brightest thing, and that would be that ray shooting through. So it's probably just veiling the glass, and the glass is, you can see there's color right there.
Yeah.
And you can see there's a similar color right here. So this one's
getting kind of a blue color too.
It is a blue. I think it's a tint. And what you're seeing there is, even when you back up over here, this is just a bokeh ball. A bokeh ball showing whatever the lens is seeing. And this texture is probably the cabling that you see later on. Or it could just be like imperfections in the glass. But
that looks like the Earth to me. That looks like the Earth to me too.
But it's out of focus.
Obviously, it's not. It's not. And it's got a perfect Terminator line too.
Go to the part where they're fiddling with it in front of the window. Go back another 15 seconds. Yeah. Hit play.
It's misformed because it's.
So, Steve, you don't think they're trying to film the Earth here?
I don't think so.
They're
looking at the window.
They're definitely trying to film
That's
here.
where they claim it's 130,000 miles out. It's a duplicate of this. This is later on in the tape.
It's very confusing.
That's supposed to be halfway to the moon. And now you see them breaking down the effect, removing the transparency of the photograph of the Earth in front of the window. The camera was never. It was at the back of the spacecraft. They closed the iris down so that the walls became black. And here they are removing part of the effect in front of the window. All right, this is what convinced me and two NBC News director and an award-winning cinematographer and my critics agree it is Apollo 11 being halfway to the moon. Okay. So why would they fake being halfway to the moon if they really went to the moon? And if they're faking being halfway, it's because they cannot go halfway. So they cannot leave Earth orbit and will go into Y, which is the radiation belt that surrounds the
Which
Earth.
we're going to do. We're 2 hours in. We have an hour left. But coffee is here, and I need to go to the bathroom. So we're going to take a quick break, coffee break, bathroom break. We'll come back and talk about the radiation belts. Be right back. Okay, now we're back.
Dog, just one moment, dog. I got a fucking daven, and it sucks. It's the worst. It's the worst.
Security officers inside a federal building, and they say they believe the attack was motivated by opposition to the Trump administration's crackdown on scheduled for today, and a Waymo driverless cab has driven right through the scene of a police standoff in LA. A robo-taxi was caught on video making a left turn onto a street early Sunday near the courthouse, where a pickup had been pulled over and was sitting next to the Waymo. Slowly passed by. They hit the suspect, who was lying on the ground next to the pickup. A Waymo spokesperson says the vehicle cleared the scene and the passengers reached their destination safely. Wow. It's on video. If you want to just Google it, you can see it. It's kind of funny. Funny that nobody got hurt. You know what I mean. Okay. Rich DeMuro is going to join us a little bit later. He's going to help us save money with his favorite go-to website to find the best promo code as you're out doing your holiday. Very important. Luigi Mangione is going to be in court again today. It's still free trial, and some pretty interesting stuff is coming up, even though the trial hasn't been started. BBC's Peter Carlambos is going to join us to tell us about that. We have Major Andrew Donlin of the U.S. Space Force. He works at Space Command in El Segundo, and he's going to join us. They're doing this competition, and we're going to find out what they're doing and what they're competing for. Love the Space Force. Love the Space Force. And who's on it? What am I on this week? Well, I am on something that producer Ann said, you got to watch this show. And she was right. She's right. It's all her fault that I loved it. That's coming up at the bottom of the hour. Let's get some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour news. The LA City Council has delayed a plan to waive permit fees for people rebuilding in the Pacific Palisades. Joel Federico lives there. He says the assistance is needed as the cost of putting the neighborhood back together is high.
On the scale of creating a backbone for us, on the scale of our plants, on the scale of our driveways and walkways, and I'm here to ask for your support.
The City Council decided to send the issue back to a committee for further review. Members expressed concern about the cost and whether enough building types in the Palisades would be covered. The cost of waiving permit fees has been estimated at between $86 million and $278 million. LA Mayor Vaz is encouraging people in LA to sign up for Medi-Cal before the start of the new year. She says starting in January, people 19 and up without so-called satisfactory immigration status won't be eligible to enroll for full benefits. Vaz says healthcare costs are one of the major causes for people falling into homelessness. More Santa Ana winds expected to blow through Southern California today, pushing temperatures slightly higher and prompting warmer morning spell. Possible downed trees and power outages. Forecasters say gusts of 55 to 60 miles per hour expected in the mountains. 45 miles per hour expected along the coast and in San Fernando Valley. Let's say good morning to Will Schreiber. Not a great way to start the morning in Mid-City on the 10.
Yeah, we unfortunately start with a fatal crash. It's going to be the 10th with eastbound side right before La Brea. The four left lanes were closed for this direct investigation as they to find out exactly what happened there. And as you can imagine, there is a little slowing. Now it's on the eastbound side, so this is the low volumes. Yeah, it's spectator slow on the westbound side. Again, that's the 10 eastbound. At La Brea, 4 lanes closed as they investigate a deadly crash. If you are westbound on the 91, we've got from Harbor to Brookhurst there in Anaheim. Caltrans in a couple of lanes. And they're just picking up the cones now. It's looking ugly still as you approach that off ramp. And on the westbound side of 105 at Central, Caltrans doing some work there. It's backing things up towards the 710. California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Will Schreiber.
Thank you, Will. It's 5:07 on your wake-up call this Wednesday morning. Time to say good morning to ABC's Peter Carlambos. Glad to talk to you again today. Luigi Mangione is expected to be in court for a third day of free trial.
All right, Don, let's do this. Do it, Rockefeller. Let's do it, Rockefeller. Baby, let's do it, whatever the fuck I say, motherfucker. Pew, pew. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. One of the most athletic things you've ever seen in the history of humankind.
And the officer, there's so many details in this, but the officer had said, as I understand it, because he was afraid that Gengio might have a gun, might attack or something like that, and that's why he got into that backpack. And the defense is saying you shouldn't have been in that backpack, you should have been warned.
Bergsham Kavotali Lamba Ed. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Bergsham Kavod Machutole Lamba Ed.
And then, is it unusual, Peter, that we're hearing so much about what the prosecution knows, and that kind of stuff before the trial even starts? It feels like the trial's underway, but this is on pre-trial.
Look at this athleticism. Folks, what do you think of this debate? This guy's too old to be fucking doing a debate. And Bart can back her, but should be just like, why is the flag moving? What about these shadows? What about the jumping? What about the falling?
ABC's Peter Haralampos, thank you so much for the info. So we're off today and then more pre-trial tomorrow. Okay, thank you so much, Peter. We'll talk to you again soon. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFLAC 24-hour newsroom. The Afghan man accused of shooting National Guard members in Washington, D.C., killing one of them, has pleaded not guilty. He's charged murder, assault with the intent, and possession of
on the Van Allen radiation belts.
Well, my position is with Von Braun. Braun's original findings were, which is that it's 250 times the lethal dose. We have a quote from him in print that he says that if you do the math. And if you first show slide D12, okay, before you get to D12, for people that don't know that are listening to this, an image of the belt. So the Van Allen radiation belts are these large toroidal donut-shaped pockets of radiation that exist about, 1,000 miles out and extend about 30,000 miles. They extend about 30,000 miles in every single space shuttle launch. Basically, every astronaut and every space shuttle launch, every move
spacewalk that's ever, or I'm sorry, not spacewalk that's ever been done has been done below that in low Earth orbit. The only astronauts, the only manned mission that's ever been outside of the Van Allen radiation belts is the Apollo mission. So
If you look at the 12, you can show the audience what they look like and how every manned space mission, Mercury, Gemini, Skylab, the space shuttle, is well below it, and this field of radiation starts at 1,000 miles and extends about 30,000 miles. If you go to D13, this is a press release from the Apollo mission that was given to the press. They launch from Florida to be near the equator, and they go right out through the middle. You see that right at the equator. They go through the Van Allen belt. Now, if the spacecraft, like General said, is going 3,000 miles an hour, and they're 30,000 miles thick, that would be 10 hours in the radiation to the moon, and 10 hours back. I believe maybe the spacecraft was going a little bit faster, but in any case, at least 2 hours in the radiation to the moon, up to 10 hours, and another 2 to 10 hours back. Now, the Orion mission sent up Geiger counters into the radiation belts in 2014, unmanned, and they registered the radiation. I called the NASA, said I'm a journalist. This is a non-military, taxpayer-funded scientific mission. Can I please have their counter readings? They told me that was classified. They weren't able to tell me. Now, when NASA sent probes to the sun to find out the temperature of the sun, the temperature wasn't classified. And when they sent probes to Jupiter to measure the amount of helium in Jupiter's atmosphere, the amount wasn't classified. So why would the amount of radiation inside the radiation belts and a spacecraft that intending to one day send people to the moon, why would that radiation measurement be a classified secret?
Charlie, do you know why that would be classified?
I didn't realize it was.
So I would imagine that if it was classified, we would classify it because we wouldn't want the Soviets or the Chinese to know the actual level of radiation. Like if you guys want to know what is the point of this discussion? The point that we're discussing now is Bart's position that the Van Allen radiation belts are too dangerous for human beings to pass through and survive. And he's building his case to why that is right now.
You have to accelerate to 25,000 miles an hour to get out of Earth orbit.
Okay, I thought you said it was 3,000 miles an hour. It was at 3,000 when they were halfway.
Slowing you down. Okay, distance to the moon is 3,000 miles an hour. 7 times 7, that's 210,000 miles. Okay. So when you go through the Van Allen belts, you're going so fast, it's just, you're through.
How fast are you traveling when you guys were going through the Van Allen belts?
The escape velocity is about, let's see, I don't remember exactly, 36,000 feet per second or something like that.
NASA told me it was 17,000 miles an hour.
No, that's Earth orbit. Yeah. You have to escape Earth orbit, accelerate. I don't remember exactly what it was. But it was over 20,000 miles an hour to get out of Earth orbit. And so the S4B, the third stage of the Saturn rocket you stayed attached to, and that engine lit and pushed you out of Earth orbit on a trajectory to the moon through the Van Allen belts. Then after that, you separated, you turned around and retrieved the lunar module from the third stage. It was riding underneath the command module and service module. So you separated, you turned around, and you came back in and you docked. And then when you got all the electrical connections made, you flipped the switch and it released all the bolts. And then you could back it out from the third stage of the Saturn rocket.
Okay. Well, when the Van Allen belts, were you guys paying close attention to like where in the Van Allen belts before you
before you like when you were preparing, you guys did an unbelievable amount of prep into this, right? For the whole mission, right? What were the conversations like during training with anybody, including Von Braun, about astronaut safety when it comes to radiation and the Van Allen belts? What were those conversations like?
There wasn't very much conversation about it. It wasn't any danger. You're going through so fast, you're exposed to so much radiation, but it's just you're through, you know. The belts are high radiation, but they aren't very thick, so you just go right straight through them, and you don't get much radiation out of our dosimeters. We had dosimeters, several of them on our body and some in the spacecraft, I remember.
And that measures the level of radiation that we're saving. According to NASA, the radiation belts are 30,000 miles thick. And if you're going 20,000 miles an hour, that would be an hour and a half. And the radiation to the moon would be an hour and a half. So 30,000 miles would be, if it's 30,000 miles thick and you're going 20,000 miles an hour, it's 5. Well, he said going no further. Well,
you start out at 25,000 miles an hour, but you slow down. Gravity.
At the time you're traveling through the Van Allen belts, through the outer part, the thick part of the Van Allen belts, how fast would you be going? Over 20, yeah, over 20,000. Well, then that would put you, so you need an hour, roughly. You need an hour.
I don't remember how big it was.
Well, according to that math would suggest that it's about in there, right? Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, about an hour and a half to the moon, an hour and a half back at 20,000 miles an hour. But then there's a contradiction. If you go at 20,000 miles an hour with inertia, you'd be at the moon in a little over 10 hours rather than 3 days. They go down, right? Once they, allegedly, once they got to the moon, obviously they would have to slow down and land on the moon. Now,
I say something.
Yes.
Okay, so you leave Earth orbit. You're in Earth orbit. You got to accelerate to leave Earth orbit. I don't remember exactly the figure, but then you accelerate to Earth orbit. Then the Earth starts slowing you down. Okay.
At what point does it start slowing you down?
As soon as you shut the engine off. Okay. But you're beyond that. You had enough velocity to get out of Earth orbit and go straight to the moon. Or you got shot out front. It's like being a shotgun shooter. You're aiming this way, but here's the target. By the time you get there, you're in orbit. I mean, you get to there so you can get into orbit. Lost my train of thought, but it was never a problem with us about being in the Van Allen belts. You go through so fast, you don't get that much radiation.
So you guys never had a conversation about what trajectory to take through the Van Allen belt? Could be thinner at the top and they're wider at the equator, right? So you guys never decided we got to go through it at this angle or that.
We never had no say. Got mission control, major trajectory.
And you weren't aware of it.
Yeah, we knew when we were going through the Van Allen belts.
So you did know when you were going through the Van Allen belts.
Okay. And I think that I don't remember exactly, but we had dosimeters in the spacecraft, and they must have read something, but I don't remember the details.
We have clip 14 of Kelly Smith of the Orion Project, which they said the radiation readings were classified. Here's a video of a new generation of NASA astronauts saying they intentionally destroyed a technology for the first time in world history. And here we have the young guy in his 20s saying that their belts are dangerous radiation and the technology to go through them has not been invented yet.
This is from 2004. This video is about to play from 2014 during the build-up to the Orion missions, right?
D14. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, past the Van Allen belts, an area
dangerous radiation. Naturally, we have to enter this danger zone twice. Once up and once back. We must solve before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
So he said we must solve these challenges before we send this region of space. So the radiation protection is a challenge that has to solve these challenges in the future before we send people through this region of space. So the challenges of the radiation have not been resolved, and they must do it before they send people through this region of space. So that right there, never went to the moon. What do you What do you make of that though? What do you make of this astronaut in 2014 saying that we have to solve the challenges of radiation before we send people to the Van Allen belts? What is your reaction to that? Through the Van Allen belts? Is that what he's saying? Does he say through? Yeah, no, he said into this region. I believe he said, yeah, I would more orbit in. He said through this region. Can you play it again? Can you say exactly what he says? Can they say through or through?
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Through this region? Yeah, onto the moon. The project Orion, which intends to send people to the moon through this region of space. Was Orion, was that the objective of Orion, to send people to the moon? It was the precursor to Armistice. So that's all about Googling the objective of the Orion missions. The objective of NASA's Orion mission was to transport human crews on deep space missions, starting with a return to the moon under the usually extending to Mars. Orion is designed to provide long-duration crew support, protect deep space radiation, and handle high-speed re-entry into Earth's atmosphere.
Okay, Mars makes more sense because you're going to be out there way longer. Well, look at article.
Well, if he's talking about the Van Allen belt, just through this region of space, which is the Van Allen radiation belt, yes, we must solve the radiation challenges, which means they're not solved. And then he says, before we send people through this region of space. So if they haven't been resolved yet, then the Apollo astronauts didn't go through them. Well, it's definitely, I'm not saying that the astronauts never went to the moon. I'm in the middle here. But it is very weird that a guy in 2014 would say we have to solve the problem of the Van Allen belt's radiation before we go through it. It's odd, right?
Sounds like to me it's odd, but we did it.
Right. Okay. Well, that's why I'm saying you did not. Right. Obviously.
Where did 200 pounds of moon rocks come from?
She's showing you. Von Braun picked him up from Antarctica. There's a picture of that on the web. Picking up lunar meteorites before he went to the moon for the first time. Seems like a weird use of his time. Moon rocks have proven to be fake. And according to a contractor that I spoke to at Link, he says NASA has ceramics labs which can mimic moon rocks. Now, go to link 15 as we stay on the radiation. This is an article from Reuters that says radiation prevents travel to the moon. That's slide number 15.
Well, I don't know if anybody else.
Right. We know that. We've been saying it for 56 years, and you're not going to make your guilt. Nobody was, brought to trial for this time ever admitted that
each piece of evidence and trying to harass what it means and let the audience decide. And a lot of this, I realize you haven't even seen yet. Like, obviously, you hadn't seen that video of that guy in 2014 saying we have to solve these issues. But it's weird, and that's the case he's making. This is some of these videos that we're playing are some of the people are questioning. Go ahead, play.
Do you know how fast you're going when you get to leave Earth orbit?
How fast? Yes.
25,000 miles, you said 3,000 miles, you said 20,000 miles,
he said no, Bart, he did not. He said that they were going 25, I think 25 or something like that, or 30 when they were leaving Earth orbit, and then they slowed down at different speeds along the pathway, along the journey.
Okay, well, let's read this article heading and let's highlight it.
You leave Earth orbit, I think it was 25,000 miles an hour. You accelerate to 25,000 miles an hour. You leave Earth orbit, And then from there on, you start slowing down.
Right. Okay.
And then you get to the moon, you accelerate because lunar gravity takes over and you accelerate. And so you're going too fast when you get there. Your ram will bring you home. So you put the engine in the front.
Right.
And you point in the direction you come from, and you burn the engine 6 minutes or so to slow down to get into lunar orbit.
Okay, so at 25,000 miles an hour, inside something 30,000 miles thick is over an hour.
No, you're not going that fast when you get to the moon.
Okay, but you said you went through the Van Allen radiation belt at 25,000 miles an hour.
But then you slow down.
Okay, but that's not the issue. The issue is you were inside the belt because they're 30,000 miles thick for over an hour. An hour and 15 minutes going to the moon and an hour and 15 minutes coming back. Would anyone survive getting an X-ray for an hour and 15 minutes?
Charlie survived.
Well, that's the reasons why I did read this article. What's keeping us from Mars? Space radiation says expert. You want to make, what does it say?
Let's see. I can't see because of the play thing.
Go ahead. Take it to the top of it.
It says Washington Reuters by Maggie Fox, Health and Science Editor, Cosmic. Okay. Rays are so dangerous and so poorly understood that people are unlikely to get to Mars or even back to them until better ways are found to protect astronauts, said on Monday.
So if the radiation is too much to travel to the moon with superior equipment, how did you know 50 years ago with inferior equipment? We know that. You can say that we know 60 years. What are you doing? Which proves you didn't go through the radiation. Charlie, I understand. Was there any sort of special shielding or materials used on the exterior?
I don't remember.
D16 is the one from Van Allen who discovered the belt about the magnitude of the radiation. Play D16 here. Here's a guy who discovered the belts. They're named after him. And read what he says about the radiation.
Okay, this is from Dr. James Van Allen. He said this in 1959. Our measurements show, can you hear me, Charlie? He said our measurements show that the maximum radiation levels as of 1958 is equivalent to between 10 and 100 rentgens per hour, depending on the still undetermined proportions of protons and electrons. Since a human being exposed for 2 days to even 10 rentgens would have only an even chance of survival. The radiation belts obviously present an obstacle to space flight.
And then read the bottom part.
But 2 days, exposed for 2 days to even 10, they were only in there for an hour, a little over an hour each way. So
They should math underneath it.
So, okay, 10 to 100 rentgens per hour averages to about 10 to 100 rentgens per hour averages to 50 per hour. Okay, at the claimed speed of the Apollo craft. This is not James Van Allen saying this. This is somebody who's saying this.
Well, this is the person who wrote the article.
Okay. So this person who wrote the article said that at the claimed speed of the Apollo craft, being 2 hours in the radiation to the moon and 2 hours in the radiation back from the moon, or 200 rentgens sent over 2 days will kill you, which is 0.2 rentgens per hour. The radiation belts are 250 times a lethal dose.
That's one reason.
Okay, where can we? This is on your website. Where can we find this post of this discussion? This is Bart is claiming that James Van Allen himself that the amount of radiation that you would get would kill you. He said this in 1959. How fast would he's saying how fast is he saying we're going? He doesn't say, it just says the amount of time. He's talking about the amount of time. He's saying 2 hours.
Radiation is built based on strength and time of exposure.
So he's saying the Apollo astronauts, how big are the belts? 30,000 miles.
The Van Allen belt,
Yes. Yes. Google it. Let's Google it. How thick Van Allen radiation belts?
It may be more than that. They keep claiming they discovered extra layers of it actually add to the thickness.
So I'm supposed to be dead.
Allegedly through the belt.
Let's check his pulse.
So we didn't go through the Van Allen belt.
Let's see. Okay, according to Kelly Smith, you did not. This says all these challenges before you go.
The thickness of the Van Allen belts varies. The inner belt is from. Okay, don't tell me all this. Okay, this says the outer belt is from 8,000 to 37,000 miles. So they fluctuate, but at the maximum, 37,000 miles thick. So that means you guys would have had over 2 hours of exposure to the belts.
Did James, the Van Allen belts, did he say that's the radiation belt?
Well, this is Google AI. It's going to be biased.
Yeah, I mean, how does it know Lincoln was the 16th president was programmed to say that?
Right, it's reading from the growth.
Now, the next issue
This is anecdotal stuff, but like we have to acknowledge that the vast majority of anyone writing about the Apollo missions or any government agent is going to say that James Van Allen didn't say this, and Google AI is pulling from the amount of stuff that's written online. So
there's one reason why they can't leave Earth orbit, and another reason is they don't have enough fuel. In my book, Moon Man, on page 149, here's Von Braun saying it himself: there's not enough fuel to leave Earth orbit.
Let's hear it.
It's commonly believed that men will fly directly from the Earth to the Moon. But to do this, we would require a vehicle of such a gigantic proportion that it would prove an economic impossibility. Calculations have been carefully worked out on the type of vehicle we would need for the non-stop flight from Earth to the Moon and return. The figures speak for themselves mathematically. 3 rockets would be necessary, and each ship would be taller than the Empire State Building, 100 stories. Apollo rocket was about 30 stories and weigh about 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or 800,000 tons times 3. The Saturn V weighed 2,500 tons. That's a difference of 30,000% times 3. Now go to clip 18 and you'll see that Elon Musk just said,
Mark, pause. Where did you get that quote from?
It's from his book, Voyage to the Moon, read by Von Braun.
Is there a way we can find that quote on the internet?
Probably. I mean, we bought a whole copy of his book, and it was written by him and quoted by him. So that's on there.
It's not the purpose of this discussion. You don't know the purpose of this discussion is
and we did go to
allegedly.
That's what I mean. If you're happy like you don't know, just prove that you're happy during the interview. So he's not the only one who said you need multiple field trips to go to the moon.
So Von Braun himself was quoted saying that the Apollo missions would need multiple fuel.
3 rockets, each one 30,000% heavier than the Saturn V rocket.
Yeah.
And then Elon Musk said about 6 months ago, if you go to clip 18, he said the Starship, which is 3 stories taller than the Apollo rocket, and with the boosters on the side, carries twice the fuel as the Apollo rocket. He says it will take 15 launches, or the equivalent of 30 Saturn V rockets, in order to leave Earth orbit. We even have a video clip of Von Braun saying everything, the best rocket he can build can only leave Earth orbit.
Let's play that clip. Let's play the clip of Von Braun from the horse's mouth. Let's get what he's saying. What clip number is that? Let's see if we can find it. Clip.
That one I didn't include, but just go to Sobrel.com for the links of the
I don't understand this. I don't understand this conversation.
Well, I understand that's your position, that you did and you walked to the moon and you brought back the moon rocks. But why would von Braun say that it was impossible to get to the moon without multiple field trips? I don't know. I never heard him say that. We got a video allegedly.
Well, and look at where did he say that clip of Elon Musk?
I want to see the von Braun. Show us where to find the von Braun. Let me have it.
Well, if you go to Sogrow.com and they go to Man Links, for the one that looks like old 1950s color, and there's one of von Braun. I don't know what clip it is, but in the meantime, while you're doing that, you're getting too far ahead of yourself. We're here now. Scroll down. Scrolling.
So beautiful. So beautiful.
Keep going.
Yeah, maybe you can find it on YouTube.
Yeah, I decided not to bring it, but von Braun says the largest rocket that we can build is with Disney film. Can only achieve Earth orbit. He says it word for word in a quote from my book. And now we have Elon Musk. If you go to the clip of Base 18, he's saying the very same thing. Look at B18. Read this headline and read the highlighted part.
Okay, this is a headline from spacepolicyonline.com. Okay, at least 15 Starship launches needed to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing. SpaceX will need to launch at least 15 Starships to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing, NASA said today. So NASA said, so SpaceX will need 15 Starships to execute it, says NASA.
Right, and
Starship
cannot twice the fuel.
Starship cannot fly directly to the moon, but must refuel in Earth orbit before setting out for deep space.
Yeah, that's what the clip of von Braun says that I didn't include. And then you can go to the moon if you do multiple trips of fuel and vary the fuel first. And now, you're going to love this next clip. Go to clip 19. This was said less than a year ago by a rocket scientist who works with NASA. And he says it's going to take possibly more than 15 trips of fuel in order to go to the moon. So we didn't do it. That's what you're saying? I don't know why. You ought to be surprised to it, but you're just proving your acting. You know, you came in here and reminded me of a phone call we had 20 years ago when I said, I have proof we didn't go to the moon when I found the footage.
So, okay, who's this guy?
And how people came about it. Like, there's some architecture problems that people talk about these days because of how they got there politically. And I was like, I just want to go say the thing that nobody said. So that's what I decided to do. Now, a lot of people I respect, when I was doing my research and asking these questions, I said, be careful of this. If you say certain things, this might change your relationship with NASA forever. And I thought about it, and I decided, you know what, this is the truth. And this is what needs to be said.
I did not understand until this week. Really thought I was going to embarrass myself in front of you guys, and then decided to further embarrass myself in front of you guys. I didn't realize that in order to get the human lander to the moon, launch a bunch of additional rockets to take up in low Earth orbit. I didn't know that. And I'm like, wow, how many rockets do we have to do that with? And they're like, well, 6. And then I start, because I was
There's a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA. What's his name? I don't know.
That guy, he's a YouTuber. He has a channel called Smarter Every Day on YouTube.
Yeah, so he's saying it's going to take multiple.
Let's go play the video.
I know people, I started calling people. I was like, dude, really, how many rockets? They're like, well, boy. Okay, so it's like, some people were like, well, it's looking like 8 rockets. We have to fire 8 rockets to fire 1 rocket to the moon. And they're like, I mean, that's what they're saying, but it's probably more like, really. And then I was like, you know, engineer, I know how to engineer. So I started to do a count for like nominal schedule slip, and this is how many rockets it's going to take of that thing to get it to the moon. I've done the math. If you have questions,
I found the von Braun clip. It's D17 there, Steve. Von Braun says the biggest rocket you can build can only achieve Earth orbit. You need multiple field trips to go to the moon. Okay. Says it on camera as well as in print.
All right, this will be good for Charlie to see. Charlie, watch this one.
Here to reveal a plan for a trip around the moon is the chief of the guided missile development at the United States Army's Redstone Arsenal, Dr. Werner von Braun. The voyage around the moon must be made in 2 phases. A rocket ship taking off from the Earth's surface will use almost all the fuel it can carry, just to attain a speed great enough to balance the Earth's gravity. Unpowered, it will then keep circling the Earth in an orbit outside of the atmosphere. This is the first phase. However, we can refuel the ship in this orbit with fuel ground up by cargo rocket ships. It can set out on the second phase, the trip around the moon, and back.
3 people just said, Von Braun said it twice, that you have to make varied fuel trips to have enough fuel to leave Earth orbit. You have camera, you had Elama, Musk said, being a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA, saying it. He also said, I just discovered this because the Apollo launches on faith. You know, my bank web page says that my money is backed by the faith of the United States government that kills their own presidents, kills their own soldiers, and fakes moon landings, right? So,
Charlie, what do you make of that video of Von Braun saying that you would need to refuel in Earth orbit to get all the way to the moon? Because it would take, he said it would take all the fuel in the rocket to get that orbit around the Earth, and you would need to refuel again before going to the moon.
I've never heard that before. Actually, they built the Saturn V.
Yep.
And the Saturn V lifted off, and third stage, you stayed attached to the third stage, and you were on the front end with that, with the command module, service module, the lunar module. You fired out of Earth orbit, and you started waiting on the moon. So that's the end of the Saturn V. I mean, there's S4B.
Okay.
It opened up, the pedals opened up and exposed the lunar module. You separated the command service module, and then beneath it, these flowers opened up and exposed the top of the lunar module. So you made a 180-degree turn, and you came back in, and you joined up with the top of the lunar module. That was the dot. You docked, you ran all the matches, made sure you were connected correctly. You hit a switch, and you, of some sort, and it released the lunar module. And then you just backed it out with your reaction control system in the command service module. And then, so that was the condition. You went to the moon and a barbecue, sometimes at a barbecue with the lunar module attached. And we went into it to check it out, make sure there was no leaks, this and that, the other. But then we closed it back up again, and then we didn't go in again until we got into lunar orbit. We got into lunar orbit, and John and I was the first one in. And I put on my spacesuit, except for helmets and gloves, and took those with me, and then we went into the lunar module, and I started powering up. And I forgot exactly how long that took, but it was several revolutions. And John came in, and when we got ready, we put on our helmets and gloves, and pressurized to make sure everything was pressurized the suits, make sure everything was okay. And when everything passed, we just, I forgot whether Mattingly hit the button or we hit it was Mattingly, and he just released us, and we just backed off.
Well, Von Braun, my boat Moon Man, he said that these numbers are mathematically irrefutable. The numbers speak for themselves. Things become more fuel efficient over time. So it's taking a tremendous amount of more fuel to to go to the moon now than in 1969. Von Braun said it's impossible twice, once in writing, once on camera. Elon Musk, with a rocket that carries twice the fuel of the Apollo rocket, says that you cannot go unless you make 15 fuel trips first, which is an equivalent of 30 Saturn V rockets. And we just heard a rocket scientist say he may get in trouble with NASA for saying this, but it's going to take 15, 20, up to 28. I counted all of them in the graphic. 28 clips to go to the ships to go to the moon. The next 3 clips I have are people like Kelly Smith and Don Pettit, modern day astronauts, and they say the farthest they can go is Earth orbit. This is clip D20, and they hope to eventually go to the moon. Play D20, Josh.
No, Mark, when it comes to you want to support in this discussion, we did not go to the moon.
You're just digging your hole deeper every time you say that.
So Bart, when it comes to
wait.
Yeah.
So Apollo was all fake.
According to Bart, yes, it was all fake. There was a big propaganda campaign during the Cold War.
And so we had 260-something pounds of moon rocks that were brought back today.
I guess Bart hasn't seen analyzed them.
Yeah, you remember word for word a telephone conversation we had 20 years ago, and at the beginning not recorded, and somehow you can't remember what we said half an hour ago, that the moon rocks are fake. We showed an article. Von Braun picked up hundreds of pounds in Antarctica right before the Apollo mission, and according to a contractor, they can manufacture them. Go to clip D20.
Just let me make it. I was in delusion for 2 weeks. I was on the moon for 3 days.
Well, you say I have top secret.
Wait just a minute. And I picked up 200. I think we picked up a couple hundred pounds of moon rocks. And we brought them back. They've been analyzed. They're moon rocks. And so I don't understand the purpose of this discussion. Why are we going back and saying Apollo was so fake?
Why does an Apollo astronaut have top secret clearance?
I didn't have top secret clearance.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that.
We had nothing in Apollo that was classified. I did have a clearance from my military time. Before NASA, and I did have a top secret clearance.
Okay. Clip D20 is a modern day shuttle astronaut saying the farthest they can go is Earth orbit, and they hope to eventually go to the moon. D20.
So when it comes to the evolution of rockets and technology, it's not necessarily that the Saturn rocket would be impossible to make. Like, it wouldn't be physically impossible, but an argument would be that it's logistically impossible, because today in 2025 we don't have the same machines, we don't have the same talents, we don't have the same trades that we had that were available in the 1960s. The world has evolved. The economy has evolved. Do things differently now. Objectives have changed. Now we're focusing on building reusable rockets. So the Saturn was not a reusable rocket, right? So now we're trying to save money developing a new style of rocket. So that would be a compelling argument to why we haven't gone back to the moon, is because we build rockets differently because the objectives have changed.
Well, all I know is what Elon Musk says, for a rocket that can carry twice the fuel of the Saturn V Apollo rocket, it's going to take 15 launches to a fuel station first in order to have enough fuel to leave Earth for the moon. He said it, the rocket scientist just said it, Von Braun said it on camera, Von Braun said it in writing, and we're about to look at a shuttle astronaut who said farthest they can go with the technology we have is eventually to the moon. That's clip D20.
So that's smarter every day. That's a YouTuber. That's smarter everyday YouTuber. He was out of context. It sounds but he was up here. His name is Desta. was talking about how the current movement is that and he was pointing out that this particular Starship HLS, which is the return rocket, this thing right here, it is so heavy that their plan isn't going to work out. So he did the math with the current weight, and that's why he said it's not going to work out. You need all these rockets. So here's the weight of this thing that they want to build. This is a different rocket. This is the one that they want to. It's 100 tons, okay? And the original Apollo lander was 33,000. No. The moon lander was 35,000. 33,000. 33,000. Talking about the rocket. No. This is the lander. This is the lander. So to have a Saturn rocket carry just 35,000 pounds is nothing. That rocket cannot carry 100 tons. So what is this? The dry, empty weight of the Starship human landing system is approximately 100 tons. So they're saying that this rocket would need to carry something that's 100 tons compared to the Apollo lander, which was 33,000 pounds. Yeah, that's if I hadn't gotten that's an important concept. Well, Von Braun, I don't know anyone who knows more about Von Braun is talking about 33,000 pound lander. With this astronaut that you just showed us talking about all the refueling, you have to understand the context of the lander that they're talking about shooting off into the moon was 100 tons, according to this. Well, it says that they're going to need the moon in 57 years. I would go as efficiently as humanly possible. And for the first time in history, technology was destroyed. The lunar modules, schematics, the original video tape, we've never found been destroyed. Right. Again, you don't do that unless you're covering your tracks. And we have Elon Musk saying it's going to take 15 ships. Yeah, that guy saying it's going to take up to 28. Von Braun saying, okay, Von Braun was the designer of the 75 rocket. He says it's going to take multiple fuel trips to go to the moon. It's today, then that's what it would take then, despite the design, because Von Braun was talking about the lunar module. He's the one who ended up designing all of that stuff, and he's taking multiple field trips to leave Earth orbit. Right, but again, this thing weighs up to 100 tons. They're trying to bring to the moon. So back then, when Charlie went to the allegedly was to beat Russia, right? All they cared about was getting man on the moon to show the world that America was the world leader in technology and science, and was more superior to Russia, right? You can make the argument that the primary goal of the Apollo missions was to just show the world that we're better, and to show that we can actually physically put a human being on the moon. You're right, it was a show. Now, right. Doesn't mean it had to have been fake. What it could mean is that we just wanted to get people on the moon no matter what. We could do it with the most efficient light equipment possible. Now, if we wanted to go back today in 2025, we would have a different, we would want to get more done. It wouldn't just be about putting a person on the moon and broadcasting that to the world. It would be about something far greater, like populating the moon or something like this. So it would require different technology. It would require bringing different things to the moon. And it would also require maybe not taking such a risk, right? Like they obviously that was a big risk going there in '69, bringing human beings there. Today you could argue that we wouldn't want to make that level of a risk. Okay, so in writing and on camera, talking about the future Apollo rocket, the first rocket to go to the moon. That's the one he was designing. That's the one he said it would take 3 rockets weighing 30,000% more than a 75 rocket. That's what he said on camera. The first rocket to the moon, which is the one they claim they use, it can only go into Earth orbit, and then it would take multiple fuel trips in order to go to the moon. That's the first one, not the third one, right? Then we have also Elon Musk saying multiple fuel trips. We have that guy saying multiple fuel trips. That's for, whatever spacecraft, just to get there and land. It's going to take all of that fuel, multiple fuel trips. They said it back before the Apollo rocket during
to the moon. And clip D20 is a space shuttle astronaut saying Earth orbit is their limit. That's why they're faking being halfway to the moon. And that clip we show for radiation. Okay, we must solve these challenges before we go to that reach of space. Here's an astronaut, clip 20, saying the farthest they can go with Earth orbit. And they hope to go to the moon.
Okay, let's watch it. 30 seconds.
Right now, we only fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully humans in the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, the moon, Mars, asteroids, the moon, Mars, asteroids. There's a lot of destinations that we could go to. And we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Right. He says eventually go to the moon. Sure. And he's not the only one. There's two other short clips. I mean, if he's misspeaking, then we have three people misspeaking. The next one says this is the beginning of humans leaving Earth orbit. That's clip D21. The beginning of humans leaving Earth orbit is what this astronaut says. Clip 21.
We're also really pushing the boundaries in terms of where we're going forward with exploration. I think humans are naturally driven to do this, and this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
And the next clip is from about 4 months ago. An astronaut for the Artemis program saying this is going to be the first time we send humans to the moon. He even says before it, you've got to pay attention. You may not like this or worse than the effect that the other guy said.
Okay, so this is the last clip we're going to play on this topic, and we're going to move to the next one.
Sure, that's how I have it.
Okay.
Just going to be an odd answer. If I play it wrong, but I want to try anyway. This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon. This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon. This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon.
What did he say after that? You cut it out. What did he say after that?
Well, he went on talking and they passed the microphone back and forth.
How do you know he didn't? How do the viewers know that he didn't say in 53 years or something like that?
He didn't. You can find it.
We'll take your word for it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that good. They passed the microphone around. Even said something to the words of the effect this may rock the load of the audio or something like that.
Okay. All right. I want to talk about the micrometeorites. What was the threat level of the micrometeorites when you were on the moon? Because from what I understand is there's a high risk of being hit by micrometeorites, right? When you're on the surface of the moon.
We had if they saw like solar flare. The only thing I remember, if we had a solar flare, we would have to get back into the lunar module and lift off and then join up and point the heat shield towards the solar flare. I don't remember anything about micrometeorites.
So there was no discussion or no warnings about trying to mitigate
And Von Braun's book, the one that has the quote, is called Voyage to the Moon. He says that micrometeorites would cause a catastrophic or fatal error, 50% chance every 24 hours. Thousands of them hit the moon every second. He says you'd have to go into a lead shelter, or he said it would cause death 50% of the time every 24 hours. There's so many of them.
They did a lot longer than that, and nobody
given somehow 16 tanks of oxygen in that little backpack to be out there for 8 hours at a time. To me, this is one of the most striking examples of why the moon landings are fake. If you look at D23, this is the shadows. I'm a filmmaker.
The shadows.
My job as a filmmaker is to make fake scenes look real. Yeah, I use lighting to mimic the sun all the time. Fooled other filmmakers, they thought it was the sunset, but it was really light. You can prove that the moon landings are fake with this one picture, because the sun, being about 1,000 times bigger in diameter than the Earth, casts shadows in the same direction over the entire Earth or moon. They're always parallel. It's mathematically and scientifically impossible for shadows to intersect in sunlight, as you can tell in the photograph on the left. The photograph on the right is allegedly from the last mission to the moon, where an astronaut shadow goes at 12 o'clock and a rock about 5 feet away goes at 9 o'clock. That's a 90-degree difference from objects 5 feet apart, indicating that at least 2 electrical lights are being used. You can even see a hot spot around the top. So if you want to prove the moon landing, you can prove it in one photograph. The photograph on the right cannot be duplicated in sunlight. It's times brighter with no atmosphere. There's no need for electrical lighting. But obviously, the one on the with the electrical lighting, the shadow should be parallel. They're intersecting at 90 degrees from 5 feet apart. That would prove it in court of law, as well as the footage we have of them being faking being halfway to the moon, that they didn't go to the moon. That's all the proof you need, and people can deny it. I talked to a college professor who teaches aerospace at one of the university's most famous one in America. He says if Neil Armstrong confessed on national TV that the moon missions were fake, he'd still think he walked on the moon anyway. People deny the evidence over and over again. They made a god out of it. You can change the hat on who shot JFK and why. You can change the hat on who did 9/11